The story opens inside a warped, shadow-choked forest, where every tree bends like an ancient bony hand reaching out of the earth. Thick black mold crawls over the bark, dark moss blankets the ground, and the whole place feels less like a forest and more like a forgotten graveyard. When you look up, even the sky feels wrong. A heavy gray ceiling hangs over everything, dull and suffocating, with no sunlight breaking through at all. One glance is enough to know this is not a place any sane person would ever choose to enter. And deep inside this nightmare-like realm, strange monsters wait in the darkness around every corner. Kim Woo-jin, a man with messy black hair and exhausted eyes, is currently trapped beneath one of them, pinned helplessly under a grotesque beast, covered in staring eyes. The creature presses him into the dirt, its disgusting saliva dripping all over him as its weight crushes down on his shoulders. Kim Woo-jin twists and struggles with everything he has, his face tightening in pain while the monster squeezes the air right out of his lungs. Then the monster slowly spreads open its enormous mouth, revealing layer after layer of crooked, razor-like teeth. The sight is horrifying, and from the way it leans in closer, it really looks like Kim Woo-jin is about to become its next midnight meal. In the next instant, blood bursts across the darkness, turning everything into a brutal, horrifying mess. But even in that moment, Kim Woo-jin understands one thing clearly: if he dies here, he will simply wake up from this nightmare and return to the real world. Right after that, he shoots upright in bed, gasping like he has just been dragged out from underwater. Sweat soaks his body, his breathing is rough, and although he is back in his quiet room, the sudden jump from being mauled to sitting in bed feels almost unbearable. This nightmare has been his daily life for 12 straight years. Kim Woo-jin looks completely worn down, with deep shadows under his eyes, rough stubble on his face, and the kind of hollow exhaustion that shows just how much this endless cycle has taken from him. He grabs at his neck, still feeling the ghost of that crushing pressure even after waking up. That same damn dream has come again, and the pain feels so vivid that every single night, it is like he truly dies before being thrown back into reality. Outside his window, the modern city moves under a bright, clear blue sky, full of ordinary noise and normal life. But compared to that monstrous forest, this world only looks peaceful from the outside, because for Kim Woo-jin, reality has become just another kind of cage. During the day, he records every horror he has faced with obsessive detail. In a messy notebook, he sketches monster bodies, marks their weak points, and fills the pages with combat notes, all so he can survive even a few moments longer the next time he sleeps. Kim Woo-jin stands alone in his cluttered room, pale and drained, wearing nothing more than a plain white t-shirt. He keeps telling himself he can handle the physical pain, but one look at his shaking body makes it clear he is already close to breaking. His apartment no longer feels like a normal living space. It looks more like a survival bunker, packed with weights, boxing equipment, training tools, and piles of research, because every hour he spends awake is really just preparation for the battlefield waiting in his dreams. Even though he is completely exhausted, Kim Woo-jin is terrified of letting his eyes close to him. Dying in that world hurts badly, but the most painful part is actually falling asleep, because sleep is the door that drags him right back into hell. He remembers the feeling of being ripped apart by a wolf-like monster, the memory still sharp enough to make his body tense. Every time he falls asleep in reality, there is no warning and no mercy. He is instantly pulled back into that ruthless nightmare world. He also remembers a blade piercing straight through his body, with blood pouring from his chest as the pain swallowed him whole. The cycle itself is simple: die in the dream, wake in reality, repeat again, but the damage to his mind is becoming impossible to endure. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Kim Woo-jin clutches his chest and coughs through the exhaustion pressing down on him. There is no such thing as peaceful rest for him anymore, because every attempt to sleep turns into another fight for his life. Frustration and exhaustion twist together inside him, until all he can do is curse his own rotten luck. For more than a decade, he has been forced to live between two worlds, and little by little, that double life is killing him from both sides. To stop himself from dying over and over in that hellish forest, he spent 12 years sharpening every skill he could. Weapons, martial arts, survival tactics, jungle movement. He trained until the version of himself inside the nightmare became leaner, tougher, and far more dangerous. Inside that nightmare world, Kim Woo-jin is no longer the broken man from his apartment. His eyes are focused, his body moves with lethal purpose, and with his sword raised in his hands, he looks ready to cut through any monster that blocks his path. Thanks to all that brutal training, he began dying less and less often. When monsters rushed him, he no longer panicked. He stepped in with precise, practiced movements and brought his heavy blade down with enough force to tear through them in a single strike. But surviving better in the dream does nothing to save him in the real world. Back in his room, Kim Woo-jin grips his head in despair, crushed by the impossible weight of living one life while constantly being dragged into another. He stares ahead with empty eyes, realizing the real problem has never changed. No matter how strong he becomes in that nightmare forest, he still has to return to this weak, failing body, and sooner or later, sleep will always come for him. Eventually, Kim Woo-jin goes to see a psychiatrist, a calm, professional woman in a white lab coat who listens to his condition. After hearing him out, she gently suggests that he should try finding a hobby, or at least something he genuinely wants to do. Kim Woo-jin repeats her words back with a hollow expression, as if the idea barely reaches him. To him, the whole world already feels empty and meaningless, and at this point there is almost nothing left that he can bring himself to care about. Later, he stands in his room and looks over the research board filled with everything he has learned. But for the first time, the monsters are not what scare him most. What he truly wants now is to fall asleep and never wake from it again. He looks completely spent, with messy hair, rough stubble, and a face shaped by 12 years of stolen rest. At this point, he is not asking for much. He just wants one night of deep, peaceful sleep, even if it is only once. Then, without warning, blood starts dripping from his nose. This is no longer simple exhaustion or stress. It feels like something deep inside his body has finally cracked after years of endless physical strain and mental torture. Kim Woo-jin's eyes widen as blood suddenly spills from his mouth and stains his hands red. He grabs at his chest in shock, unable to steady himself as his body finally begins to collapse under the weight of the double life he has endured. His vision starts to smear and fade as consciousness slips away from him. The room around him turns dull and gray, but strangely enough, for the first time in 12 long years, the constant pounding headache begins to disappear. With a heavy thud, Kim Woo-jin crashes onto the floor and lands face down, his blood slowly spreading beneath him. After everything he survived in the nightmare, it looks like his life in the real world has finally reached its end. He lies there completely still on the cold floor, his face drained of color and his eyes half open. The room falls into a suffocating silence, as if marking the quiet, tragic end of his struggle to stay alive in modern Korea. But inside the darkness of death, Kim Woo-jin begins to notice something strange. His body feels strangely light, almost weightless, and that terrible headache that tormented him for 12 years has vanished as if it had never existed at all. Instead of opening his eyes in a hospital room, he sees a wide, bright blue sky above him. Fresh air fills his lungs clean and cool, and for the first time since this nightmare began, he feels like he has actually slept well. Slowly, Kim Woo-jin opens his eyes and finds himself staring up through the canopy of enormous, unfamiliar trees. Confusion washes over him as he tries to understand whether he truly died or whether he has simply fallen into another layer of the same nightmare. Then the truth hits him all at once. He is back in the nightmare world, surrounded by rustling leaves and distant creature sounds. But this time, everything around him feels heavier, sharper, and far more permanent than before. Kim Woo-jin is leaning against the thick roots of a massive tree, dressed in the torn hunter gear he wears in this world. But his body feels different now, younger, healthier, and nothing like the sickly wreck he had become back in reality. He stares ahead in disbelief, his eyes clearer and sharper than they have been in years. After suffering in this place for 12 long years, waking up here while feeling this refreshed is something he has never experienced before. Suddenly, his expression changes, as he senses something nearby and turns his gaze to the side. Even with his body feeling renewed, his survival instincts immediately flare up, warning him that something hidden in the forest is watching him closely. Behind one of the trees, a reptilian demon beast silently stalks him, its long split tongue flicking through the air as it tastes the scent of its prey. With its many eyes and monstrous shape, this predator is exactly the kind of nightmare creature Kim Woo-jin has spent years studying and preparing for. The lizard-like monster releases a low, threatening growl as all of its eyes lock onto the intruder before it. Its body looks powerful and quick, and it clearly sees the young hunter as nothing more than an easy meal. Kim Woo-jin stays calm and keeps himself hidden behind a thick root, watching the beast without making a careless move. At the same time, he remembers the massive amount of blood he lost back home, and that memory confirms the thought he had been trying to avoid. His mind flashes back to his lifeless body lying on the apartment floor. If he truly died in reality, then there is no waking up from this anymore, and this deadly forest has now become the only world he has left. He lowers his body into a crouch and pulls his hood up, blending himself into the shadows around the roots. If this place is going to be his new home, then brute force will not be enough. He has to use every piece of knowledge he spent years gathering. Kim Woo-jin rises to his feet, his hooded cloak shifting in the wind around him. He understands the stakes clearly now. If he dies here, there will be no waking up in a warm bed, no second chance, and no escape from death. His eyes grow cold, steady, and full of determination. From this moment on, he refuses to be just another victim trapped inside a nightmare, because this place is now his reality, and he intends to become the predator instead. The reptilian demon beast lowers its body and gets ready to pounce, completely unaware that its target already understands the way it hunts. Kim Woo-jin watches it carefully, prepared to do whatever it takes to survive in this lethal forest. He narrows his eyes and studies the situation with careful, almost surgical precision. Rather than charging in recklessly, he decides that fighting it head-on is not the smartest move and instead plans to lure the monster somewhere it cannot stand. A faint smirk pulls at Kim Woo-jin's face as, for the first time in years, he feels truly alive. The danger around him is insane, and one mistake could end everything. But after 12 years of training, he has never been more ready to face whatever is waiting in the shadows. Kim Woo-jin's hand moves toward his dagger, and the moment the metal slides free, a sharp electric-like spark runs through him. His senses snap fully awake, every nerve on edge, and for the first time in this forest, he is done acting like prey. With no hesitation left in him, Kim Woo-jin charges straight at the reptile beast, his sword cutting through the air in a deadly arc. After running from these nightmares for so long, he finally decides this forest is no longer his cage. It is going to become his hunting ground. He plants his feet firmly and holds his ground, surprised by how light and energized his body feels. For a second, he wonders if this strength comes from finally getting proper sleep, or if this younger body is simply far stronger than the sickly one he left behind. The reptile demon beast rushes in with terrifying speed, its huge claws ripping into the dirt while its jaws snap open toward him. It is a hulking mass of scales, muscle, and killing intent. But Kim Woo-jin doesn't even flinch as it closes the distance. The monster releases a thunderous roar that seems to shake the trees around them, sending the forest into a violent tremble. Its many eyes burn with raw hunger, all locked on Kim Woo-jin, as if it can already imagine tearing him apart. Kim Woo-jin tightens his grip around the sword hilt until his knuckles turn pale. Every part of his body feels like it is screaming at him to stop holding back, stop defending, and let the survival instincts he built over 12 years finally take over. His eyes sharpen, and a faint red glimmer flickers through his gaze. In that instant, he is no longer the worn-out man from the real world. He is a predator who has spent 12 years preparing for exactly this moment. Then, with a clean and merciless strike, he drives his blade straight through the monster's thick hide. Blood erupts into the air like a fountain as the sword carves deep across the creature's heavy, muscular neck. Kim Woo-jin stands there with a terrifying calm, blood splashing across the scene behind him like a crimson curtain. He doesn't blink, doesn't hesitate, and keeps every bit of his focus on making sure this beast never gets back up again. The massive body of the reptile demon beast finally crashes onto the forest floor, shaking the ground beneath it. Dust and broken leaves burst into the air around the corpse, and the heavy impact rings out like the sound of his victory. Kim Woo-jin stands over the fallen monster, covered in its blood from the fight, yet he looks stronger than ever. Compared to the broken man he was in the real world, this version of him seems alive, dangerous, and completely in control. Far off in the distance, strange pillars of pale, ethereal light rise through the dark and murky sky. The sight is eerie but beautiful, hinting that this world is far bigger and far more mysterious than the nightmare forest around him. Kim Woo-jin isn't finished with the beast just yet. He kneels beside the carcass and begins cutting into its chest, already knowing that monsters like this carry something valuable inside, something that could decide whether he survives in this world or not. As he pulls the flesh apart, a glowing blue core appears inside the monster's body, pulsing with a strange magical light. It shines like a prize carved out of the creature itself, the first true reward from his first real hunt in this permanent nightmare. Kim Woo-jin lifts the radiant core into his hand, his face still marked with streaks of blood from the battle. He studies it closely, his expression caught between fascination and grim resolve, because he can already tell this small object matters for what comes next. He keeps staring at the core with a cold, focused intensity, feeling the mysterious power leaking from it. And in that moment, he understands that from now on, every monster he hunts could become another step toward making himself stronger. Kim Woo-jin brings the core closer, his lips parting slightly as if he is tasting the victory itself. This is no longer a dream he can wake up from. This is his life now, and if he wants to survive it, he will have to claim it completely. Leaving the monster's corpse behind him, he turns and begins walking deeper into the forest. He does not look back toward the life he lost, because from this point forward, his only goal is to keep moving and survive. Blood stains his face, and a fierce red light burns in his eyes as he pushes forward through the darkness. In this brutal fantasy world, Kim Woo-jin silently swears that no matter what it takes, he will live. The first thing he needs is a safer place where he can gather himself and think. So he moves through the shadows like a trained hunter, each step quiet, careful, and deliberate as he heads farther into the unknown. He makes his way toward the brighter side of the forest, never realizing that someone nearby is already watching him. Hidden among the trees, a blonde hunter keeps his sharp eyes fixed on this mysterious new survivor moving through the woods. Han Se-gun leans quietly against a tree, doing his best to survive in this strange and dangerous world. He has already been here for some time, slowly learning the rules of this place while trying not to get himself killed. Sunlight slips through the thick canopy overhead, scattering thin beams across the forest floor and stretching long shadows between the trees. Everything seems calm on the surface, but the air still carries the heavy pressure of monsters hiding somewhere nearby. For a brief moment, Han Se-gun closes his eyes and lets himself enjoy the rare silence around him. In a world where danger can appear from any direction, even a single peaceful second feels like a luxury he can barely afford. He wakes feeling surprisingly refreshed, as if he has just had what he would call the perfect night of sleep. Little by little, he is getting used to this harsh wilderness life, even if every day still demands constant caution. A soft breeze passes through the trees, sending loose leaves fluttering across the air around him. The forest may look empty, but Han Se-gun knows better than to trust the quiet or lower his guard for even a second. It has already been a full month since he crossed over into this world, and now he is pushing through the brush with purpose. His eyes scan the wild ahead, focused on finding either his next meal or his next target. Even though Han Se-gun knows how to fight, that doesn't mean he charges into danger for no reason. He understands better than anyone that in a place like this, picking unnecessary battles is basically the same as asking to die. From the cover of the shadows, he watches a hideous bat-like monster feeding on its prey. Jumping into that fight just for excitement would be pure madness, especially in a forest where one careless move could cost him his life. The urge to leap in and attack is definitely there, but Han Se-gun forces himself to stay still and hold back. He rests against the huge trunk of a nearby tree, keeping his body quiet as he waits for the perfect chance to strike. The only time Han Se-gun truly goes hunting is when hunger pushes him to do it, and right now his stomach is starting to complain, while that bat monster is beginning to look like a very useful meal. When the moment finally comes, he attacks with deadly precision, his blade flashing through the air like a sharpened razor. The monster has no time to react before his sudden ambush from the shadows cuts through it violently. From inside the creature's chest, a glowing blue core begins to appear, shining with a strange and ancient-looking power. Han Se-gun recognizes it immediately, because in this world, that core is one of the few things that can help him grow stronger. He reaches into the monster's body and pulls out the glowing essence, his face cold and focused. Consuming these cores has become more than just a choice for him. It is one of the only ways he can keep surviving this living nightmare. Han Se-gun swallows the energy and feels a powerful surge rush through his veins. His eyes flash with a dangerous predatory light as the strength of the monster begins to settle into his own body. Ever since he started taking in these cores, adapting to this cruel environment has become much easier for him. He sits back for a moment, letting the fresh power spread through his aching muscles and steady his breathing. While he rests, Han Se-gun notices something else hidden among the belongings carried by his current body. Curious, he reaches into a leather pouch at his side, wondering what kind of clue or secret might be tucked away inside. He pulls out a small bronze token, and to his surprise, he can actually understand the strange writing carved into it. From what it says, the body he woke up in once belonged to a low-level third-class mercenary in this world. The token is scratched, worn down, and clearly old, but the rank marked on it is still readable enough. It may seem like a small detail at first, but for Han Se-gun, it reveals a lot about the life connected to this body. Han Se-gun stares down at the tag, his thoughts moving quickly as he pieces everything together. If mercenaries exist here, then this place cannot just be an endless monster-filled forest. There must be some kind of organized world beyond the trees. And if there are mercenaries, there must also be people, towns, and places where those people live. Han Se-gun looks around the forest again, his usual caution now mixing with a new spark of curiosity. Just then, a sudden beam of light breaks through the trees and falls across the forest floor, almost like it is pointing out a way forward. Han Se-gun lifts his head and squints into the brightness, sensing the possibility of finally escaping the woods. But before he can move too far, something on the ground catches his eye and makes him freeze on the spot. His sharp senses react instantly, saving him from stepping into what could have been a very painful mistake. Han Se-gun jumps back as he realizes he had been only inches away from disaster. His eyes lock onto the metal teeth hidden beneath the dirt, and his heart pounds hard as he understands how close he came to being caught. It is a massive bear trap, chained firmly in place and ready to snap shut the second anything steps into it. Han Se-gun immediately understands this was not left by a monster, which means someone else is definitely hunting in these creepy woods. That discovery changes everything, because it means he is not the only predator moving through the area. Han Se-gun becomes even more alert, carefully scanning the surroundings for tracks, smoke, buildings, or any sign of a nearby settlement. Then Han Se-gun spots a structure in the distance and realizes people might actually be living somewhere close by. With the hope of finally getting answers about this strange world, he quickly starts making his way toward the building. He reaches the edge of the settlement area, his eyes fixed on what could become a safe place or at least a source of information. As the forest begins to clear, a lonely house comes into view beneath the pale sky. Han Se-gun approaches the small rustic cabin tucked beneath the shadows of the giant trees. It looks surprisingly well kept for a place hidden so deep in the woods, and that alone gives him a little more hope for his chances of survival. Han Se-gun stares at the structure with visible surprise, making sure his eyes are not playing tricks on him. There really is a proper house standing in the middle of this wild forest, and finding any sign of civilization out here is the last thing he expected. He steps up to the door, knocks carefully, and calls out to see if anyone is inside. But the cabin remains silent. After waiting for a moment with no answer, he cautiously pushes the door open, unsure whether the place is abandoned or someone is quietly waiting within. Inside, the cabin is still and quiet, with supplies placed around the room like someone has been living here for a long time. But Han Se-gun's eyes are quickly pulled toward a strange leather-bound book resting by itself on the dusty wooden table. He slowly reaches toward it, his gloved fingers hovering just above the old cover. Even before touching it, he can tell there is something unusual about this volume, especially from the ornate design pressed into its worn leather surface. Han Se-gun picks up the book and reads the title aloud, almost unable to believe what he is seeing. It is called Demonic Realm Chronicles, And at that moment, it feels like he has stumbled onto exactly the kind of clue he desperately needed. Then, all at once, his eyes widen as a sharp chill runs down his back. He senses a cold presence behind him and freezes where he stands, realizing the quiet little room is no longer as empty as it seemed. Trying to make sense of what he has found, Han Se-gun begins flipping through the pages and discovers detailed accounts of this world's past. The more he reads, the clearer it becomes that the information he needs has been carefully preserved right here. For Han Se-gun, surviving in this dangerous new world means understanding it first, and this book could be absolutely essential. He tightens his grip around the volume, already knowing that letting it slip away would be a terrible mistake. Just as he turns and prepares to leave, a heavy floorboard creaks from somewhere above him. Someone has been moving quietly overhead, and from the sudden tension in the air, Han Se-gun realizes he is already being watched by someone with a weapon. An old man suddenly drops down from above, landing with a crossbow already aimed straight at him. His eyes are sharp with suspicion as he demands to know who Han Se-gun is, his voice low, guarded, and ready for violence. The homeowner keeps the crossbow trained on him without lowering it even slightly. He warns Han Se-gun that if he does not start explaining himself right away, he will put a hole straight through his head. Han Se-gun is honestly relieved to see another human being after everything he has been through, but the situation is clearly nowhere near friendly. With that weapon pointed at him, he can only wonder if the old man has mistaken him for some ordinary thief. He forces himself to stay calm and explains that he only came inside because he was curious about the cabin. Keeping his hands where the old man can see them, Han Se-gun tries to ease the tension before the tiny room turns into a battlefield. But the old man does not seem moved by his explanation at all. His expression stays cold as he tells Han Se-gun to get lost, making it very clear that the young intruder has no business being inside his home. Han Se-gun nods slowly, acting like he understands, and is willing to back away from the table. But behind that obedient expression, his mind is already turning, searching for any possible way to keep hold of that important book. His hand drifts toward the leather-bound volume one last time, his eyes lingering on it with obvious reluctance. He knows better than anyone that surviving outside without the knowledge hidden inside those ancient dusty pages could cost him his life. So Han Se-gun carefully asks whether he could at least borrow the book long enough to read it. He even offers to pay whatever amount the old man thinks is fair, hoping there is still a peaceful way to settle this. The old man's face remains hard and unreadable as he keeps staring down the young stranger in front of him. Instead of agreeing, he bluntly asks what Han Se-gun plans to do if he simply refuses. Han Se-gun's eyes darken as the question settles between them, and he understands what kind of choice is being placed in front of him. In a world like this, survival does not always leave room for clean decisions, and he knows he cannot leave without that book. His hand drops toward his waist in a sharp, deliberate motion, reaching for the weapon at his side. The quiet request has failed, and for Han Se-gun, the time for polite negotiation is now over. Han Se-gun makes his intention clear. If the old man refuses to hand over the book, then he is willing to become the villain in this cabin. A strange red glow begins to burn in his eyes, signaling that the situation is about to turn ugly. He draws his blade, and Hector immediately responds by raising the crossbow and locking it back onto him. The air inside the cabin becomes unbearably tense, with both men staring each other down and waiting for the slightest mistake. Hector watches him with intense focus, his finger hovering dangerously close to the crossbow trigger. He seems to be measuring Han Se-gun carefully, trying to decide whether this young intruder is a real threat or simply a lost man desperate to survive. Han Se-gun studies the old man just as closely, his eyes carrying that faint predatory red shine. Even facing someone who clearly knows how to handle danger, he does not look afraid, because he has confidence in the strength he has gained. The silence in the small room becomes so heavy, it feels like it could be cut with a knife. Neither of them moves an inch, both waiting for the other to make the first move in this deadly standoff. Then, to Han Se-gun's surprise, the old man slowly lowers his weapon. He admits that a real robber would not be standing there rambling about a book, and then introduces himself as Hector, leaving Han Se-gun both relieved and caught off guard. Han Se-gun quickly gives him an alias, saying his name is Kim Woo-jin, so his real identity stays hidden. As he speaks, he notices Hector's posture easing little by little, and the immediate threat of bloodshed finally begins to fade. Hector finds the name a little strange, but he chooses not to dig any deeper for now. Han Se-gun simply asks to be called Jin, hoping a shorter name will keep things easy and prevent any more awkward questions. Even so, nervous sweat starts to gather on Han Se-gun's face as he realizes how flimsy his lie might sound. Keeping a false identity in this unfamiliar world may be much harder than he first imagined. Hector explains that the book is extremely precious to him, so lending it out is not something he is willing to do. However, instead of throwing Han Se-gun out, he offers him a place to stay while he reads through it here. In return for the shelter and the chance to study the book, Han Se-gun agrees to help Hector with simple chores around the cabin. He lowers his head with genuine gratitude, clearly touched by this unexpected kindness. As night settles over the dark forest, the view shifts to Hector's lonely cabin standing quietly among the trees. In the middle of a world filled with monsters and danger, that small home feels like a rare pocket of safety. Inside, a pot of hearty vegetable soup bubbles over the fire, sending a warm and comforting aroma through the room. Han Se-gun is now officially staying at the old man's humble hideaway, finally able to rest somewhere that feels safe. Hector may be rough around the edges, gruff in his tone and blunt with his words, but deep down he does not seem like a bad person. He urges Han Se-gun to eat properly and recover some of the strength he has lost. For the first time in what feels like ages, Han Se-gun gets to enjoy a warm, home-cooked meal. The simple comfort of the soup softens his expression, and for once, the tension in his face begins to fade. The soup tastes so good that Han Se-gun cannot stop a single tear of happiness from slipping down his face. After everything he has endured, Hector's kindness feels almost unbelievable, to the point where he starts thinking the old man might be an angel in disguise. The next morning, Hector begins preparing his gear and announces that he is heading out into the forest. Before leaving, he warns Han Se-gun that today's hunt may take a long time, so he should not expect him back too quickly. Hector then reveals that he is going after a monster connected to the deaths of his former comrades. The moment he says it, the weight of that old tragedy shows clearly on his face, mixing grief with firm determination. Hector looks like an incredibly capable fighter, so seeing even him act this tense makes Han Se-gun's heart sink. If a man like Hector is nervous, then the creature waiting out there must be terrifyingly powerful. The old man walks out through the door with his crossbow slung over his shoulder, disappearing toward the dangerous woods. Han Se-gun watches him leave, fully aware that a seriously powerful monster is lurking somewhere nearby. Once the cabin grows quiet and he is alone, Han Se-gun finally picks up the ancient chronicle and begins reading in earnest. If he wants to survive in this world, he needs to understand its history, its rules, and the dangers hiding behind them. Every account in the book begins with the fall of the Northern Empire. As Han Se-gun reads, images of a grand fortress burning in flames seem to unfold before him, with soldiers marching into war beneath a sky filled with smoke. The king of the Northern Empire, consumed and blinded by his own greed, eventually committed a terrible sin that would drag countless people into disaster. Driven by his desire for forbidden strength, he reached for the otherworldly gate, hoping to seize an ancient power that no human should have touched. That gate was believed to contain the truth behind all creation, along with power beyond imagination. When the ancient seal was finally broken, a terrifying pillar of red light burst upward and tore into the sky. From that fateful day onward, the calamity began, changing the course of the world forever. Deep within the darkness of the opened gate, countless eyes appeared, silently watching and waiting for the chance to invade. Monsters from another realm poured into the north, spreading terror across the land with unstoppable force. In only 9 years, the once mighty empire was transformed into the demonic realm, leaving behind a nightmare that scarred the world forever. Humanity eventually fought back by creating the Order Alliance and constructing a massive barrier to hold the corruption at bay. The chronicle shows how desperately they struggled to stop the demonic influence from spreading any farther. Han Se-gun finally closes the book, his thoughts racing after everything he has just learned. Piece by piece, he begins to understand the terrifying truth of the world he has been thrown into. He leans back and thinks over the records about the hierarchy within the demonic realm. There is a lot of valuable information hidden in these pages, but none of it is comforting, because it paints a grim future for humanity. According to the Demonic Realm Chronicles, the farther someone travels toward the heart of the realm, the stronger and more dangerous the monsters become. As Han Se-gun pieces that together, a heavy unease settles in his chest, because it means the place he wandered through may have been far worse than he realized. Meanwhile, out in the forest, Hector is already caught in a desperate battle for his life. He tears through the undergrowth as fast as his old body can carry him, branches whipping past while his breathing comes out rough and uneven behind clenched teeth. Han Se-gun thinks back to how the monster's strength seemed to weaken the closer he moved toward the light. That memory makes him wonder just how deep inside the demonic realm he had really been wandering before he found his way here. Hector glances back over his shoulder, his face tightened with strain and grim determination. He can feel his pursuers closing the distance, and he knows that if he keeps running, he will only collapse before they do. So he has no choice but to stop and fight. In the darkness between the trees, a pack of monstrous wolves steps into view, their bodies twisted and their red eyes glowing like embers. Hector instantly understands the situation. He is outnumbered by far, and this has become dangerously serious. The lead beast launches itself forward with terrifying speed, jaws spread wide and ready to rip into its prey. Hector barely has a split second to react before that savage body comes crashing toward him. He throws himself sideways and slides across the grass, narrowly slipping past what could have been a fatal blow. Every movement now feels like a gamble, and one wrong step could end his life right there in the clearing. Hector raises his crossbow with practiced precision and fires 3 glowing arrows, one after another in rapid succession. His skill as a hunter is obvious, but against a pack like this, even experience may not be enough to save him. The monsters keep pressing in with frightening persistence. They do not even bother to dodge the incoming arrows, instead swiping them out of the air with their claws before circling Hector from every side, tightening the ring around him so there is no clean path to escape. Hector curses under his breath as the truth hits him hard. his attacks are not thinning the pack at all. For the first time in the fight, the weight of his age begins to press down on him, making every breath feel heavier. Then, in the distance near his house, Hector suddenly notices a dark silhouette standing still. His eyes widen in shock when he realizes the young man he had just taken in has already come all the way out here. Han Sagun steps forward slowly, his eyes glowing with a threatening red light as he draws his massive blade from its sheath. The moment he enters the battlefield, the air around him changes, and he looks nothing like the confused stranger Hector met before. "Jin, run!" Hector shouts with everything in his lungs, desperate to keep the boy from walking straight into death. He knows exactly how dangerous these beasts are, and in his mind, there is no way a young newcomer should be facing them. But Han Sagun does not turn back or run away. Instead, he bends his knees and launches himself into the air with explosive force. Hector can only stare in complete disbelief as the young man he knows as Jin takes charge of the situation. He never imagined that this quiet stranger could move with such raw power and confidence. Han Sagun's expression turns cold and focused, with his predatory instincts fully taking over. He no longer seems like a lost boy trying to survive in the wilderness. In that moment, he looks like a natural disaster descending on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, his body blurs into the middle of the wolf pack, landing right where the danger is thickest and kicking off the fight for real. His eyes burn with a murderous red glint as he drops from above, swinging his blade toward the closest beast. The strike comes down with the kind of force that looks ready to send that monster straight back to its ancestors. These monsters are far too arrogant to understand the danger in front of them. Even with death falling toward their faces, they do not retreat. Instead, they raise their limbs to meet the attack head-on, as if their flesh could somehow overpower cold, sharpened steel. Han Sagun brings his massive blade down in a clean vertical arc, cutting straight through one of the monsters with terrifying efficiency. Blood splashes across the grass as the beast is split apart and drops dead almost instantly. The remaining wolves freeze for a moment, stunned by how suddenly one of their own has been slaughtered. Hector stands there just as speechless, his crossbow almost forgotten as he watches that impossible strength unfold before his eyes. The surviving monsters begin to back away, their savage growls turning into low, frightened whimpers. They finally understand that the balance has shifted, and they are no longer the predators controlling this clearing. Among them, a massive beast covered in brown fur lets out a tense snarl, glaring at the new threat with a strange mix of rage and fear. It refuses to retreat just yet, and that makes it clear the real fight is only beginning. Hector's eyes open wide in pure disbelief as he witnesses something he never thought possible. A cold sweat forms across his forehead, and for a brief second, all he can do is silently pray while trying to process what he just saw. The reason for his shock is standing right there in the middle of the carnage. Han Sagun has just cleaved the lead werewolf in half with a single devastating slash, turning a monster that should have terrified hunters into a corpse on the ground. For a moment, Han Sagun stands perfectly still, his enemy's blood sliding down the edge of his weapon and dripping onto the grass below. Then his voice cuts through the heavy silence as he calls out to Hector. With a faint, almost mocking smile, Han Sagun asks if that creature was actually supposed to be strong. Blood marks his face, but he looks completely unfazed, as if he is calmly measuring the standards of this world rather than celebrating a hard-won victory. Hector, an old veteran with a thick white beard and years of survival carved into his face, stares back at him in disbelief. He cannot understand how this young man can so casually question the strength of a monster that most seasoned hunters would fear. The old man leans forward slightly, his expression turning completely serious. He confirms that the werewolf was incredibly powerful, making it clear that most ordinary people would never have survived against such a terrifying creature. Han Sagun takes in Hector's words with a cold, analytical look in his eyes. He does not seem impressed by the monster's reputation at all, only filing the information away as he prepares himself for whatever comes next. Then his attention shifts toward the forest, where the rest of the wolf pack is still waiting in the shadows. Instead of continuing the conversation with Hector, Han Sagun decides to deal with the remaining beasts first and ask questions later. The pack rushes forward all at once, teeth bared and eyes burning with feral hunger. These are not ordinary wolves by any stretch. They are demonic beasts ready to tear any human intruder apart, without the slightest hesitation. Han Sagun tightens his grip on his blade as that red glow returns to his eyes. He admits that 40 wolves could become troublesome if he lets his guard slip, but even facing those numbers, his expression remains calm. Rather than throwing himself into a reckless brawl, Han Sagun forms a plan in an instant. He decides to aim for the pack's second in command, knowing that if he crushes the one holding their morale together, the rest should break and scatter. His gaze sharpens as he locks onto one target among the many moving bodies. He is not simply looking for another kill, he is searching for the fastest and most efficient way to end the entire fight. And there it is. A huge red wolf standing near the front of the pack, far larger and more imposing than the others around it. This is the one keeping the rest of the wolves brave, and with its monstrous size and fierce presence, it looks like a nightmare given shape. A fierce wave of murderous intent rolls off Han Sagun as he sets his sights on that beast. For the wolf pack, this is starting to look less like a hunt and more like the beginning of a massacre. The giant red wolf snarls, its blue eyes wide and sharp with aggression. What it does not seem to realize is that, at that very moment, it has become the target of the most dangerous predator in the forest. Han Segun's red eyes flare as he waits for the pack to rush him together, already planning to cut them down one by one the moment they swarm in. But then, out of nowhere, the pack leader lowers its gaze. For a second, the whole situation feels strange, because it almost looks like this creature is seriously trying to abandon the fight. The smaller wolves freeze in complete terror as they watch their leader turn away and bolt. Their confidence disappears instantly, as if the courage holding the pack together has been ripped out. Chaos breaks loose the moment the leader runs, leaving the rest of the wolves standing there with blank, stunned expressions. For a brief instant, they look less like bloodthirsty monsters and more like stuffed animals that have completely lost their command. The red wolf lets out a pathetic whimper as it flees, a humiliating sound for a beast that looked so menacing only moments earlier. All that aggression vanishes the second it realizes who it is facing. The forest fills with the sound of retreating whimpers as the entire pack disappears back into the shadows. Against 40 demonic beasts, Han Segun has claimed victory with nothing more than one devastating swing and the fear it created. Han Segun stands alone in the clearing, watching the pack run away with a flat, almost bored expression. It is clear from his face that once they chose to flee, he completely lost interest in chasing them down. Hector watches from the side, his jaw nearly dropping at what just happened. He cannot wrap his head around how those aggressive, fearless-looking wolves suddenly turned into frightened pups running for their lives. The old man realizes then that Han Segun is not simply a brute with overwhelming strength. He has an incredible sense for reading the battlefield, and by breaking the pack's confidence, he has won a fight that should have been impossible. The last wolf scrambles away and disappears into the thick brush, taking the danger with it. Soon, the clearing grows quiet again, leaving only the silence of the forest and the two men standing amid the aftermath. Later, the two of them arrive back at the small, sturdy wooden cabin, hidden deep in the wilderness. From the outside, it looks like a safe haven, though in a world like this, safety is always something fragile and uncertain. Back at the cabin, Hector spreads the werewolf hide out in front of him and explains that it could easily sell for around 40 gold coins. For someone who had just been trying to survive day by day, that kind of money was not just useful, it could completely change his life. Kim Woojin simply stares at the pelt, his expression blank because the value means almost nothing to him yet. Since he still has no real sense of this world's currency, he asks if 40 gold coins is actually considered a lot, trying to understand how important this hunt really was. Hector tells him that 40 gold coins would be enough for a person to live like royalty for 7 full years without needing to work at all. The moment Woojin hears that, this brutal world suddenly starts looking less like a nightmare and more like a place overflowing with opportunity. Woojin looks back at the werewolf's remains with genuine confusion in his eyes. To him, that monster had been nothing special, almost embarrassingly weak, yet somehow its hide and bounty were worth an amount of money that did not match its strength at all. A small grin slowly forms on his face as the realization sinks in. If monsters this unimpressive could be worth that much, then his future in this world might be far brighter than expected, filled with easy hunts and even easier gold. Woojin is already thinking ahead to his next payday. Whenever he starts running low on money, all he needs to do is track down more overvalued beasts like this, cut them down, and turn their remains into a fortune. Compared to the 12 years of brutal training and endless deaths he endured before, life in this nightmare world is strangely starting to feel manageable. While Woojin processes that thought, Hector begins packing supplies for him, including jerky, silver coins, and a pioneer map. Hector hands over the bundle of supplies, along with the valuable werewolf hide and a pouch filled with silver. For any hunter trying to make a name for himself beyond the forest, it is a solid starting kit and a surprisingly generous send-off. The old man points him toward Pioneer Village and tells him to find a man named Jacob once he gets there. According to Hector, Jacob should offer a fair price for a werewolf hide of that quality, especially one in such good condition. Woojin hesitates for a moment, clearly uncomfortable with accepting something so valuable without question. He asks if it is really all right for him to take it, but Hector does not seem even slightly attached to the money. Hector insists that the hide is nothing more than proper payment for the kill. The beast carried a personal grudge from his past, so seeing it dead brings him more satisfaction than any pile of gold coins ever could. The veteran hunter reaches out with his rough, weathered hand, offering one final gesture of respect. After all these years of carrying that resentment, he sincerely appreciates that Woojin gave him the revenge he could not achieve alone. Hector thanks Jin for settling that old grudge, his expression softer but still steady. He says he hopes their paths will cross again someday, even though in a world like this, simply staying alive long enough for a reunion is never guaranteed. The two men clasp hands firmly, sealing the end of their brief but meaningful partnership. In a land usually ruled by monsters, suspicion, and betrayal, that handshake becomes a rare moment of honest human connection. Woojin thanks the old man for everything and begins preparing to leave the cabin behind. With the map, supplies, and valuable hide now in his possession, he is ready to see what Pioneer Village has waiting for him. As the sun starts to sink, Hector's small cabin stands quietly in the clearing, surrounded by the dark forest. It served as a brief sanctuary for Woojin, but his real journey through this vast and dangerous world is only just beginning. With his gear strapped securely to his back, Woojin gives Hector a polite bow before setting out on his path. The old man watches him leave, likely wondering whether he will ever see that strangely talented young hunter again. Woojin soon disappears into the dense forest. Following the route marked on the map Hector gave him, the world ahead is filled with danger, but after everything he has survived, he looks ready to face whatever crawls out of the shadows. As he walks deeper along the path, a pair of eyes follows him from far away. Mutt, the red wolf from earlier, is perched high on a rock, silently tracking every move Woojin makes through the trees below. Mutt sits tall and still, its strange twin tails twitching slowly in the air behind it. It does not rush down to attack. Instead, it lets out a low sound while keeping its gaze locked on the human traveling beneath it. Up close, the wolf's blue eyes shine with an eerie intelligence as it bares its teeth in a quiet snarl. This is clearly no ordinary animal, and for some reason it seems deeply interested in continuing to follow Kim Woojin. After the fierce battle with the wolf pack and the long walk that followed, Kim Woojin, still going by Jin, finally reaches the outskirts of Pioneer Village. The settlement is surrounded by massive walls, clearly built to keep the nightmares of the forest from breaking in. Looking up at the towering wooden defenses, Woojin cannot help but feel impressed. This is the first real sign of human civilization he has seen since waking up in this terrifying world, and the sight alone makes the place feel important. At the village gates, security is extremely tight, with armed guards watching every stranger who approaches. They are not exactly welcoming, and their weapons make that very clear. But fortunately, Woojin manages to talk his way inside. As he steps through the muddy streets, Woojin quickly notices that this frontier town is better stocked than he expected. Still, something about the place feels wrong, with the air carrying a heavy mix of suspicion, tension, and barely restrained violence. Everywhere he turns, people are staring at him. These are not warm villagers greeting a traveler. They look more like hardened mercenaries, thugs, and desperate men who might slit someone's throat over a few coins if the chance appeared. Woojin keeps his guard up as he walks, fully aware that everyone around him is watching too closely. He is a complete stranger in a place that clearly distrusts outsiders, and here, being new is almost the same as painting a target on his back. He already understands that in a world crawling with demonic beasts, there is still one thing that can be even more dangerous than the monsters hiding in the woods. It is a lesson he has learned through brutal experience. That danger is other people. Human greed, betrayal, and desperation can be far deadlier than claws or fangs, especially in a frontier village where laws seem weak and everyone is looking out for themselves first. Following Hector's directions, Woojin eventually finds the local tavern. The sign above the door swings slightly and looks worn from age, but it is exactly the place he was told to visit if he wants to sell the werewolf hide. He pushes the doors open and steps into a room thick with the smell of cheap ale, sweat, and unwashed bodies. The place is loud, crowded, and rough around the edges, making it feel perfectly suited for the kind of man he has come to find. Woojin moves through the crowd without paying attention to the hostile looks thrown his way by the rowdy patrons. He is not here to make friends, drink, or start trouble. He has business to handle with one specific contact. He walks straight up to the bar and sets his heavy pack down on the counter with a solid thud. The man behind the bar barely even looks up at first. Simply offering him a cheap beer like Woojin is just another customer. Woojin has no interest in wasting time on small talk or alcohol. Leaning in slightly, he asks the bartender if he knows where to find a man named Jacob, because he has some business that needs to be handled. The bartender pauses what he is doing, and his eyes shift toward a nearby patron sitting close to Jin. Almost at once, the customers around them grow strangely quiet, as if everyone senses that something interesting is about to happen at the bar. As it turns out, the fruit-munching man sitting nearby is exactly the person Woojin came looking for. Jacob introduces himself with a slick, greasy grin, and just from that expression alone, Woojin immediately pegs him as the type of professional scammer who cannot be trusted. Woojin tells the creep that Hector sent him, explaining that the old man said Jacob would pay a fair price for a high-quality werewolf hide. He keeps his words simple, watching closely to see how the man reacts. The instant Jacob hears the words werewolf hide, he nearly jumps out of his seat. He looks stunned, as if he cannot believe an old-timer like Hector actually managed to bring down such a valuable monster. Jacob starts unrolling the massive hide, and his eyes practically shine like gold coins the moment he sees it. Woojin does not bother correcting him about who really killed the beast, because all he cares about is getting paid properly. Jacob is completely mesmerized by the quality of the pelt. A werewolf hide like this is worth a fortune, and from the greedy look spreading across his face, it is obvious the gears in his head are already turning. He keeps muttering about how the old man finally pulled it off, clearly assuming Hector was the one behind the kill. In Jacob's mind, there is no way a young, scrawny-looking kid like Woojin could have hunted down a beast like this himself. A nasty grin slowly spreads across the scammer's face as he thinks he has just hit the jackpot. He assumes Woojin is nothing more than a delivery boy, someone easy to intimidate and rob of a valuable hide without paying a single coin. Jacob laughs and pretends to praise Hector's skill, but his real plan is obvious from the smug look on his face. He intends to keep every coin for himself, not realizing he is playing with fire by trying to cheat the wrong person. Right then, a group of huge thugs step out from the shadows and move to surround Woojin. The setup is painfully obvious now. The tavern owner has no intention of doing honest business and is planning to rob him in broad daylight. Woojin's expression turns cold as he looks at the men closing in around him. After 12 years of hellish training, tavern thugs like these do not scare him in the slightest, so he stands his ground and calmly asks what they think they are doing. Jacob throws the massive werewolf hide over his shoulders with a smug, shameless grin. He steals the loot right in front of Woojin and tells him to get lost if he wants to live, acting like the matter is already settled. Kim Woojin, still using the name Jin, realizes his instincts about Jacob were completely right. This man is a full-blown scammer, and although Hector trusted him enough to give a recommendation, that trust has clearly been thrown in the dirt. Jacob simply smirks and calls his blatant theft a kind of investment. He claims that supplying Hector all this time has cost him money, so taking the werewolf hide is only a way to settle what he believes he is owed. Creep clutches the valuable hide as if it already belongs to him, insisting that he needs it to cover his previous losses. He clearly sees Woojin as some harmless delivery kid, someone who will back down the moment things turn threatening. As Woojin watches Jacob gloat, a dangerous red glow begins to flare in his eyes. For one brief moment, his patience thins to almost nothing, and he seriously considers whether ending the man right here would be the simplest solution. He tightened his hand into a hard fist, forcing himself to hold back the rage boiling in his chest. Woojin was furious, no doubt about it. But even then, he still wasn't fully sure whether taking a life over a single piece of fur was the choice he should make right now. Then, without even the slightest warning, Jacob hurled his beer straight into Woojin's face. The ale splashed across his eyes, hair, and clothes, turning the whole thing into an open insult meant to shame him in front of everyone and end the conversation in the most humiliating way possible. Jacob sneered at him and told him not to try acting clever, ordering him to get lost already. In his mind, he really believed he could throw beer in Woojin's face, steal a fortune from him, and still walk away laughing while trampling all over the kid's pride. Woojin stayed completely silent, standing there while the cheap ale ran down from his soaked hair and dripped from his chin. He didn't answer, didn't shout, and didn't move, but the air inside the tavern suddenly changed, growing so heavy that the room itself seemed to go cold. And he slowly rose from his stool, his back still turned toward the scammer behind him. Jacob was too busy smiling and enjoying his own little victory to understand that, with that one insult, he had just crossed the final line and marked his own end. Around him, the tavern thugs began moving in closer, spreading out with their weapons already drawn. Their blades and clubs were ready in their hands, and they clearly thought they had Woojin completely surrounded. They were expecting a fast, easy robbery, the kind where one scared kid would crumble under pressure. But instead, Woojin simply stood up and walked straight toward the door, calm enough to leave everyone in the tavern staring in stunned silence. Jacob mistook that silence for surrender and broke into a smug grin, calling it a smart decision. He truly believed that the sight of his hired thugs closing in was more than enough to make anyone lower their head and walk away without daring to fight back. But then Jacob noticed something that made his smile stiffen. The expression on Woojin's face wasn't fear at all. It was cold, empty, and dangerously calm, and the tavern owner's smug confidence began to crack as he finally sensed that he had misread everything. In the next instant, Woojin exploded into motion, lifting a massive cabinet with terrifying strength before slamming it hard against the exit. The heavy wood crashed into place and blocked the way out, and the thunderous impact rang through the tavern like the signal that the real fight had begun. Woojin turned his head just slightly, looking back over his shoulder as he called out to Jacob one last time. His voice was frighteningly calm, and that quiet tone made the entire situation feel even more suffocating for everyone trapped inside. He didn't tremble, didn't hesitate, and didn't show even the smallest hint of panic. Instead, he told Jacob that if he had really planned to scam him, he should have aimed straight for the neck instead of relying on some cowardly little backstab. Jacob froze for a second, stunned by the sheer nerve of this kid standing in front of him. Then his face twisted with anger, and he immediately barked orders at his men, shouting that this brat clearly didn't value his life enough to keep his mouth shut. The thugs rushed forward all at once, roaring as their footsteps pounded across the tavern floor. Weapons came swinging from every direction, each one thrown with full force as they tried to crush Woojin right there before he could make another move. One thug lunged at him with a wild, reckless swing, but Woojin only watched him approach with dull, almost bored eyes. In that moment, he understood perfectly that cutting down trash like this wouldn't leave even the smallest trace of guilt behind. Then, in a flash so quick it nearly vanished from sight, Woojin drew his blade. Since these men were so eager to gamble with their lives, he decided he would gladly teach them exactly what kind of price came with that choice. Clang, his blade snapped upward with a clean, effortless flick, parrying a deadly strike in the blink of an eye. The move was so smooth and precise that he made blocking a killing blow look almost laughably easy. One of the thugs froze on the spot, his eyes widening as the truth hit him far too late. This kid wasn't just a little stronger than expected. He was on a completely different level, and the thug barely had time to shout about it before danger closed in. Wu Jin's eyes locked onto his next target, glowing with a sharp red intent that cut through the chaos. He was no longer just protecting himself from their attacks. He was calmly taking the entire room apart, one enemy at a time, with chilling efficiency. Blood splashed across the wooden floor as Wu Jin's blade tore through with a brutal slash. He moved so fast that the thug only had one fleeting moment to realize the truth, that this kid wasn't just powerful, he was far too quick. And by the time that thought formed, his body was already falling. A hulking thug stepped in next, swinging a heavy axe straight down toward Wu Jin's head. To the rest of the gang, it looked like a perfect killing blow, the kind that would end everything instantly and leave them with both the hide and the prize. The axe smashed into the floorboards with enough force to splinter the wood, but Wu Jin was already gone from that spot. In the next breath, he appeared behind the thugs, steadying his stance, as if he was preparing to tear this entire tavern scam apart for good. There were simply too many of them rushing in at once, before cutting them down one by one. Wu Jin needed to break their rhythm and stop their momentum, so his hand reached out for whatever heavy object he could use next. With one massive heave, Wu Jin flipped a heavy table straight into one of the attackers. The thick wood slammed into the thug with a violent crack, splintering on impact and sending the man flying backward through the chaos. One of Jacob's lackeys could only stare in absolute horror as the table came crashing down toward him. His face twisted in panic, and with barely enough time to react, he managed to scream out one desperate curse. As the man struggled beneath the table Wu Jin had just thrown at him, he raised his head with shaking eyes. But the moment he looked up, all he saw was a cold flash of steel hanging right above him. Wu Jin didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. His blade cut through his opponents with icy precision, sending blood spraying across the wrecked tavern, as he handled these thugs no differently from the wolves he had slaughtered before. His eyes burned with that terrifying red glow, sharp and merciless in the dim tavern light. At that moment, Wu Jin didn't look like someone merely trying to survive anymore. He looked like the predator standing at the very top of the food chain. Jacob was completely losing his mind as he watched the massacre unfold in front of him. Sweat poured down his face in thick streams, and every scream in the tavern made his confidence crumble even further. By now, the tavern had turned into a complete wreck, with broken furniture, shattered wood, and fallen bodies scattered everywhere. Jacob screamed that nobody could possibly take on the mafia alone. But Wu Jin was already cutting down the remaining thugs, as if those words meant nothing. Only then did Jacob finally understand that they had picked a fight with the wrong man. His thoughts spiraled into pure panic, and the fear of dying a meaningless death in some cheap tavern brawl hit him harder than any punch. Wu Jin slipped away from a clumsy strike with nothing more than a simple pivot of his body. After 12 years of nightmare-like training, these men looked painfully slow to him, as if they were crawling through the fight in front of his eyes. Drove in a heavy blow that sent another thug staggering back, barely able to stay on his feet. It wasn't only raw power behind Wu Jin's movements, but the ruthless efficiency of someone who had spent years mastering how to survive. With another sharp fluid motion, Wu Jin cut down the next attacker before the man could even regain his balance. The tavern was quickly turning into a graveyard for Jacob's greed, his arrogance, and the poorly trained goons he had trusted. Standing among the fallen bodies and broken furniture, Wu Jin looked completely untouched by the fear around him. His red eyes pierced through the tavern shadows, making it painfully clear that the most dangerous thing in this town was not the mafia, it was him. He remained there in the middle of the wreckage. Blood smeared across his face and clothes, yet his expression stayed perfectly cold. Anyone seeing him like that would understand instantly that this was not the kind of person you ever tried to scam. After watching his entire crew get torn apart in a matter of seconds, Jacob finally snapped completely. His voice cracked as he screamed for everyone to run, realizing far too late that his so-called investment had become a death trap. The scammer and the few thugs still able to move scrambled desperately toward the exit. At that point, none of them cared about the werewolf hide or the money anymore. All they wanted was to escape the monster they had awakened. They smashed through doors and hurled themselves out through windows in a frantic attempt to get away. Behind them, the tavern fell into a strange silence, broken only by splintering wood, ragged breaths, and the aftermath of the violence. Outside, Jacob collapsed onto the ground, gasping hard as if every breath might be his last. He looked back toward the tavern with terror still written across his face, believing for one brief moment that he had finally escaped the nightmare inside. But when Jacob lifted his gaze, all the color drained from his face again. Something new was standing before him, something so terrifying that his heart seemed to stop for a beat. A massive red wolf had entered the village, baring its teeth and snarling at anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. The villagers immediately fell into chaos, screaming and scattering in every direction at the sight of the beast. The beast slowly advanced toward the trembling Jacob, closing the distance while he cowered on the ground. At the same time, Woojin leapt out from behind, and Jacob's already miserable day was about to become even worse. The red wolf towered over Jacob, its glowing eyes fixed directly on the scammer as if he were prey. Woojin stepped out from the tavern behind them, watching the strange scene unfold with a faintly curious look on his face. Woojin tilted his head slightly, wondering why this particular monster had shown up here of all places. That striking red fur and those sharp predatory features were far too distinct for him to mistake. In his mind, the image of the wolf that had bolted away a few days earlier flashed back all at once. The same fur, the same presence, and the same desperate escape came rushing into his memory. Woojin realized that this was the very same scout wolf from before. It had followed him all the way back to the village, but seeing it again didn't surprise him so much as make his expression turn even colder. Kim Woojin stared the beast down without flinching, his eyes cold and ready for another fight at any second. Then he asked in a chilling voice whether the creature had really come all this way just to die as well. Strangely enough, the wolf seemed to understand exactly what he had said. Its fierce expression vanished in an instant, leaving it frozen in place with a blank, startled look, like a deer caught directly in blinding headlights. Then something happened that nobody could have expected. Instead of lunging forward to attack, the massive red wolf suddenly rolled onto its back in front of Woojin and began whimpering helplessly, acting less like a savage monster and more like a lost puppy begging for mercy. The creature suddenly began panting hard, its tongue hanging out as its tail whipped back and forth like crazy. It looked so obedient that Woojin could only stand there in stunned silence, trying to figure out what had happened to this supposedly terrifying monster. Instead of attacking, the wolf kept putting on that strange little mutt act, rolling across the ground and breathing excitedly like it wanted praise. The whole thing looked so absurd that even the thugs hiding in fear could only stare, completely unable to say a word. Jacob's thugs were left utterly confused by what they were seeing. A moment ago, they had been bracing themselves for a brutal slaughter, but now this demonic beast was acting like some friendly golden retriever running around in a park. Woojin lowered his gaze toward the huge monster rolling around in front of him, his face caught somewhere between disbelief and annoyance. He just couldn't accept that a savage forest hunter was behaving this shamelessly, like a desperate little street dog begging for attention. The wolf kept breathing excitedly as it stared up at him, its eyes wide and strangely pleading. Then a new idea slowly crossed Woojin's mind, and he began to wonder if this monster wasn't scared of him at all, but actually trying to show loyalty. Without saying a single word at first, Woojin simply raised his arm and pointed straight toward the remaining scammers. That one silent gesture alone was enough to make both the men and the beast freeze for a second, unsure of what was about to happen. Wanting to see whether this strange loyalty was real or just another weird act, Woojin kept his finger aimed at the thugs. Then he looked directly into the wolf's eyes and gave it one short, simple order. Bite. The moment that command left his mouth, the wolf's playful behavior disappeared completely. Its eyes flashed with a cold blue glow, its tail snapped stiff, and the hidden predator inside it finally began to rise to the surface. With a roar that shook the air, the beast launched itself forward. Its body shot across the ground like a streak of lightning, heading straight for the thugs who had tried to trick its new master only moments earlier. The tavern thugs had no chance to react. One of them screamed so loudly it cut through the whole area as the enormous red wolf slammed him to the ground, pinning him beneath its weight, while its fangs gleamed right above him. In the next instant, the beast's shadow tore into its prey, turning the village path into a horrifying mess. Blood splashed across the dirt, and that so-called mutt proved exactly why creatures like it were feared deep inside the forest. As the brutal scene unfolded in front of him, Woojin didn't look shaken in the slightest. Instead, a faint, satisfied smile tugged at his mouth, and he calmly remarked that this whole display was actually pretty nice to watch. The scammer Jacob gasped in pure terror as he lifted his head. Mutt was now standing over him, its massive body blocking the light and casting a dark shadow that told the man his turn had finally come. Mutt didn't hesitate even for a heartbeat. It ripped through Jacob's lackeys with ruthless speed, spraying blood across the dirt as it cleaned up the trash who had thought they could surround and ambush Woojin. Shaking uncontrollably and drenched in cold sweat, the creep finally understood that he was the only one left alive. Panic swallowed him whole as his eyes darted around, desperately searching for some way to crawl out of this nightmare. Kim Woojin looked down at him with eyes so cold they seemed completely empty of forgiveness. He was no longer the weak pushover from his old life, and the hard look on his face made it clear he had no intention of playing nice anymore. The man immediately threw himself flat against the ground, pressing his body low as he begged for mercy. But inside, he was still sneering at Jin like he was an idiot, convinced that a few fake tears and a pathetic apology would be enough to keep him alive. The creep clenched his teeth while hiding his real thoughts behind an act of regret. In his mind, all he had to do was survive this moment, wait for Jin to drop his guard, and then find the perfect chance to get revenge later. All of a sudden, a heavy sword crashed into the ground right in front of the man's face. The force of the impact shook the dirt beneath him, and the scammer jolted so hard it looked like his soul nearly jumped out of his body. Jin leaned closer, his shadow stretching over the man's trembling figure. The air around him grew thick with killing intent as his grip tightened around his weapon, making it clear that this ugly little act was almost over. Disgust on Jin's face was impossible to hide as he watched the man grovel. He could see straight through those lies, and it reminded him far too clearly of all the people back in Korea who had taken advantage of him again and again. A dark red light flickered in Jin's eyes as a faint smirk appeared on his face. He already knew exactly what this man was planning, and this time he had no intention of letting anyone treat him like an easy target. And Jin's mind was pulled back into a memory from his old life. In a plain, lifeless office, he sat across from his boss and apologized again and again for problems that had never even been his fault, all because he needed to survive. His factory manager sat there with a casual attitude, brushing off Jin's worries about his unpaid salary like they were nothing. The man even had the nerve to ask if Jin understood how difficult things were for the company, while completely ignoring the workers suffering under him. Back then, Jin had been far too soft-hearted for his own good. Instead of pushing back, he forced a smile and accepted the excuse, believing that if he stayed patient and worked hard, he would eventually receive the money he had earned. But that kindness turned out to be a terrible mistake. 1 week of delay quietly stretched into months of waiting, and all the while, Jin had to struggle through each day just to keep food on the table. One day, Jin walked into the office again to ask for his missing pay. But when he arrived, he found the factory manager casually practicing his golf swing, completely relaxed, as if his employees weren't barely scraping by. The manager shot him an irritated look, calling him a punk just for interrupting his little practice session. From the way he spoke, it was painfully obvious that he had no respect at all for the person actually doing the work. Then the jerk started twisting the situation around, saying they all needed to stick together during hard times. He made Jin look selfish, just for asking for the salary he had earned, treating him like a fool who would keep taking abuse without fighting back. Back in the present, Jin stood over the scammer as those bitter memories weighed heavily in his chest. Living from one desperate month to the next had been miserable, and he had already decided he would never return to that kind of life. Jin turned his back on the creep and said he had learned one important lesson from everything he went through. The scammer's eyes widened at once, thinking he had found an opening, and his hand slowly reached for the hidden weapon he had been keeping close. The man's expression twisted into something ugly and murderous. The fake tears vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold desire to kill the very person who had just appeared to show him mercy. A nasty grin spread across his face as he convinced himself that the advantage was finally his. In his mind, Jin was just another naive kid who had made the worst possible mistake by turning his back too soon. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the scammer lunged forward and pulled out a hidden dagger. He aimed straight for Jin's exposed back, planning to end everything with one dirty, cowardly strike. The man screamed wildly as he threw himself into the attack, certain that his blade was about to land. What he didn't understand was that Jin had been expecting this exact move from the very beginning. Jin's eyes burned red as he slipped away from the strike with almost no effort. There was no surprise on his face at all, because every move this piece of trash made had already been predicted. Catching the man in the middle of his swing, Jin stared him down with open contempt. His voice turned cold as he pointed out that scammers always pretend to be victims right before they try to kill you. Kim Woo-jin's gaze stayed icy as he prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, he made it clear that there was no space left inside him for mercy, regret, or any more pointless hesitation. The unknown scammer's face twisted with pure fear as the truth finally hit him. His cheap manipulation, fake begging, and dirty tricks had all run out of time, and there was no luck left to save him. Blood sprayed across the grass as Woo-jin struck with deadly precision. Before the coward could even think about begging again, the threat was already cut down and brought to an end. The aftermath was gruesome. The man who had tried to play Jin for a fool was now lying in the woods, as nothing more than another blood-soaked corpse among the dirt and trees. Jin looked down at the bloody mess below him, his eyes still glowing with that dangerous red light. In that quiet moment, he was making a firm promise to himself that would not be broken. Standing tall above the fallen trash, Jin decided he was finished being the convenient pushover everyone could step on. From this point forward, there would be no more gentle smiles and no more playing nice. Once that bloody matter was finally settled, Jin turned his attention away from the corpses. There was no reason to linger there any longer, because another problem still needed to be handled. Mutt was still lingering around the campsite, watching him closely with a small bag clamped firmly between its teeth. Jin noticed the strange offering right away, and wondered what the beast wanted from him now. The enormous wolf walked over and dropped the heavy bag right at Jin's feet. From the way it behaved, the clever creature seemed to be trying to win his favor, almost as if it were paying for a place beside him. When Jin checked inside, the bag turned out to be packed with shimmering gold coins. Apparently, even the monsters in this strange world understood the value of offering a proper tribute. Kim Woo-jin was honestly caught off guard for a moment. He had never expected a terrifying demonic beast, especially one that had just slaughtered several men, to act so much like a loyal pet dog. He looked at the big guy and asked if it really wanted to come along with him. The moment Mutt reacted with obvious excitement, Jin got his answer without needing to hear a single word. The giant wolf happily pressed itself against him, nuzzling into Jin like an overjoyed puppy. It was almost hard to believe this was the same terrifying predator that had just finished tearing through a group of men. Jin looked down at the enormous new companion standing beside him, and for the first time, the sharpness in his expression eased just a little. After everything that had happened, having a beast this powerful at his side might actually turn out to be a pretty good deal. He slowly reached out and placed his hand on the clever creature's head, giving it a calm, gentle pat. With that simple gesture, Jin accepted both the bag of tribute and the beast's complete loyalty, as if sealing their strange new bond. Then Jin told Mutt that from this point on, they might as well try to get along. And just like that, this ridiculous but powerful duo was officially formed, ready to step forward together into whatever came next. With the bloody forest fading behind them, the story moved toward a new place entirely. Beyond the trees and wilderness, the wide rooftops and busy streets of a nearby pioneer city began to come into view. Not long after, time slipped by quickly, and the pale morning light slowly broke through the clouds. The warm glow of a brand new day spread across the sky, marking a fresh start for Jin after the chaos of the night before. For the first time in what felt like forever, Jin opened his eyes while lying in an actual bed. Nearby Mutt was already awake, stretched out comfortably across the floor like it had always belonged there. Jin couldn't help letting a small smirk appear on his face, after all the danger, blood, and exhaustion he had endured. That was easily the deepest and most peaceful sleep he had gotten since being trapped in this nightmare world years ago. He sat up and stretched out his stiff, aching muscles, while Mutt let out a loud yawn beside him. The morning felt so clear and refreshing that, for a brief moment, Jin almost felt light enough to fly. Later, outside near the stream, Jin began the unpleasant work of cleaning himself up. He knelt by the cold, running water and scrubbed away the dried blood, dirt, and grime clinging to his torn, travel-worn clothes. He splashed water over his face and wiped it from his eyes, revealing the scarred body beneath. Every deep mark across his skin was proof of the 12 brutal years he had spent surviving in the demonic world. As Kim Woo-jin washed the blood from his sleeves, the weight of what had happened finally settled in. This time, the enemies he killed were not monsters or beasts, but real humans, his first human kills since arriving in this merciless world. But when he stared down at his own hands, Jin realized something unsettling. There was no guilt twisting inside him, not even a little, because to him those lowlifes felt no different from the monsters he had been hunting all this time. Kim Woo-jin gazed into his reflection on the surface of the stream, silently questioning the emptiness in his heart. He wondered if he was only excusing what he had done because those men had been nothing but scum. Then he remembered the fierce rush that had surged through him during the fight. It had not felt like simple survival at all. It was that same dark thrill he always felt when tracking and cutting down dangerous monsters in the wild. Clutching his chest, Jin could sense something deep inside him shifting in a way he could not ignore. The scars covering his body stood as visible reminders of a life shaped by endless battles, pain, and the constant need to survive. He lowered his eyes to his hand and slowly understood that the person he used to be was fading piece by piece. This nightmare of a world was changing him, carving him into someone colder, sharper, and far more efficient. With a red glow burning in his eyes, Jin briefly wondered if this world was cursing him from the inside out. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, deciding that in the end, staying alive for one more day was all that truly mattered. As the scenery changed, Jin prepared himself for the next stage of his life in this world. He had no intention of repeating the miserable existence he once endured in Korea, where he was used, drained, and tossed aside. With the massive Mutt traveling alongside him, Jin headed towards civilization. He swore that he would never again live as some convenient pushover, and from now on he would chase a life filled with real comfort, wealth, and freedom. Hidden beneath the shade of his hood, Jin's expression stayed firm and determined. He was not wasting his energy fearing the future anymore. For now, he simply wanted to enjoy the present as someone who had survived. At last, the towering walls of the 5th pioneer city rose into view ahead of him. Jin already knew his first priority once he arrived: sell the valuable pelt he had dragged all the way through the dangerous wilderness. Before stepping through the gates, Jin told Mutt to stay close, but keep itself hidden from sight. He knew very well that walking into the heart of the city with a demonic beast beside him would only create needless trouble. Jin entered the busy city streets, moving through crowds of ordinary people, merchants and children, as if he were just another traveler. From the chronicles he had read, he remembered that monster bounties had to be handled through the local Order Alliance. As he made his way toward the Alliance, a random thought crossed his mind. Maybe Mutt was a little too rough of a name for such a useful companion, but honestly it was simple, short, and easy to remember. Soon, Jin arrived in front of a grand building crowned with tall towers and white domes. This was the Order Alliance headquarters, the place where hunters could finally turn dangerous kills and hard-earned trophies into real money. Inside the building, the Order Alliance clerk was stuck in the middle of an incredibly dull day, yawning and stretching behind his desk. He had no clue that a hunt valuable enough to shake up his routine was about to come through the door. Jin walked up to the counter while carrying his huge, heavy bundle with him. The clerk barely lifted his head before asking, in a tired and uninterested tone, what had brought this traveler to the Alliance today. Without wasting words, Jin dropped the enormous pelt right onto the counter. The weight of it landed with a heavy thud, making the wooden surface groan and finally snapping the sleepy young clerk out of his boredom. Jin stated his purpose plainly, telling the official that he was there to collect a monster bounty. He stood there calmly, carrying himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had faced far worse things than paperwork. At first, the clerk barely gave the trophy a serious glance and dismissed it as some ordinary dog skin. He even warned Jin not to waste the Alliance staff's time with childish pranks in a place like this. But the moment the clerk leaned closer for a proper look, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His words died halfway out of his mouth as he realized the texture, thickness, and quality of the fur were nothing like any common animal hide. The clerk began scrambling over the counter in a panic, his face going pale as he checked the hide again and again. Then he shouted in disbelief, finally recognizing the massive trophy as a rare and incredibly valuable werewolf pelt. Sweat gathered across the clerk's forehead as he looked back at Jin with a completely different attitude. His voice shook as he asked whether this unknown traveler had really managed to hunt down a beast like that by himself. Jin stayed perfectly calm and answered with a simple confirmation. He had caught the monster earlier, and now that the dangerous work was done, all he wanted was the payment he had earned. Once the initial shock passed, Jin was guided into a grand private room to wait. He took a seat at a massive table, looking strangely out of place among the expensive furniture and polished surroundings. After some time, the guild official finally appeared with a heavy bag in hand and apologized for keeping him waiting. Apparently, confirming a werewolf pelt was not something they could rush, especially when the reward involved such a large sum of money. The official placed the pouch on the table with a solid, weighty thud. Inside was a pile of gold coins, the huge payout for Woojin's first major hunt in this dangerous new world. Kim Woojin stared at the heavy bag of gold sitting right in front of him, quietly calculating its value. With this much money, he realized he could probably live an extremely lazy and comfortable life for at least 6 or 7 years. When he opened the pouch and looked inside, the sight of all those shimmering coins stirred something strange in him. His body trembled, but it was nothing like the adrenaline rush that came from battle or hunting. Jin let a few of the gold coins slide through his fingers, watching them glint as a small smirk formed on his lips. At that moment, he finally understood just how wonderful it felt to have real money in this world. Just as Jin was quietly enjoying the weight of his new fortune, the Order Alliance official spoke up again, this time with a nervous edge in his voice. Jin turned his eyes toward him, wondering what the man could possibly want now. The official leaned forward carefully and asked whether Jin might be interested in accepting another special request. He admitted that there was a serious matter he wanted to entrust to such a capable monster hunter. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated the offer back to him. The idea of another request immediately caught his attention, because if there was more gold involved, he definitely was not going to ignore it. The official let out a heavy sigh before explaining the problem. A dangerous monster had recently appeared at a nearby quarry, and its presence was creating a serious headache for both the city administration and the workers who depended on that place. Because of that beast, the laborers were now too terrified to set foot inside the quarry. That meant no one could mine bloodstone, and without that supply moving, money was no longer circulating properly throughout the entire Pioneer City. The official painted the situation as something truly grim, saying the whole city was already approaching ruin. According to the rumors, this monster was far stronger and much more dangerous than an ordinary forest werewolf. Even with all that danger hanging over the request, the official looked at Jin with a faint spark of hope. He said he believed that a warrior skilled enough to bring in a werewolf pelt might actually be able to handle the terrifying beast alone. Jin remained calm as he listened, then asked for the exact details of the problem. Before agreeing to any new dangerous job, he wanted to know precisely what kind of monster he would be facing. The official finally revealed the creature's name, the Mad Skull. He explained that the Order Alliance had placed an enormous bounty of 70 gold coins on the head of this vicious, bone-masked, demonic beast. The moment Jin heard that name, his body froze for the briefest instant. He recognized the Mad Skull immediately from the ancient survival chronicles he had read, especially because of its infamous ferocity and nearly impossible to break defense. The name instantly dragged a memory out of the depths of Jin's mind. He had already crossed paths with that beast once before, back during those long, agonizing 12 years when every day in this nightmare world had been a fight just to stay alive. What stood out most in his memory was the creature's gigantic skull, a bone-hard fortress that worked like a natural shield. That pale, mask-like structure covering its head was so unbelievably tough that an ordinary iron weapon could barely even leave a proper mark on it. And that skull was only part of the problem. The Mad Skull was violently aggressive, with a level of raw durability and physical strength that made a regular werewolf look almost harmless by comparison. Jin immediately understood why the local hunters were having such a hard time with it. The first time he fought one, it took him an entire month to finally bring it down, and most of that nightmare came from dying 28 times before he succeeded. The official watched Jin's reaction closely, his voice shaking just enough to betray his nerves. He needed a real answer, so he asked whether Jin truly believed he could subdue a creature as deadly and legendary as the Mad Skull. Jin didn't respond right away. He stayed perfectly still for a long moment, letting the silence stretch across the room while he weighed the danger of the hunt against the massive reward waiting on the other side. At last, Jin's eyes lit up with a brilliant red glow, and a confident grin slowly spread across his face. Just like that, he accepted the challenge, deciding that the mad skull would be the next prey in his hunt. Kim Woo-jin soon arrived at the layered quarry known as the mine. Heavy machinery sat scattered across the industrial site, but the place itself was wrapped in a chilling silence that made the empty stone paths feel even more dangerous. Jin moved along the rocky ridges, remembering the rumors about the quarry shutting down because of the mad skull. To him, this wasn't just some frightening story. He knew exactly how dangerous that monster was because he had faced it before. The gloomy air hanging over the mine was enough to make most people turn around and run. But for Jin, that creepy pressure felt painfully familiar, almost like another normal workday, though he had no intention of staying there longer than necessary. He stepped deeper into the heart of the site, hoping to finish the hunt as quickly as possible. In Jin's world, wasting time could get you killed, and he had no plans to burn daylight in a place this miserable. Just as Jin began searching the area, a voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. A huge figure stood there in the dimness, watching every move he made with a strange mix of curiosity and careful professional caution. The man revealed himself as Jonathan, captain of the Black Marlin mercenaries. With a relaxed attitude, he told Jin to wait his turn, saying that his team had arrived first and was already prepared to handle the hunt. Jin glanced back at him, clearly unimpressed by the idea of lining up politely for a monster kill. After surviving 12 years in a hellish world, the only rule he knew was simple. Whoever killed it first claimed the prize. Jonathan only grinned, trying to keep the mood calm even under Jin's cold stare. He didn't seem eager to start a fight. He was just trying to keep control of the hunting ground his group had already occupied. Then the captain suddenly switched his approach and invited Jin to join their team instead. In his mind, working together would make things faster, and behind him his squad of prepared mercenaries stood ready like proof that they knew what they were doing. Jin quietly weighed his options, knowing that standing around until they finished would only waste precious time. He didn't want to get tangled up in a fight with humans, but he also had no intention of walking away from the reward. In the end, Jin decided that joining the mercenaries might actually be the smartest move. Sure, it meant splitting the payout, but it also meant finishing the job without creating unnecessary trouble with other hunters. Even after agreeing in his head, Jin wasn't foolish enough to completely drop his guard. After dealing with so many backstabbing scumbags, he knew better than anyone how quickly people could turn on each other when money and danger were involved. Jin kept a firm grip on his sword and asked Jonathan why he would even want help from a stranger. The captain already had plenty of men with him, so this sudden offer felt just suspicious enough to make Jin cautious. Jonathan laughed casually and admitted that he always valued safety more than showing off. To him, having an extra strong fighter meant lowering the risk, even if it also meant sharing the final reward with a lone wanderer. Then Jonathan looked Jin straight in the eye and said he could tell he was strong. The mercenary captain seemed to have a sharp instinct for reading people, and something about Jin's presence clearly screamed high-level hunter. Jin noticed that Jonathan had started speaking to him more respectfully, which told him these mercenaries naturally bowed their tone towards strength. Still keeping his guard up, he asked what made Jonathan so sure he was powerful. The answer turned out to be the massive wolf following him. While the men were talking, Claire had already found Mutt and was happily pampering the beast as if it were nothing more than an oversized house pet. Claire could barely hide her amazement, pointing out that wolf-type monsters were known for being fiercely independent and nearly impossible to tame. Seeing one act so friendly around a human was enough to shock the entire group. Jin stared in disbelief, wondering when Mutt had even slipped out of hiding. He had clearly told the wolf to stay out of sight, but apparently that simple instruction had gone straight over the beast's head. And the reason for Mutt's betrayal was painfully obvious. High-quality cooked meat. Claire was feeding him food so good that even Jin hadn't tasted anything like it, and the wolf's fierce loyalty was crumbling instantly in front of a few delicious snacks. Mutt no longer seemed to care about dignity, pride, or looking like a terrifying beast. His entire focus was locked onto the tasty meat, until one sharp look from Jin made him break into a nervous cold sweat. For a moment, it seemed the bond between master and beast finally managed to win against pure hunger. Mutt dropped the meat right away and straightened himself up, acting as obediently as a loyal puppy caught doing something wrong. The giant wolf turned back toward Jin with eyes full of submission and loyalty, as if begging to be forgiven on the spot. The sudden change was so dramatic that everyone around them was left staring in stunned silence. Jin was completely speechless. This clueless beast actually seemed to think the two of them were on the same level, even trying to share that dirty piece of meat with him like they were equals. But after so many long days of wandering through the wilderness, sleeping outside, and surviving on whatever scraps he could find, that piece of meat in front of Jin began to shine in his eyes like a feast served to royalty. Jin swallowed hard, and a bead of sweat slid down his face as he stared at the food. His body was reacting before his pride could stop it, overwhelmed by a craving he hadn't been able to satisfy in years. He kept looking at the meat on the ground, silently wondering when he had last eaten a proper meal. Surviving in the nightmare world meant forcing down monster meat and whatever else he could find, but this smelled like actual heaven. Jin's face twisted with conflict as he realized the wolf had just been eating that scrap off the dirt. His stomach was practically screaming at him to grab it, while his pride fought a desperate battle it was clearly starting to lose. His gloved hand slowly began to reach out, almost on its own. Inside his head, a silent war for human dignity was playing out, but after years of eating whatever trash kept him alive, the temptation was becoming way too powerful. Then, before Jin could fully surrender to hunger, Claire suddenly held out a fresh bundle of meat and asked if he was hungry. Behind her, Mutt loomed with the same eager energy, while Jin froze in complete shock. Jin stood there, stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at the kind girl in front of him. In a cutthroat world like this, he hadn't expected anyone to offer him something so precious without demanding anything in return. With soft light around her and feathers drifting through the air, Claire looked almost like a real goddess in Jin's eyes. Right then and there, he decided she was one of the rare people in this dangerous land he might actually be able to trust. After that, the group advanced deeper into the mine, their lanterns pushing back the darkness inside the rocky tunnels. Jonathan led the way with steady confidence, while Jin followed behind, still quietly processing the unexpected kindness he had just received. Jin took a bite of the meat, and the rich, savory spice hit him so hard it nearly blew his mind. Compared to the monster meat he had forced himself to swallow just to survive, this tasted like something from another world. As they continued walking, Claire turned back with a warm, friendly smile and realized they still hadn't properly introduced themselves. Before the dangerous hunt began, she seemed to want to close the distance between them at least a little. The captain introduced himself as Jonathan, leader of the Black Marlin mercenaries, while the girl gave her name as Claire. Compared to the reckless hunters Jin had seen before, the two of them carried themselves like a capable and professional pair. Jin hesitated for just a moment before introducing himself simply as Jin, choosing to keep his real name hidden. Jonathan accepted it easily and welcomed him to the team, telling him to ask if anything came up later. Jonathan flashed a confident grin, though Jin's serious tone seemed to catch him slightly off guard. For a brief moment he studied the lone hunter again, as if sensing that there was much more beneath that quiet exterior. At last, the group reached the bottom of the enormous quarry where the hunt would truly begin. Jonathan immediately took command, ordering his people to set up the nets and move into their assigned positions. The captain turned toward Claire and asked if she was ready to begin. She answered without the slightest hesitation, while Jin watched from the side, curious to see how these professional mercenaries actually handled a monster hunt. Suddenly, feathers began drifting through the air, making Jin's eyes sharpen in surprise. He watched the glowing particles float around them, feeling a strange and powerful energy begin to gather across the entire area. Claire rose with graceful movements as she opened a massive magic book that shone with brilliant light. Jin stared in complete awe because this was the first time he had ever seen real magic being performed right in front of him. A glowing magic circle appeared across the pages as Claire began chanting her incantation. In that moment, Jin realized he was seeing the same legendary power that had been mentioned in the chronicles he had read back in the other world. Claire gently closed her eyes and called for a blessing to fall upon the land in her own name. The air around her began to hum with a quiet building power, and as the spell took form, a soft light spread outward, wrapping everyone in its glow. She activated Feather Step, and in an instant pale white feathers drifted through the air while green energy circled around the entire group. Jin felt it immediately, as if the weight in his limbs had shifted and his body had become lighter than before. Jonathan felt the magic surge through his body, filling his muscles with fresh speed and strength. A grin crossed his face as he praised Claire's skill, clearly convinced that her support was first-rate and more than enough to face whatever was waiting in the mine. Claire quickly warned him that the effect would only hold for about 3 to 5 minutes. But Jonathan didn't look worried at all, simply rolling his shoulders and stretching his arms as the green aura around his body burned brighter. The captain stepped forward, his boots now shining with that magical energy as he prepared to make his move. He told everyone to stay alert and keep their positions while he went ahead to draw out their dangerous target. Then Jonathan burst into the quarry at incredible speed, moving to lure out the Mad Skull himself. Glowing feathers streamed behind him as he shot across the ground, moving far faster than any ordinary human should have been able to. Jin watched the captain's sudden burst of speed with a faint smirk on his face. He had to admit, seeing the magic work in real time was impressive, and the whole thing looked way cooler than he expected. As the magical feathers continued drifting around Claire, Jin found his eyes lingering on her for a moment. He couldn't help wondering whether one day in this dangerous world, he might also be able to learn how to control power like that. One of the mercenaries tightened his grip around his spear and shouted that they didn't have time to stand around. The dreaded Mad Skull was closing in fast, and every person there needed to get ready before it arrived. The team moved quickly, working together to spread a massive net trap across the bottom of the quarry. Jonathan warned them to stay sharp, because against a beast like this, even one small mistake could cost someone their life. Jin watched their formation closely and gave a small nod as he understood the plan. They were going to lure the beast into the trap, bind it in place, and then overwhelm it together, which was honestly a solid strategy for a group hunt. Even so, Jin's expression stayed serious as he stared ahead. The plan looked organized, but he couldn't stop questioning whether a standard mercenary tactic like this would really be enough to bring down something as vicious as the Mad Skull. Jonathan charged forward again, his body boosted by the green magic of Feather Step. With incredible speed, he rushed straight toward the huge horned beast, drawing its attention and guiding it toward the position they needed. The captain clenched his teeth and shouted a sharp command to the trap team. Their timing had to be perfect because if they missed even by a second, the charging monster would tear straight through their formation. Jonathan twisted his body and narrowly dodged a vicious blow from the Mad Skull, his magically enhanced speed barely keeping him ahead of the attack. The massive creature roared in fury as it lunged after him, almost catching the agile captain in its charge. The mercenaries holding the ropes grunted hard as they pulled with all their strength, their eyes widening the moment the beast fully appeared. The terrifying Mad Skull had finally emerged from the depths, and it was even larger than they had imagined. For a brief moment, the massive beast became tangled in the heavy nets, thrashing its enormous tusks from side to side in blind rage. At first, it really looked like the mercenaries' careful trap might actually be strong enough to hold it down. The trap team strained desperately, digging their feet into the ground as they fought to keep the ropes secure. They shouted for everyone to keep pulling, hoping they could force the raging monster down before it broke free. With the target restrained for the moment, Jonathan immediately gave the signal for the spear team to move in. He knew they only had a small opening, and they needed to strike before the beast could tear loose. The hunters raised their sharpened spears and prepared to pour all their combined force into the trapped monster. Moving with practiced coordination, they spread around the beast from every side at the bottom of the quarry. Men rushed forward and drove their weapons into the Mad Skull's thick hide. They were trying to end the fight as quickly as possible, taking full advantage of the moment while the enormous creature was still caught in the net. The Mad Skull released a deafening roar, a mix of pain and pure rage as the spears struck its body. Its red eyes burned with malice while it thrashed violently against the ropes trapping it in place. Then the ground suddenly shook as the beast unleashed a shocking burst of power. The mercenaries gripping the ropes were nearly ripped off their feet, and in that instant, everyone realized the plan was starting to collapse. With one violent surge of raw strength, the Mad Skull began tearing through the thick nets wrapped around it. The monster's power was far beyond what the mercenaries' equipment had ever been built to withstand. Jin watched everything from a distance, his eyes narrowing as the situation quickly turned ugly. He quietly muttered that this was definitely not going the way the mercenaries had planned. The gigantic creature overpowered the entire team with terrifying ease, breaking free as mercenaries were thrown away like they weighed nothing. Panic started spreading through the group as their organized strategy completely failed against its strength. One of the hunters shouted in disbelief and frustration as his comrades were tossed around like rag dolls. He couldn't understand how so many trained mercenaries were failing to restrain just one monster, no matter how strong it was. The Mad Skull let out another thunderous roar as it ripped apart the last remains of the net. Its eyes glowed a fierce, furious red, and now that it was free, it was clearly ready to punish everyone who had attacked it. A close look at the creature's eye revealed nothing but raw, primal rage burning inside it. This was no longer a trapped animal struggling to escape. It had become a vengeful predator ready to rip its enemies apart. Without warning, the Mad Skull launched into a full-speed charge straight toward Claire. With the mercenary formation shattered and no one in position to protect her, she was left completely exposed to the beast's enormous weight and deadly tusks. Claire froze in place as the monster came rushing toward her, her magic failing her at the worst possible moment. With the entire plan falling apart in an instant, it looked like there was no way for her to escape. But right then, Jin moved like a blur, crossing the distance and stepping directly in front of her. His speed was so shocking that the other mercenaries could only stand there, stunned by how fast he had reacted. Jin planted himself between Claire and the massive Mad Skull, blocking the beast's path with his own body. Behind him, the terrified girl could only watch as the lone hunter prepared to face the monster head-on. He braced both feet firmly against the ground, digging his boots into the dirt to withstand the impact that was about to come. The force of his sudden stop kicked up a cloud of dust around him as he steadied himself. With a strained grunt, Jin reached out and seized the Mad Skull's enormous tusk with his bare hands. The monster's strength pressed down on him like a wall, but he refused to give even a single step. The Mad Skull growled low in its throat, its hot breath washing over Jin's face as its red eyes burned with hatred. Even the beast seemed stunned that a mere human was somehow holding back its charge. Claire stretched her hand toward him in desperation, screaming that it was far too dangerous. She couldn't believe Jin was actually trying to stop a rampaging monster like that with nothing but his own physical strength. Jin didn't even turn his head as he told Claire not to worry. His voice stayed strangely calm, even while the terrifying beast in front of him was trying to grind him straight into the dirt. The hunter locked eyes with the monster and spoke with complete confidence, declaring that he knew exactly how to take it down. This wasn't a blind gamble. His years of surviving against beasts like this were guiding every move he made. A dark smirk slowly appeared on Jin's face, as his eyes began to glow with a menacing red light. From that look alone, it was clear that for him, The real hunt had only just begun. Kim Woojin suddenly leapt into the air and grabbed onto the mad skull's massive tusks. The giant boar-like monster roared beneath him while he fought to keep his balance in the middle of the intense, chaotic struggle. He quickly twisted his body, spun with the beast's movement, and shoved it aside as it lunged toward him again. Woojin moved with incredible agility, his sharp eyes searching every inch of the monster for an opening that could end the fight. The mad skull released another deafening roar, its red eyes locked completely onto its target. This creature was a living mass of raw power, and Woojin knew that even one clean hit from it could bring everything crashing down. Woojin clenched his teeth, his gaze growing sharper as he prepared for the next clash. Against a monster with this much strength, one careless movement could be fatal, so he couldn't afford to lose focus for even a moment. The beast charged again with terrifying speed, forcing Woojin to stand his ground and meet it head-on. He swung his blade, searching for a weak spot beneath that thick, armored hide, but the monster's defenses were brutally tough. Woojin let out a rough breath as he realized his current strength might not be enough to take this thing down easily. His grip tightened around his sword, and the strain of the fight began to creep through his body. The mad skull towered before him, its enormous tusks jutting out like giant blades ready to skewer anything in its path. It bellowed with rage, fully determined to crush the human, daring to stand in front of it. After a close call, Woojin cursed himself for losing focus even for that tiny instant. He knew he had let his guard slip, and against this monster, he needed to snap back into full concentration immediately. Suddenly, glowing white feathers began swirling around Woojin, making him look around in confusion. Something was changing, and he could feel a strange new energy flowing over his body from head to toe. Claire had finally stepped in from the sidelines to support him. With her magic, she sent a powerful wave of mana toward Woojin, hoping to turn the tide before the mad skull could overwhelm him completely. Woojin froze for a moment as the change hit him all at once, his body suddenly feeling unbelievably light, almost as if his feet might lift off the ground. To him, it felt like someone had finally taken a 30-kilo pack off his back after years of carrying it nonstop. With that sudden boost flowing through him, a confident smirk slowly formed on Woojin's lips. Now he finally had the advantage he needed, and with this speed on his side, he could put his plan into motion and bring down that giant pig for good. Jonathan and the other mercenaries immediately shouted that they were coming in to help him, their weapons already raised, but Woojin shut that down right away, yelling for them to stay back because he intended to handle this monster completely on his own. Captain Jonathan stopped mid-step, visibly caught off guard by Woojin's sharp command. He had expected the newcomer to accept backup against such a deadly beast, not insist on facing the mad skull alone like this was just another normal hunt. White feathers continued swirling around Woojin's feet as he prepared himself for the next attack. Claire's magic was exactly the push he needed, giving him the movement speed required to outmaneuver a monster this fast, heavy, and brutally powerful. Woojin quickly decided it would be much easier to move freely without anyone getting caught in his way, so he launched himself back into the fight, his body cutting through the battlefield in a blur of speed and precision thanks to Claire's spell. As he moved, Woojin began breaking down the beast's attack pattern in his head, knowing every monster had some kind of fatal flaw. To hunt a mad skull properly, he only needed to exploit the simple, predictable behavior behind its charging instincts. No matter how terrifying its name sounded, this thing was still basically a giant pig at its core. It could charge forward at frightening speed in a straight line, but with that huge body, sharp turns were a serious weakness. The mad skull charged wildly after him, slamming into the quarry walls as it struggled to match Woojin's newly enhanced speed. It was a monster packed with raw power, but it clearly lacked the agility to handle sudden shifts in direction. Woojin planned to turn the beast's own momentum into its biggest enemy. Moving with smooth, controlled footwork, he guided the mad skull along exactly the path he wanted, slowly dragging the raging monster toward the perfect spot. The ground cracked violently when the beast crashed straight into a massive stone pillar, unable to stop its own charge in time. Chunks of rock burst outward in every direction as the impact sent heavy tremors through the ruined quarry. Just as Woojin had predicted, the mad skull's hoof slipped against the uneven ground during its frantic rush. That tiny stumble, almost invisible in the chaos, was the exact opening he had been waiting for since the fight began. The huge creature completely lost its footing and skidded across the floor, its massive body sliding out of control. It let out a pained squeal as it crashed down hard, leaving itself exposed for the strike Woojin had prepared. Thanks to Claire's magic, Woojin felt even lighter than he had expected, like his whole body could respond the moment he gave the order. With the first part of his plan working, he decided it was time to move into the second step and finish things quickly. He focused on the mad skull's enormous tusks and realized they were basically the monster's hands, serving as both weapons and shields. If he wanted to land a clean blow, he needed to find a way around those brutal defenses. Woojin knew right away that trying to cut through those tusks with an ordinary sword would be a waste of strength. So instead of forcing a bad attack, he quickly changed tactics and searched for a softer, more vulnerable target. His eyes locked onto the beast's nose, the ultimate weak point for a creature like this. With the magic buff making his movements lighter and sharper, Wujin positioned himself to strike with absolute precision. A huge burst of blood sprayed out the moment Wujin's attack landed directly on the creature's snout. The mad skull shrieked in agony, and its pained cry echoed through the ruined quarry like a warning bell. From that point on, every movement only made the monster's pain worse. The wound dragged down its speed and aggression, making it far too burdened to keep pressing Wujin with the same reckless force as before. Wujin moved like a ghost through the battlefield, his body wrapped in the glowing white feathers of Claire's spell. His focus sharpened completely as he closed the distance, ready to end this life-or-death struggle once and for all. Strike after strike landed in rapid succession, cutting through the beast's thick hide and drawing more blood with every clean hit. Under Wujin's relentless and calculated assault, the mad skull finally began to stagger and lose control of the fight. After taking that brutal beating, the monster would not be getting another chance to launch a proper attack. Wujin stood ready in front of it, his blood-covered blade lowered at his side as he prepared to finish the job in style. A dark, satisfied grin spread across Wujin's face as he looked down at the fallen beast before him. His red eyes glowed with a fierce, almost primal intensity, showing just how deeply he had embraced the thrill of the hunt. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Claire came rushing into the area after hearing all the commotion. Both of them looked tense and worried, hoping they were not already too late to help the new teammate who had charged in alone. But the moment they reached the scene, they stopped dead in their tracks. The ruins around them were torn apart, dust and wreckage everywhere, while Jonathan could only wonder what had happened, and Claire immediately looked around for Wujin. Claire suddenly gasped when something caught her eye, her face shifting into pure shock. Behind her, Jonathan looked just as confused, staring at the strange, silent, blood-stained scene they had stumbled into. It turned out Mutt had been standing guard the entire time, no longer looking like a silly pet at all. The red wolf stood like a terrifying predator, letting out a deep growl that warned everyone not to take another step closer. The sight of that massive wolf sent a cold chill through both Jonathan and Claire, making them freeze where they stood. Neither of them had ever seen a beast like this behave so fiercely protective over a human. Mutt released a thunderous roar, practically ordering the mercenaries to stay back and stop interfering. Claire stared at him in total confusion, wondering if the creature was actually trying to communicate with them in its own way. The red wolf planted itself firmly between the newcomers and its master, sitting there like an unmovable shield. Then, through the drifting dust in the distance, Wujin's silhouette finally appeared as he walked toward them. Wujin finally stepped into view, though his mouth was still smeared with blood. Deep down, he admitted that he had not been able to resist devouring the monster's delicious essence, while the others rushed to fuss over him and ask if he was okay and what had happened to the beast. He answered them with complete calm, telling the group that there was no mad skull left for them to worry about anymore. Jonathan and Claire could only stare at him in silence, completely thrown off by how casually he said it. Behind him, Mutt began sniffing around the enormous carcass of the fallen monster. The terrifying beast that had nearly destroyed the mercenaries was now reduced to nothing more than a bloody pile of meat and remains. The mercenaries were completely stunned that Wujin had managed to defeat a mad skull all by himself. No one there had ever heard of a hunter taking down such a dangerous monster solo and walking away like it was nothing. Then Mutt suddenly perked up, lifting his head and sniffing the air with a strangely serious expression. A low whine slipped from his throat, as if he had sensed that the danger around them had not fully passed yet. The red wolf turned toward the dark entrance of a nearby tunnel and began growling at the shadows. Jonathan noticed the change immediately, his hand tightening around his weapon as the atmosphere grew tense again. From the darkness, another mad skull slowly stepped into view, its red eyes glowing with hunger. It looked like Wujin's solo victory had drawn in a second monster, just as dangerous as the one they had barely finished dealing with. The new beast snarled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth beneath those massive, deadly tusks. It looked even more hostile than the first, as if it had appeared to avenge the fallen monster lying in blood behind them. Jonathan finally snapped out of his shock and shouted for everyone to prepare their weapons. Another mad skull had been hiding in the shadows all along, and now the entire group was being dragged straight into a second round. But then Claire noticed something strange and quickly told everyone to hold their fire. She stared closely at the beast, realizing that this mad skull felt different from the one they had just fought. As the second mad skull stepped farther into the open, two tiny piglets appeared beside it. The whole group froze in surprise, suddenly realizing they were not just facing another monster, but a small monster family. The little piglets let out soft squeals as they stayed close to their mother's side. Compared to the massive beast Wujin had just taken down minutes earlier, the two of them looked almost harmless and strangely innocent. The mother mad skull growled low, her red eyes locked firmly on the intruders in front of her. Every part of her body was tense, ready to protect her young at any cost if anyone dared to attack. Wujin stood calmly with Mutt at his side, quietly watching the situation play out. He showed no interest in attacking the mother beast, sensing that there was no real reason to spill more blood here. After a tense moment, the mother mad skull slowly turned away with her piglets and began moving deeper into the ruins. It seemed they had only been searching for a safe place where they could raise their young together. The mercenaries watched in disbelief as the monster family left without a fight. Jonathan and Claire were both surprised that Woojin simply allowed them to go without making any move to finish them off. Jonathan quietly noted that the beast was probably only trying to raise its young in the area. Claire's expression softened as well, a trace of sympathy appearing now that the danger had faded and the truth was clearer. Woojin looked away and admitted that he was glad things ended without any more blood being spilled. With the immediate threat finally gone, his posture loosened slightly, and the tension around him began to fade. Eventually, the group made their way back to the bustling 5th Pioneer City beneath the full moon. Compared to the dark ruins and silent quarry, the massive medieval town looked alive with lights, voices, and movement. They headed straight for a local tavern to celebrate the successful mission and finally catch their breath. Warm light spilled from the windows, promising the kind of well-earned rest they all needed after such an intense day of monster hunting. Inside the tavern, Jonathan lifts his voice over the noise and proudly congratulates everyone for a job well done. He is clearly in high spirits, especially because they managed to bring down such a dangerous mad skull beast without anyone suffering a serious injury. Then the captain announces that it is finally time to settle the reward, and judging by the grin on his face, this is easily his favorite part of any hunt. With the danger behind them, all he can think about now is the sweet sound of gold hitting the table. The rest of the mercenary crew immediately bursts into loud cheers, their voices filling the room as they get ready to eat, drink, and celebrate. Just from the way they laugh together, it is obvious this group has survived plenty of battles and knows exactly how to enjoy a hard-earned victory. Claire pauses when she sees the piles of gold stacked across the table, confusion showing clearly on her face. She remembers the original reward being much smaller, so the amount Jonathan is laying out in front of them now feels far bigger than what they were promised at the start. Jonathan throws his head back and laughs, proudly explaining that all that extra gold came from him, making a huge scene with the client. The man might act rough around the edges, but when it comes to squeezing out a better payout, he clearly knows exactly what he is doing. He then reveals that he stretched the truth quite a bit, claiming they had to deal with not just one mad skull, but 2 of them, along with piglets as well. By making the job sound far more dangerous than expected, he pushed the client into handing over a much larger reward. In the end, the total payment rose all the way to a shocking 110 gold coins. The moment the number comes out, the mercenaries explode with excitement, praising their captain for his clever mouth and his talent for pulling more money out of a client. Woojin cannot help but question how Jonathan still managed to get that much money, especially since they never actually fought the mother beast. Jonathan simply turns toward him with a sly, knowing look, as if he has been waiting for the chance to explain the rest of his little trick. Jonathan casually admits that he told the client a harmless little lie in order to secure the full payout. In his eyes, as long as no one catches you in the act, that lie might as well become the truth. The mercenaries burst into laughter right along with him, some of them even throwing up approving thumbs up as if the scam deserves applause. None of them seem bothered by the dishonesty at all, not when the extra gold is going straight into the hands of the whole crew. Woojin quietly watches their reactions, his gaze moving across the laughing group as a thought settles in his mind. These people are far more interesting than he first assumed, and after joining them, he is beginning to see a surprisingly different side of mercenaries. Then Jonathan suddenly steps closer and drops a firm hand onto Woojin's shoulder, pulling his attention back to the table. The captain's expression makes it clear that he has developed a very high opinion of the newcomer after witnessing his overwhelming combat ability. Without warning, Jonathan stuns everyone by declaring that half of the entire reward should go to Woojin. He looks around at the crew and asks if anyone has a problem with that kind of massive split, making it clear he is not treating the decision lightly. Woojin stares at the gold in front of him, completely caught off guard by the offer. He had honestly expected these mercenaries to cheat him or take advantage of him. Yet here they are, giving him a share that is almost unbelievably fair. Jonathan refuses to back down, firmly telling him that without his help, every one of them could have ended up dead. To the captain, this reward is not charity at all, but a sign of respect, and he wants Woojin to accept it without feeling guilty. The captain goes on to explain that since the base reward itself had increased so much, there is more than enough gold for everyone to divide comfortably. He insists that this generous cut is not just his personal idea, but something the entire crew genuinely wants to give their new teammate. The other mercenaries laugh warmly and raise their thumbs in agreement, clearly pleased with the arrangement. After watching Woojin face that enormous beast by himself and come out on top, they have truly started to accept him as one of their own. Woojin scratches his cheek awkwardly, quietly admitting to himself that their buffs, traps, and support had actually helped him a great deal. For the first time in a while, he starts to understand that fighting alongside others might not be such a bad thing after all. He lowers his eyes toward the drink in his hand, the tavern noise softening around him for a moment. Maybe, just maybe, not everyone in this brutal world is waiting for a chance to betray him, and that thought feels like a surprisingly pleasant change. As a way of showing his gratitude, Woojin suddenly offers to pay for everyone's drinks that night. The whole tavern instantly erupts into cheers, and the mercenaries quickly realize that their newest ally knows exactly how to spend his hard-earned gold. Before long, everyone is gulping down ale, slamming their mugs together, and celebrating with the kind of energy that makes it feel like tomorrow does not exist. After surviving such a dangerous mission together, The whole crew seems determined to drink until the tension, fear, and exhaustion of the hunt are completely washed away. In the middle of all the shouting and drunken excitement, Woo Jin notices Claire quietly rising from her seat and slipping away from the table. While everyone else is busy partying without restraint, he cannot help wondering where she could be going at a time like this. Claire calmly tells him that she is only heading outside to practice a little magic before turning in for the night. Even during a celebration, she stays focused on sharpening her skills, showing just how seriously she takes her training. Woojin watches her leave, genuinely surprised that she would choose to keep working right after such a long and exhausting hunt. That kind of dedication is not something he can ignore, and deep down it is a quality he finds easy to respect. Later that night, Claire sits quietly on a hill beneath the pale glow of a huge full moon. Around her body, a beautiful blue aura of mana begins to shimmer, wrapping the peaceful scene in a soft, magical light as she sinks into meditation. With her eyes closed, Claire focuses deeply on the energy flowing through every part of her body. The stillness around her feels almost sacred, standing in sharp contrast to the loud, messy celebration still carrying on back inside the tavern. Woojin observes her from the shadows, thinking about how exhausted she must be after everything that happened that day. Even so, she continues training without complaint, and he finds himself truly impressed by how she spends her free time refining her magic. His gaze stays fixed on the glowing blue energy surrounding her, and the word magic keeps echoing in his mind. Until now, he has relied almost entirely on physical strength, but watching Claire makes him realize just how useful and flexible this power could be. Woojin begins wondering whether he should learn magic himself and become an even more efficient hunter. Seeing Claire use that mysterious power up close has clearly awakened a new ambition somewhere deep inside him. Jin suddenly catches Claire off guard by asking her to teach him magic. To his surprise, she does not hesitate at all, and instead agrees right away, looking far more excited about the idea than he ever imagined she would be. Claire sets down a heavy crate and admits that she had already been searching for some way to repay him. Jin is left slightly stunned, because the moment he asks, his plan begins moving far more smoothly than he expected. She thinks back to the terrifying moment when the mad skull came charging straight toward them. While others might have panicked or fled, Jin stepped in and saved her life. So to Claire, sharing her knowledge with him feels like the least she can do. Jonathan steps in at that moment and reminds Jin that magic is not something a person can simply master in one night. On top of that, the crew is scheduled to leave the village in just 2 days, so if they want to stay on track, Jonathan offers a simple answer and suggests that Jin should travel with them. At the same time, Jonathan cannot help wondering why a hunter as powerful as Jin would even want to tag along with their mercenary group in the first place. He claps a hand onto Jin's shoulder and calls him a brave wolf, the kind of person who probably feels more comfortable moving alone. From the way he says it, it is clear that the mercenaries hold Jin's strength and courage in very high regard. Jin's expression turns a little flat as he realizes Jonathan is making him look far more dignified than he actually feels. All he really wants is to learn magic, but since the atmosphere is already moving in that direction, he decides to play along for now. Choosing to bend the truth a little, Jin casually asks where the group is planning to go next. Jonathan answers that their destination is the 4th Pioneer City, where a new job with a very generous payout is waiting for them. Jin immediately acts as if this is nothing more than a perfect coincidence, claiming that he had already been planning to head that way himself. He then asks whether they would mind letting him join their caravan for the journey. Jonathan and Claire exchange a quick look, both of them fully aware that Jin is a terrible liar. They can tell he has completely taken the bait. But instead of calling him out, they are simply glad that he has agreed to come with them. Jonathan breaks into a hearty laugh and calls it a wonderful coincidence, pulling Jin into a rough, friendly hug. Both sides are clearly pleased with the arrangement, especially because having such a reliable and powerful ally along for the road is a huge advantage. Jin lets a small knowing smirk appear as he turns away from the group. Just like that, his next destination is decided, and with each step forward, he moves a little closer to uncovering the secrets behind magic. The group soon begins traveling through the wilderness, but they are not riding ordinary horses like a normal caravan. Instead, they are carried on the back of a colossal armored creature, a beast so massive that it rises above the surrounding trees. This enormous creature is known as a Tarrasque, a monster bred specifically for transporting heavy loads across long distances. Among all the magic creatures in this world, it is one of the rare few that humanity has actually succeeded in domesticating. Jin looks up at the giant porter, completely stunned by its overwhelming size and presence. He quickly realizes that in this world, creatures like this are not strange exceptions, but a standard way people move large amounts of goods from one place to another. Jonathan waves the group onward, clearly eager to keep moving since the road ahead is still long. With that signal, their journey toward the 4th Pioneer City officially begins. That night, beneath the glow of another enormous full moon, Jin sits quietly in meditation and tries to focus. It does not take him long to realize that learning an entirely new skill from scratch is far more difficult than it first sounded. As he continues practicing, Jin reflects on why the process feels so brutally hard, and he quickly understands that the worst part is the endless repetition. Sweat runs down his body, But even then, he refuses to give up on trying to sense mana. Claire demonstrates by forming a small orb of light, explaining that growth in magic happens slowly and cannot be rushed. Jin watches her every movement closely, trying to understand not just what he sees, but the feeling of the energy flowing around them. Jin clenches his teeth as frustration builds inside him, already feeling as if he has slammed into a wall at the very beginning. Repeating the same mental exercises again and again is painfully exhausting, and for any normal person, it would be enough to drive them crazy. But this isn't just ordinary pain. It's the kind of sharp, familiar suffering Jin understands far too well, and as it hits him, his thoughts drift back to the days he spent traveling beside Claire, realizing those past experiences had quietly prepared him for this exact moment. His mind sinks even further into the past, returning to the 12 brutal years he spent enduring endless torment inside the Magion. To survive in that nightmare-like world, Jin had been forced to build a kind of mental toughness that most people could never even begin to imagine. Those years in that living hell had shaped Jin into someone far sturdier than an ordinary hunter. Now, sitting alone in the darkness of the forest, he shuts out everything around him and pours every bit of his focus into one single purpose. Then, without warning, a tiny blue spark flickers into existence right in front of his eyes. After days of feeling absolutely nothing, Jin finally senses it. The mana floating in the air is beginning to react to him. Jin keeps his eyes fixed on that small blue light, finally feeling the mana after 10 long days of frustration and failure. Still, this kind of grind doesn't break him because he has already survived far worse during the years he fought to stay alive. Claire claps her hands with genuine excitement, clearly thrilled that Jin has finally started to feel the magic around him. Jin looks completely drained, but beneath that exhaustion is relief, because at last he's beginning to understand the energy he's been chasing. Even so, Jin can hardly believe it took him 10 entire days just to reach this first step. It hits him hard that learning magic in this world isn't some simple trick. It's a steep, punishing climb from the very beginning. Claire honestly admits that, when it comes to magical talent, Jin is definitely on the slower side, but she quickly softens the blow, encouraging him with a nod and reminding him that plenty of people go their whole lives without ever sensing mana at all. With that first obstacle finally behind him, Claire reaches into her bag and starts preparing the next stage. Now it's time for Jin to stop merely sensing mana from the outside and begin learning how to hold that power within himself. Claire carefully pours a glowing pale blue liquid into a small silver basin, letting the light ripple across its surface. This special elixir is an essential part of the ritual they're about to perform beneath the quiet moonlight. Then, with a completely calm expression, Claire tells Jin to take off his clothes. At the same time, she slips on her gloves, looking fully focused on the technical process of the magic infusion rather than the awkwardness of what she just said. Jin freezes for a second, completely caught off guard by her sudden instruction. His eyes widen in shock and confusion, because this is definitely not the kind of development he expected from his first real magic lesson in the middle of the forest. Night settles deeply over the forest, and the only light comes from a huge full moon glowing overhead. Under that cold silver light, the quiet wilderness becomes the perfect place for a delicate, dangerous ritual to begin. Claire dips her fingertips into the cool, glowing liquid she prepared earlier, coating them in that faint blue shine. This special substance will become the medium she uses to draw the magic circle directly across Jin's bare skin. As Claire begins tracing the magic circle onto Jin's back, her eyes catch on the deep, jagged scars spread across his muscular body. Each old wound seems to speak for itself, silently revealing just how many brutal battles he has already survived. At last, the ritual arrangement is complete, and the glowing pattern across Jin's back looks almost unreal. Claire warns him to stay focused and carefully feel the energy, because she's about to begin sending the magic into him. Jin sinks into a deep meditative state, closing his eyes and shutting away every distraction in the forest. He understands that this next step is dangerous and important, so he steadies his breathing and sharpens his focus for the infusion. Claire brings her hand close to the magic circle, and the air around them begins to vibrate with power. The ritual truly starts, and in an instant the forest feels heavier, as if the very atmosphere is pressing down around them. A surge of blue light bursts outward as mana starts flooding into Jin's body through the prepared path. The raw power rushes through him with terrifying intensity, creating a sensation unlike anything he has ever experienced before. The entire campsite becomes drenched in brilliant blue light as the ritual climbs toward its peak. Jin clenches his teeth against the pressure, realizing that the amount of power entering him is far beyond what he had imagined. Deep inside his body, Jin feels a dense, surging energy moving through him, somehow heavier and thicker than blood. The mana isn't just flowing, it feels like it's carving out a path through his physical form with force. Claire asks if he can feel the mana moving within him, and Jin confirms that it's definitely there. The sensation is intense and overwhelming, but compared to most beginners, he's managing to endure it with remarkable control. Claire explains that this means he has finally taken his very first step toward becoming a true mage. According to her, mastering the basics of magic comes down to 3 major stages that every mage must overcome. Sensing mana was only the beginning, but the real difficulty lies in containing that energy inside the body. After that comes the final stage, using the stored mana properly to bring powerful spells into the real world. Since Jin has handled the infusion far better than expected, Claire decides not to slow down. Instead, she moves them straight into the second stage, where she will guide the mana even deeper into the core of his body. Her instructions are simple, but carrying them out is anything but easy. Jin has to control the energy flowing through him and direct it toward his heart, almost like holding his breath, except this time he's holding raw magical power instead of air. Sweat begins running down Jin's face as he struggles to keep the massive amount of mana under control. His body is being prepared to serve as a vessel, forcing him to contain and store that unstable power within himself. The magic starts raging wildly, and the pressure from the ritual sends leaves whipping through the air around them. Claire stays completely focused, pushing the energy further and further so she can finish the process before it breaks apart. The magic circle on Jin's back flares with an intense glow as the path finally begins to lock into place. Jin grits his teeth through the pain, but before anyone can react, the world around them starts to disappear. Claire's mind is suddenly dragged into a pitch-black void, cold and endless in every direction. Towering above her is a colossal mantis-like beast. Its presence so overwhelming that it feels less like a creature and more like a living nightmare. The monster is unbelievably massive, with a green body covered in sharp, jagged spikes. It lowers its gaze toward her, radiating such predatory hunger that Claire feels fear crawl through her entire soul. Several glowing red eyes blink across the creature's face, each one staring straight through her. This is not some ordinary mental image or simple manifestation. It feels like something ancient, dangerous, and deeply unnatural is living inside Jin. Claire's consciousness begins to flicker as a cold, heavy energy closes around her like a suffocating grip. In that terrifying instant, she realizes with pure horror that Jin's inner world is completely wrong. Blue mana whips around her in violent spirals, swirling like a storm as the connection starts collapsing. Claire is trapped in a mental whirlpool, desperately fighting to pull herself back into the real world. Back in the forest, the ritual has spiraled into a chaotic storm of energy. Claire stares at Jin in disbelief, her body trembling from the terrifying glimpse she just witnessed inside him. She gasps sharply for air as she feels her own magical reserves being ripped away. If this continues even a little longer, Jin is going to drain every last drop of mana from her body. No matter how desperately Claire tries, she can't free herself from the dangerous situation. Then, all at once, a wolf's tail sweeps in from behind, wraps around her, and yanks her away from the draining force. From the shadows, Mutt suddenly steps into view, his blue eyes glowing with fierce power. The massive red wolf lifts Claire up as if protecting her, standing there like a silent guardian for both her and Jin. Claire can only stand there in shock, wondering where this strange creature could have appeared from so suddenly. She has never seen anything like Mutt before, especially not a beast capable of saving her in the middle of a dangerous magic ritual. Mutt fixes his gaze on her, his presence both majestic and terrifying at the same time. He doesn't attack, but the way he positions himself near Jin makes it painfully clear that he is far more than an ordinary animal. Still sweating and shaken, Claire wonders if Mutt somehow understood that she was in danger. Did the wolf step out of the shadows on his own because he knew Jin was about to consume her completely? Jin glances back over his shoulder and sees Claire collapsed on the ground, still frozen in shock. From the look on his face, he has no idea what kind of horror she just witnessed inside his mind. Jin calmly asks if she's all right, even as the chaotic energy around them slowly fades away. He doesn't realize at all that Claire has just seen the monstrous thing hidden deep within his soul. Claire struggles to find her voice, still shaken by the glimpse she caught of Jin's mental world. That inner space is supposed to reflect a person's true power and deeper nature, which makes what she saw even more terrifying. She explains that every person has a unique mental realm shaped by their life and experiences. Normally, those places are calm or at least understandable, but the world inside Jin was nothing less than an absolute nightmare. The image of those countless red eyes flashes through Claire's memory again, their cold and empty stare refusing to leave her mind. Never before has she sensed such an ominous, predatory presence hiding inside a human being. When Claire looks at Jin now, she can almost still see the shadowy outline of that gigantic mantis monster looming behind him. The sight is horrifying, especially because Jin himself is standing there with such a calm, unaware expression. Claire forces herself to stand, and her face turns deadly serious as she confronts Jin directly. She needs answers now, and more than anything, she begs him to tell her the truth about what is really going on. Then she asks the question that has been burning in her mind ever since the ritual went wrong. At some point in the past, did Jin somehow consume a forbidden mana core? Jin blinks at her, looking slightly confused by the sudden intensity in her voice and the strange question she just threw at him. Jin doesn't seem to understand the weight of what Claire is saying at all. To him, eating those cores sounds almost normal, but in this world, that kind of act is basically treated as a guaranteed death sentence. Claire is talking about the crystal-like essences buried deep inside a monster's body, the dangerous cores hunters are never supposed to consume. But Jin answers without the slightest hesitation, casually admitting that yes, he has definitely eaten those things before. Claire nearly snaps the moment she hears that, her voice bursting out in pure disbelief. She screams that he actually survived after eating a core, then immediately demands to know when he started doing it, and exactly how many he has swallowed. Then Jin drops the kind of answer that makes the situation even worse. With a completely casual tone, he reveals that he has been eating those things for 10 whole years, and by his own rough guess, he has probably consumed tens of thousands of cores by now. Jin looks genuinely confused by Claire's reaction, as if he has no idea why she is panicking so badly. He simply asks if there is some kind of problem, and Claire immediately snaps back, shouting that calling this a problem doesn't even come close to covering how insane it is. Claire's voice starts to shake as she forces herself to explain just how terrifying Jin's situation really is. In this world, if a human consumes even one monster core, the consequences are supposed to be absolute and almost impossible to avoid. She stares at him with wide, horrified eyes and lays out the cruel truth like a death sentence. An ordinary person would either die instantly from the overwhelming power inside the core, or survive just long enough to mutate into a mindless monster that rampages out of control. But Jin stands beneath the glowing full moon, with his body steady and his gaze strangely sharp. For a brief moment, his eyes flash a predatory red, and while Claire is terrified about what might be happening to his soul, Jin's attention remains fixed on the incredible power he has finally begun to grasp. Inside the demonic realm, there exists a murky and corrupt energy known as karma, also called retribution. This foul power is the very source of the terrifying mutations that have been spreading through the world like a curse. Any living creature that absorbs karma is forced through a horrifying transformation. Their bodies twist, their nature changes, and they gain strange, dangerous abilities that no normal being should ever possess. At the heart of those mutations lies the monster core, a condensed nucleus where accumulated karma gathers and pulses inside the beast. That small core is basically the concentrated poison driving the creature's monstrous power. Jin and the others continue moving through the forest, their steps carrying them deeper along the path. Claire walks with them, but her expression stays tense, and it's clear her mind is still stuck on what Jin told her. She can't stop thinking about the dark priests, those twisted fanatics who worship the very monsters that humans are supposed to hunt down. The more she thinks about Jin's confession, the harder it becomes to ignore that comparison. Ever since the gate opened and karma began devouring the world, those cultists have become a plague in their own right. While monsters brought destruction from the outside, the dark priests spread madness from within human society. These lunatics didn't just bow down to the beasts in fear or admiration. They treated monsters like divine angels, and in their obsession to become closer to them, they even began eating monster cores with their own hands. Their devotion became so twisted that they started offering other humans as sacrifices to the monsters. At that point, they fully embraced the role of the demented, throwing away whatever humanity they still had left. But what truly shakes Claire isn't just the existence of those cultists. It's Jin's own confession. He said he has been eating these cores for 10 years, and by his count, that means he has taken in tens of thousands of them. Even just staring at the strange, multi-eyed surface of a monster core is enough to make a normal person's skin crawl. To most humans, those things are nothing but concentrated poison wrapped inside a horrifying little crystal. For a moment, Claire wonders if Jin might actually be one of the dark priests. But she quickly rejects the thought, because no cultist would ever admit something like that so openly, and none of them would casually let her see into their mental world either. As Jin casually breaks apart another monster like it's nothing, Claire watches him with a troubled look. She starts wondering if maybe, when he first began eating the cores, he simply had no idea how dangerous they truly were. Jin lifts a fresh monster core in his hand, holding it up without the slightest disgust or hesitation. The way he looks at it, you'd think it was nothing more than a quick snack in the middle of the day. Claire watches with a strained, almost pained expression as Jin actually starts chewing on it. No matter how hard she tries, she just can't understand why anyone would willingly eat something that looks and feels so repulsive. Jin explains that he picked up the habit by watching monsters eat cores themselves. To Claire, that answer only makes him more unsettling, because with every bite he takes, Jin becomes harder and harder for her to figure out. Claire warns him that he has only survived this long because of pure luck, or something close to it. If he keeps eating those cores, she insists they will eventually turn him into a monster, or simply kill him outright. Jin keeps his thoughts hidden behind a calm expression. Deep down, he knows he is a living contradiction to everything Claire is explaining, and that makes him quietly wonder whether her knowledge is truly right in his case. Still, he can't completely ignore the strange effects happening inside him. After his recent kills, he felt almost nothing at all, and that restless urge to keep fighting has been growing harder for him to suppress. For one brief second, Jin's eye glints with a sinister red light. Whether he wants to admit it or not, the monster cores are definitely changing something inside him. When Jin gives a half-hearted answer saying he'll try to stop, Claire refuses to let that slide. Her face tightens immediately, and she demands that he quit right now, without excuses and without leaving himself any room to continue. Then she hits him with another terrifying warning. If he keeps eating those cores, he won't just be risking his life. He may end up losing the ability to use magic altogether. For the first time, Jin actually looks worried, but not because of the part about dying. Claire is stunned when she realizes he seems far more concerned about losing magic than about losing his own life. Claire lets out a heavy sigh and explains the situation more clearly. In Jin's current condition, full mana manifestation is probably out of reach for him, at least for now. But she doesn't say that all hope is gone, according to Claire. He should still be capable of using mana arts, which work a little differently from ordinary magic manifestation. The moment Jin hears that term, his attention sharpens. Mana arts sounds exactly like the kind of advantage he has been searching for in this dangerous world. Before long, the group finally reaches the fourth pioneer city, a massive stronghold built to survive the horrors spilling out from the demonic realm. Its walls and crowded streets make it feel like a hardened hub for anyone brave enough to live on the front lines. The city square is absolutely packed with people. Mercenaries and hunters from all over have gathered in one place, filling the air with noise, tension, and the chaotic energy of warriors looking for work. Jin is visibly surprised by the sheer number of mercenaries gathered there, but Claire tells him not to waste his shock too early. According to her, the real reason so many people have shown up is much bigger than he realizes. And the crowd begins to part as someone with unmistakable authority approaches. This operation isn't just another high-paying request. It is being personally overseen by a holy knight. Holy Knight Raymond walks through the square with a calm, commanding presence that silences the rowdy mercenaries around him. Just by stepping forward, he makes everyone understand that he stands above ordinary fighters. Jin watches Raymond pass by, his eyes quietly tracking the knight's movement. There is a strange weight to Raymond's presence, something Jin hasn't felt from anyone else since arriving in this world. Raymond's aura feels intense, sharp, and perfectly refined, like a blade that has been polished again and again. Jin realizes right away that this man is on a completely different level from any ordinary human. Jin asks if this many people always gather whenever a holy knight is involved. Claire explains that the crowd isn't here just because of Raymond's title. The real draw is the name tied to the job, the Golden Bug Wolf. Jin innocently asks if the Golden Bug is some kind of insect monster. Claire can barely believe he is serious, because to everyone else, that name is far too famous to mistake for a beast. Claire just shakes her head, almost exhausted by how little Jin knows outside of fighting and hunting. She is starting to realize that when it comes to famous people in this world, Jin is completely clueless. Jonathan steps in and explains that the Golden Bug was known as the greatest businessman in the world. He was a massive tycoon, the kind of man whose assets were so enormous that he was counted among the richest people alive. But that legendary businessman's story came to an abrupt end recently. Without much warning, the Golden Bug suddenly died, leaving behind a fortune large enough to shake the entire city. Jin asks if the man was assassinated, but Jonathan tells him that those claims are only rumors. The truth behind the Golden Bug's death is still unclear, and no one can say for certain what really happened. What matters now is what he left behind. The tycoon had 2 sons, and because of them, the entire city's mercenary crowd has suddenly become involved. Someone needs to escort those 2 sons, along with their enormous inheritance, into the safety of the city's inner barrier. With that much wealth at stake, the mission is anything but ordinary. It is a high-stakes escort job built around a literal fortune. Protecting the heirs and their legacy has become the biggest request in town, drawing every ambitious fighter who wants a chance at the reward. At last, Jin understands why the square is overflowing with mercenaries. With that much money on the line, it makes perfect sense that every fighter in the city would want to grab a piece of the action. The clerk's voice rings out across the busy square, calling for the Black Marlin mercenary group to come forward. After wading through all the noise and commotion, it's finally Jonathan's team's turn to step up and secure their place in the mission. Jonathan can barely contain himself as soon as their name is called. His whole body seems to buzz with excitement, like he's been waiting for this exact moment all day. Without wasting even a second, Jonathan grabs Jin and starts dragging him straight toward the registration desk. To him, this isn't just a simple sign-up, it's the most important moment for their group to make an impression. Once they reach the desk, Jonathan immediately starts putting on a show. He introduces Jin as the Black Marlin's ultimate weapon, loudly hyping him up as the man who defeated a mad skull and even tamed a werewolf all by himself. The surrounding mercenaries begin whispering the moment they hear the nickname Head Crusher. But when they look at Jin's lean, slender build, plenty of them can't help doubting whether this quiet-looking guy is really as monstrous as the rumors claim. Jin is completely caught off guard by that ridiculous title, his face showing just how little he expected to be introduced that way. Jonathan only flashes him a shameless grin and tells him to play along for a while so they can lock down the job. High above them on the balcony, Raymond watches the whole exchange with those cold, piercing blue eyes. He doesn't speak or move much, but it's obvious that the bold newcomer has already caught his attention. The agreement is quickly settled. 100 gold coins just to transport luggage, with the group scheduled to depart at sunrise the next morning for something that sounds like basic hauling work. The reward is almost absurdly huge. Jonathan is fired up, already eager to get started and cash in on the opportunity. Jin, on the other hand, is stunned that anyone would hand over that much money just to have a few boxes moved. Jonathan explains that this is simply how the mercenary world works. In their line of business, half the payment is for the actual labor. while the other half comes from the reputation and name value a group brings with them. Even after hearing that, Jin is still bothered by the nickname and asks what head crusher is even supposed to mean. Jonathan explains that it comes from the reputation Jin has already built through his brutal way of fighting. The meaning is exactly as direct as it sounds. It's a name given to someone known for ending monsters in the most savage way possible, by crushing their skulls before they can get back up. And lets out a tired sigh, clearly not impressed in the slightest as far as he's concerned. Whoever came up with a nickname like that has absolutely terrible taste. While the other mercenaries celebrate the incredible payout, Jin's mind is already moving in a different direction. He realizes that this kind of fame may be exactly what he needs if he wants to get close to the Holy Knights. Then Jin catches sight of Raymond and his apprentice standing at their post. If he can make them notice him properly, then he might finally create a chance to learn mana arts from the people who actually know how to use them. Later that night, inside the mercenary quarters, the busy city outside has finally grown quiet. But while everyone else settles down, Jin's plan is already beginning to move forward. The focus shifts to the local arena, a brutal place where blood, pride, and money all change hands in the same breath. The crowd roars from every side, hungry for the next violent match to begin. Inside the ring, two fighters are already tearing into each other with no restraint. It's a chaotic, lawless spectacle built to entertain the masses, where every punch and splash of blood sends the audience into a frenzy. Backstage, Jin stands in silence, carefully wrapping his hands one strip at a time. His movements are calm and methodical, as if he's preparing for work rather than walking into a cage fight. Claire watches him with clear worry on her face, unable to hide how uneasy she is about him throwing himself into this brutal meat grinder. But Jin's expression stays steady, because he knows exactly why he came here. Tells Claire not to worry, making it clear that this is all part of his plan. If he wants to draw the attention of the Holy Knights and find a path to learning their techniques, he has to make himself impossible to ignore. Jin is betting on one simple idea. People like the Holy Knights are naturally drawn to overwhelming strength, especially when someone displays it right in front of them. If Jin can force someone as powerful as Raymond to acknowledge him, then he'll have more than just attention. He'll have the perfect opening to negotiate for better treatment and a real chance at what he wants. Jin steps out into the arena with a calm face, even though a massive opponent is already waiting for him inside the ring. To Jin, this isn't really a challenge, it's a performance meant for the people watching above. He locks eyes with the fighter in front of him, but his real focus is somewhere else entirely. Jin's mind is fixed on the Holy Knight watching from the balcony, because everything depends on how impressive this display of power looks. The fight begins in an instant, exploding into motion before the crowd can even settle. Jin's opponent charges forward aggressively, but Jin is already reading the rhythm of every movement. A huge fist cuts through the air and whistles past Jin's head, missing him by only a few inches. Jin slips away from it with effortless timing, completely unshaken by the brute force coming at him. Then Jin fires back with a devastating punch that lands clean and sends blood and teeth flying from his opponent's mouth. The impact echoes through the arena, making the crowd roar even louder. Before the man can even recover his balance, Jin grabs him by the head. In that one movement, everyone gets a clear reminder of exactly why people started calling him Head Crusher. Jin drives a crushing knee strike straight into him, folding the man over like his body has lost all strength. It's fast, cold, efficient, and so overwhelmingly dominant that the match is basically over before it can become a real fight. The crowd explodes with cheers as Jin stands over his fallen opponent, but before the noise can even die down, another mercenary leaps into the ring, screaming that he'll be the next one to face him. Jin glances up toward the balcony and spots Raymond watching him while casually taking a drink. That quiet attention tells Jin everything he needs to know. The bait has already been taken. Jin drives another heavy strike into his new challenger, knocking the fight out of him with brutal precision. But Jin understands that simply catching Raymond's eye isn't enough. He needs to leave behind an impression that can't be brushed aside. He follows up with a sharp high kick that catches another fighter directly in the temple. If he wants a Holy Knight to take him seriously, then he has to cut down every opponent they send his way without hesitation. Another knee lands with a heavy impact, and another body crashes into the dirt of the arena floor. At this point, Jin is turning the entire match into a one-man showcase of violence and control. Up on the balcony, Raymond's face remains calm and unreadable, but his interest has clearly been stirred. He seems to be wondering how a mere mercenary could have learned to fight with that much skill and precision. Jin stands alone in the middle of the ring, surrounded by the groaning bodies of the fighters he has taken down. Around him, the crowd's cheers rise to a deafening roar, shaking the arena with excitement. Jin knows exactly what this means. Once he defeats enough of these challengers in front of everyone, even a knight like Raymond won't be able to ignore him anymore. At last, Raymond turns toward his apprentice, Rex, and gives him a simple command. He tells Rex to go down into the arena and fight that man himself. Rex looks deeply insulted the moment he hears the order. As an apprentice knight, the idea of lowering himself to fight some common mercenary clearly feels beneath his pride. From the arena floor, Jin watches their reaction with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. This is the moment he has been aiming for, the real beginning of his plan to reach the knights. But just as Rex prepares to enter the ring, Jin suddenly throws out a shocking refusal. He says he refuses, turning the entire situation on its head and using that one sentence to kick off his negotiation for mana arts. Rex freezes in place, his face twisting with anger and disbelief. No ordinary commoner has ever dared to reject a knight's challenge so openly, especially not in front of a crowd. Jin stands before the elite knights with an unreadable expression, completely unfazed by the tension around him. He understands that this is the turning point where his real plan to work his way into their circle finally begins. He repeats his refusal in a flat, firm voice, cutting off their offer and leaving everyone watching stunned. Jin isn't interested in fighting under just any conditions. He wants terms that actually benefit him. Raymond is visibly taken aback, his brow tightening as he looks down at the bold mercenary. It's not often that anyone turns down a chance to cross paths with the Order, let alone does it this calmly. As night settles over the busy pioneer city, the focus shifts back toward the mercenary dormitory. Claire watches the situation unfold with open anxiety on her face, clearly worried about what Jin is getting himself into now. Jonathan looks just as stunned as Claire, standing there like he can't make sense of Jin's reckless behavior. In front of people this powerful, refusing a challenge feels almost like asking for trouble. Inside the arena, a confused murmur spreads through the crowd. The spectators can't understand why the famous head crusher would pass up such a prestigious chance to fight an apprentice knight. Rex takes the rejection terribly, his anger bursting out as he screams at Jin to explain himself. To him, being refused by a common mercenary is a direct insult, and he can't stand the thought of Jin looking down on him. While Rex completely loses his temper in front of everyone, Raymond stays perfectly composed. His calm blue eyes remain locked on Jin, watching him with such sharp focus that it almost feels like he's trying to see straight through him. The Holy Knight finally steps forward, his voice steady as he questions Jin's refusal. He wonders if Jin is turning down the duel because he was injured during the earlier matches and is trying to hide it. Jin only lifts his bandaged hand and gives a loose, casual wave as if the concern barely matters. He assures them that his body is in perfect condition, making it clear that physical pain isn't the reason he's holding back. Raymond presses him again, unwilling to accept such a vague answer. If Jin isn't hurt, then he wants to know exactly why a mercenary like him would refuse a duel offered by a knight's apprentice. Jin answers without dressing it up. He's a mercenary, not some noble warrior chasing honor or glory, and he only moves when there's money or power involved. So if they expect him to fight a holy knight's apprentice, then he expects something worthwhile in return. Then Jin proposes that they turn the duel into a proper bet. He has no intention of risking his body in a sparring match just for entertainment, especially not when the other side clearly wants to test him. Raymond's expression turns skeptical as he studies him from above. To him, it's hard to imagine what a common mercenary could possibly offer that would interest someone of a holy knight's status. Jin admits that he may not be some grand noble or famous figure, but he does have one thing that speaks loudly enough. He claims he has an outrageous amount of money to put behind his words. With that, Jin brings out a heavy sack of gold and holds it up for everyone in the arena to see. The bag hangs with obvious weight, making it clear that this isn't just empty bragging. The crowd immediately bursts into laughter, mocking him as a lunatic for trying to gamble with a holy knight who lives by discipline and honor. To them, Jin looks like a reckless fool who has no idea how far out of his depth he really is. Rex looks furious at the disrespect, his jaw tightening as he glares down at Jin. The idea that this mercenary thinks he can buy his way into setting terms for a fight only makes Rex's anger burn even hotter. Raymond calmly places a hand on Rex's shoulder, stopping his apprentice before he can explode any further. Then he tells Jin plainly that they have no need for his gold coins. Instead of taking the money, Raymond offers a different kind of stake for the match. He's willing to play along with Jin's challenge, but only if the duel is handled under his own terms. Raymond suggests that both sides agree to waive all responsibility for any injuries or damages that happen during the fight. No compensation, no complaints, no legal aftermath, just a raw clash where each side accepts the consequences. To Raymond, that kind of agreement fits a duel between warriors far better than tossing around a sack of coins. If they are going to fight, then both sides should bear the risk with their own bodies. Inside, Jin is absolutely delighted by the proposal. If there's no liability, then he won't need to hold back at all, and he can beat Rex as much as he wants without paying a single coin afterward. Jin accepts the terms with a confident grin, showing no trace of hesitation. Then he tells them that once the duel is over and Rex is lying on the ground, he'll finally name the price he wants. The two fighters move into position inside the arena, facing each other beneath the roaring crowd. The air between them grows heavy, sharp, and tense, as if one wrong breath could set the whole place off. Rex locks his gaze onto Jin, his eyes burning with cold anger. He's clearly determined to punish this arrogant mercenary and make him regret every disrespectful word he just said. Jin narrows his eyes as he focuses every sense on the opponent in front of him. The loose, playful mercenary act fades away completely, replaced by the calm stare of someone who survived by reading danger before it struck. The spectators go wild around them, shouting, cheering, and throwing out bets in a frenzy. Some are even risking entire fortunes on the head crusher, hoping he can pull off an upset against a knight's apprentice. Claire warns Jin to give a signal if the fight becomes too dangerous, her worry obvious in her voice. But Jin brushes it off calmly, telling her not to stress because he has the situation under control. Jin tells her he'll win, his voice flat and certain, without a single crack of doubt. After surviving 12 years in hell, he isn't about to lose here to an apprentice wearing a knight's pride. Rex turns to his master and asks how far he should take the fight. Raymond tells him to go all out, already understanding that Jin isn't the kind of opponent who can be handled lightly. From the stands, Raymond watches the arena with a steady, unreadable expression. He has already accepted that this match won't be a simple victory for his student, no matter how confident Rex may be. Rex accepts the command and begins drawing out his power. A golden energy starts to swirl around his body, gathering around him like a storm being pulled into human shape. Crowd gasps as the legendary mana arts appear before their eyes. The sight of that golden power sends them into a wave of excitement, and many start cheering as if the Holy Knight side has already won. With a heavy thud, Rex plants his foot firmly against the arena floor. The pressure of his mana crashes down through the ground, cracking the surface and making the ring buckle beneath him. In the next instant, Rex launches forward in a flash of golden light. His speed is explosive, turning his body into a blur that most of the crowd can barely follow with their eyes. Jin tracks the movement carefully and realizes right away that this kid is nothing like the thugs he was crushing earlier. Rex is on a completely different level, and for the first time tonight, the fight has become real. A refined, powerful strike cuts through the air toward Jin, with frightening precision. Jin is forced onto the defensive, slipping away just in time as the attack nearly catches him clean. Even so, the blow still grazes him, and blood sprays from Jin's mouth as the impact tears through his guard. In that moment, he understands that if a technique like this lands directly, it could actually kill him. But instead of backing away in fear, Jin's eyes widen with fascination. Feeling the power of mana arts firsthand only makes him more excited, because this is exactly the kind of strength he came here to understand. He narrowly avoids the next follow-up attack, his senses sharpening with every movement Rex makes. This isn't just a fight anymore for Jin, it's a chance to study a power he desperately wants to master. Rex charges in again, his fist wrapped in golden mana, as he pours everything into his opening assault. He's determined to show Jin the gap between a trained knight's apprentice and a lowly mercenary. A tremendous impact explodes across the arena floor, scattering sparks of energy in every direction. Dust bursts up from the force of the strike, and for a moment, it looks as if the match might already be finished. Jin is forced backward by the blast, but he lands on his feet with almost cat-like balance. He wipes a thin smear of blood from his chin, looking less injured than curious as he calmly checks the damage. Rex keeps taunting him, calling Jin a wild beast who has no understanding of a holy knight's true power. The fact that this mercenary is still standing only seems to offend him even more. The arena erupts into chaos as the crowd watches the head crusher get pushed back for the first time. On the sidelines, Jonathan and Claire stare tensely, both realizing that Rex's strength is far beyond the fighters Jin crushed before. Claire clenches her jaw, her eyes fixed on Jin without blinking as she silently hopes he stays safe. She knows how dangerous these knights can become once they stop holding back and take a fight seriously. Raymond observes the duel in silence, his face giving away almost nothing, but his eyes follow every step, every block, and every shift in Jin's posture, as if he's carefully dissecting the entire fight. Rex continues pressing forward, golden arcs of mana trailing behind each punch he throws. He's trying to crush Jin under a relentless combination of speed, force, and polished magical technique. Jin raises his bandaged arm and blocks a blow strong enough to shatter an ordinary man's ribs, yet he doesn't even flinch, keeping his gaze locked on Rex's movements as if the technique matters more than the pain. Raymond's eyes narrow as he senses something strange in the mercenary's rhythm. There is something fundamentally off about the way Jin is moving, and it leaves a heavy, uneasy feeling in his stomach. Raymond remembers how Jin had crushed every previous opponent with ruthless, overwhelming force. Compared to that savage dominance, Jin's current defensive posture feels strangely restrained, almost like he is choosing not to strike back. The knight begins to understand that Jin's movements are unusually passive. It doesn't look like he's struggling to fight back. It looks more like he's waiting for something very specific to happen. Rex lets out a furious shout and pours the last of his strength into one final attack. He wants to end this humiliation in a single decisive blow and prove that Jin never belonged in the same arena as him. He drives forward with a massive mana-charged punch, the golden light around his fist blazing like a miniature star. The air itself seems to ripple and distort from the intensity of the power gathered there. Jin is swallowed by the center of the blast as dust and broken debris explode around him. The arena floor cracks beneath the force, sending fragments scattering through the air. From the spectator's point of view, it looks like the attack landed directly. For one tense moment, the entire crowd seems convinced that Jin has taken the full force of Rex's finishing blow. But as the dust slowly clears, the impossible truth appears in front of everyone. Jin is still standing there perfectly fine. And even more shocking, he didn't dodge at all. he seems to have caught or knocked aside Rex's attack with nothing but his bare hand. Up in the stands, Jonathan suddenly rises to his feet, his face drained of color as he stares down at the arena. He can barely believe what he just witnessed, asking if a human body should even be capable of doing something like that. Rex freezes where he stands, and the terror of the situation finally begins sinking in. His strongest move, the attack he trusted to finish everything, has done absolutely nothing, and in that instant, his confidence crumbles completely. Jin remains calm in the center of the arena, fresh blood still trailing down from his chin. But instead of fear or pain, his eyes carry a deep satisfaction, because he has already seen everything he came here to see. And Jin tells Rex that he has finished measuring his combat power. The light, playful air around him disappears all at once, replaced by something colder and far more predatory. Jin slowly clenches his fist, and the casual atmosphere of the arena seems to vanish with that single motion. He is no longer standing there to observe or endure attacks. Now, he is ready to settle things himself. Before Rex can even blink, Jin closes the distance between them in an instant and drives a single brutal blow into the apprentice's chest. The force of the strike is so heavy that it ripples outward like a shockwave. Rex's eyes bulge as all the air is blasted out of his lungs, leaving him gasping in disbelief. In his entire life, he has never felt physical power this overwhelming crash into him head-on. From the sidelines, Raymond is visibly stunned as he takes in what just happened. A normal punch, with no obvious enhancement behind it, has done that much damage to his student, and now he's beginning to understand the kind of monster standing in the arena. Rex drops to his knees, coughing violently as he struggles just to keep himself from collapsing face first. The golden mana shield protecting him is gone, shattered completely by that one terrifying hit. Jin looks down at him with a dark, satisfied smirk, almost amused by the result. With that cold confidence in his eyes, he makes it clear that the Holy Knight's apprentice was not nearly as tough as he acted. Standing over his defeated opponent, Jin looks strangely refreshed, despite all the attacks he took earlier. He also realizes that Rex only survived that last hit, because a trace of mana protection had still been lingering inside his body. Rex fights to stay conscious, saliva and blood dripping from his chin as he lifts his eyes toward Jin in pure terror. At that moment, the gap between them becomes painfully clear to everyone watching. Jin takes another step closer, cracking his knuckles as he stares down at the trembling apprentice. Then he asks how many more hits like that Rex thinks he can endure, as if he is ready to keep going until nothing is left. Suddenly, a white cloak sweeps into view between them. Raymond steps into the arena and places himself in Jin's path, ending the duel before it can turn into a one-sided massacre. Raymond brings the match to an immediate stop and declares Rex the loser. He understands better than anyone that if this fight continues, his apprentice won't survive for even another minute. Then Raymond looks directly into Jin's eyes and promises to grant the request he mentioned earlier as the winner. Even with his pride wounded, the Holy Knight is still willing to keep his word. Jin lets out a small sigh, looking slightly annoyed that the fight was stopped right when things were getting interesting. He had been hoping to test more of Rex's mana arts before the duel ended. Even so, a faint smile soon appears on Jin's face as he realizes that his plan worked perfectly. He has finally gained the attention of the Order Alliance exactly the way he intended. The arena crowd explodes into absolute chaos, chanting the name Headcrusher as Jin walks away from the stage. To them, they have just witnessed the birth of a terrifying new legend. The view then shifts across the city to the enormous Gothic estate left behind by the late tycoon, Golden Bug Wolf. The mansion looms with the weight of old money, dark hallways, and secrets buried behind its grand walls. Inside the estate, the room is filled with the ugly sound of messy, animal-like eating. Someone is devouring food with such desperate hunger that it feels almost grotesque to watch. The ones eating are revealed to be Derek and Cedric, the two sons of the Golden Bug. They are stuffing their mouths with piles of food, swallowing like they haven't eaten properly in weeks. Between mouthfuls, they complain bitterly about the Order Alliance taking 10 whole days to move them behind the inner city walls. In their eyes, the knights are nothing more than overpriced bastards wasting their time. One of the sons scoffs, saying the knights are all talk and no real substance, despite the huge fortune they were paid for protection. His arrogance is obvious, smeared across him as heavily as the grease on his face. But then for a brief moment they stop eating, and the arrogance fades into something much uglier. They begin wondering if their bodies will even last long enough for the evacuation to begin, and real fear slips into their voices. As the moonlight falls across them, the horrifying truth is exposed. Their backs are covered in pulsating blue parasitic growths, glowing beneath the skin as they slowly become the very monsters they are terrified of. Those clusters of blue growths pulse with an unnatural light, each swollen orb twitching as if it has a life of its own. Dark, fibrous strands twist between the glowing sacs, digging into their flesh and fastening the parasites deeper into their bodies. Elsewhere, Raymond stands beside a massive tree and begins teaching Jin about mana arts. According to him, this is a fundamental skill for any warrior who wants to push beyond the limits of ordinary physical ability. Raymond explains that mana arts allow a person to treat mana almost like an extension of their own body. Once mastered, that control can drastically increase a warrior's strength, speed, and overall physical performance. As Raymond grips the handle of his blade, a soft golden glow begins to spread from his hand. The true strength of mana arts, he explains, depends entirely on how deeply the user has mastered that energy. Then, with one smooth motion, the Holy Knight unleashes the Holy Flame's strike. A massive arc of golden fire slices through the air, burning through everything in its path with terrifying precision. The force of that devastating strike echoes through the quiet morning air. Birds burst from the surrounding trees in a frantic blur, scattering into the sky as the aftermath rolls across the clearing. Raymond sheathes his sword with effortless control, his expression still perfectly calm after such an overwhelming display. Then he turns back toward the others, making it clear that the lesson is finished for the moment. Rex claps enthusiastically, his face bright with admiration after watching his master's technique. Even after losing to Jin, he still looks completely impressed by Raymond's effortless command of power. The red-haired apprentice knight can't hide his excitement, as he asks how anyone can be so perfect. The silver-haired knight simply gives a calm nod and tells him that it is now his turn to try. Rex rushes off with a wide grin, clearly eager to prove himself. He is determined to give it everything he has and show that he can at least handle the basics properly. Watching all of this from a distance, Jin's thoughts drift back to his own wolf. Seeing Rex's devotion makes him wonder if this is what a human looks like when they are completely, almost blindly loyal. Jin looks toward the cleanly sliced tree stumps and quietly thinks about the nature of mana arts. Compared to what Rex showed in the arena, Raymond's technique is clearly on a much more refined and controlled level. Still, Jin can't help feeling a little skeptical about how flashy the whole technique seems. Part of him wonders if a simple, sharp blade should be enough to produce the same result without all that extra display. Noticing that Jin's attention is drifting, Raymond calls out to him and tells him to focus. Jin gives a small nod, then steps forward to take his own place and try the technique for himself. Raymond moves behind him and begins guiding his posture as Jin prepares to draw his weapon. He tells him to imagine his muscles tightening the same way they would when he flexes with intention. With his eyes closed, Raymond explains that the key is to hold the mana firmly inside the muscles. It isn't about letting the energy simply flow around him, but about drawing it inward and making it part of his own body. Jin takes a slow, deep breath and thinks back to the basic mana control Claire once taught him. He searches inside himself for that same sensation, trying to feel the energy settle into place. Then, all of a sudden, he senses a strange spark. A faint blue flame flickers near his cheek, small but unmistakable, showing that the energy inside him is beginning to answer his call. A surge of mana begins swirling around Jin's body, catching him completely off guard. Until this moment, he hadn't realized that such a large amount of energy had been stored inside him. As Jin focuses on it, he realizes the calm, light feeling of that energy is exactly like Claire's mana. It must have remained with him after she helped him recover before, quietly lingering inside his body. But as he concentrates harder, the blue glow begins to shift, darken, and twist into a stranger color. Purple tendrils of energy start crawling upward around his torso, coiling around him in an unsettling spiral. Raymond watches him closely and calmly coaches him to start moving the mana through his limbs little by little. He suggests that even small motions might help Jin understand how the energy responds inside his body. But the moment Jin's aura fully manifests, Raymond's calm expression completely disappears. He stares in shock at the dark, swirling energy pouring out from Jin, unable to hide how abnormal it looks. Jin stands there completely wrapped in a violent surge of purple flame, the strange fire twisting and snapping around his sword like it has a will of its own. Compared to the clean, sacred golden light the knight had just displayed, this power looks far darker and far more dangerous. The instructor freezes in place, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He can hardly believe Jin grasped the technique after seeing it only once, but what unsettles him even more is the deep, unnatural color of the mana now burning around him. That purple energy crawls and crackles along the blade's edge, flickering like cursed lightning instead of a holy art. The sight gives off a heavy, ominous pressure, as if some strange and forbidden power has been dragged into the open. Raymond immediately thinks back to an old teaching about mana arts. Their shape and color are said to be born from the user's inner world, meaning every manifestation is a direct reflection of the soul hidden beneath the surface. He keeps his gaze fixed on Jin, his eyes narrowing as curiosity mixes with a quiet sense of dread. If mana truly reveals what lies inside a person, then Raymond can't help wondering what kind of darkness could create an aura like that. Jin, however, doesn't seem to notice the concern directed at him at all. A faint smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth as he feels the raw strength flowing through him, and the sword in his hands suddenly feels almost weightless. Without wasting another moment, he starts swinging the blade in quick succession, each motion slicing through the air with sharper control. The purple glow streams behind the sword like a ghostly afterimage, and every strike comes out faster and cleaner than the one before. After a few more swings, Jin stops and studies the weapon in his grip, quietly judging the feel of the technique. Even with the improvement, something about it still feels a little wasteful, so he figures his mastery is probably still sitting at a low level. Still, even if the efficiency isn't perfect yet, Jin can't deny how incredible the purple energy looks wrapped around his blade. The more he stares at it, the more eager he becomes to try this power out in a real fight. Far above the road, the caravan's massive transport beasts keep moving along the winding path, their heavy steps carrying the group forward from a distance. The world below looks strangely calm, completely unaware of the dangerous power that has just awakened. Later on, Claire catches up to Jin, her face bright with genuine amazement. She looks at him as if she still can't quite believe what she saw, clearly impressed that he managed to learn the technique so quickly and so naturally. Jin gives her a simple thanks, then admits that he probably picked it up so fast because some of her mana had flowed into him before. After saying that, his tone softens a little as he asks whether she's all right after everything that happened. Claire blinks, caught off guard by the way he brings it up. Then her expression slowly relaxes, as if she has just realized what he means, and the idea that her mana may have helped him leaves her quietly surprised. Then she lets out a cheerful laugh and tells him there's really no need to worry about it. In her mind, that transfer of energy was nothing more than a small gift to repay him for saving her life back then. Jin glances away, unable to accept it as casually as she does. He knows the amount of mana she gave him was far too much to simply brush aside, and deep down, he understands that his sudden progress came from her generosity. Up ahead, Raymond remains seated on his horse, quietly watching the two of them talk from a short distance away. His face is calm, but his eyes suggest he is still turning over the memory of that dark aura in his mind. That's when Rex rides up beside them, his usual arrogant attitude slipping right back into his voice. He warns the newcomer not to start slacking off, then tells Jin he should be more grateful for the time they spent training through the night. Jin just looks back at him with a completely flat expression, silently wondering why this guy insists on being so annoying. From the way Rex is acting, it's obvious he still hasn't gotten over losing their previous spar. The red-haired boy shoots Jin a sharp, competitive look, practically daring him to respond. Jin can read him easily by now. The kid is bored, frustrated, and clearly trying to remind everyone that he still wants to stand above the rest. Rex finishes off his little boast by slapping the side of his horse hard, sending it forward as he rides away with a smug grin. Whether through skill or sheer stubbornness, he is determined to keep himself ahead. But the sudden slap makes Rex's horse rear up in alarm, its body jerking violently beneath him. Rex grits his teeth and tightens his grip on the reins, struggling to regain control as the startled beast lets out a panicked whinny. A moment later, he pushes ahead at a gallop, shouting for everyone to clear the path. Raymond and Jin watch him rush off, and the knight quietly apologizes for his subordinate's hot-headed behavior. Before anything more can be said, an angry shout suddenly rings out from the direction of the main caravan. Raymond pauses at once, his expression sharpening as he feels something dark and unpleasant settle over the air. The noise grows worse as wood splinters and supplies clatter violently somewhere up ahead. A voice screams for food over and over, but the sound is twisted by such raw hunger that it barely feels human anymore. Jin senses the tension rising and turns his attention toward the commotion. Raymond tells him not to worry, brushing it off as the usual trouble caused by their high-ranking employers and their exhausting behavior. Nearby workers continue hauling heavy barrels onto a platform, trying to keep the caravan moving despite the noise. Raymond explains that the disturbance is most likely just the Golden Bug Sons throwing another tantrum. He says that ever since their father died, the Sons have been eating non-stop, as if they no longer know how to stop themselves. Their greed seems endless, showing itself through a frantic obsession with devouring demonic meat. Raymond advises Jin to ignore them, saying it's better not to get pulled into the headache of their endless demands. He turns his gaze away with the weary look of someone who has dealt with their entitlement far too many times. Jin doesn't look convinced. To him, this feels like far more than simple stress eating, and as he watches the heavy carriage in the distance, a quiet unease begins to settle in his chest. Inside, a mouth is packed full of demonic flesh, with grease and dark juices dripping messily down the skin. The frantic speed of the eating makes it clear that this is no ordinary gluttony. Something far more sinister is taking hold. Gray veins swell beneath the eater's face as the skin ripples and twists unnaturally. A wet, muffled sound slips out while they keep stuffing themselves with raw, dark essence, as if their body is being consumed from the inside. Jin can't shake the feeling that something monstrous is seconds away from bursting out. His gaze grows colder, and almost without thinking, his hand begins to drift closer to the hilt of his blade. Then his eyes widen as a massive tremor runs through the entire caravan line. In the middle of the morning noise, a sharp crack of breaking timber cuts through everything like a warning bell. The lead Teresk suddenly throws its huge head back, its eyes clouding over with a violent, mindless madness. Barrels and supplies are launched into the air as the massive beast begins thrashing wildly beneath its load. The giant turtle-like creature lurches forward with its tongue hanging out, completely losing control as it goes berserk. The heavy wooden carriage strapped to its back is ripped apart from the inside as easily as if it were made of paper. Panic explodes through the caravan as guards scramble to respond to the rampaging beast. Raymond stays mounted, his eyes cutting across the wreckage as he searches for the real cause of the disaster. In the next instant, he understands that the beast itself isn't the only threat. Something is forcing its way out of the cabin, and Raymond's warning shout tears through the chaos around the soldiers. Raymond orders Rex to move in and secure the perimeter right away. Rex answers without hesitation, drawing his sword as he guides his horse toward the collapsing mess and the growing danger ahead. Golden mana bursts to life around Raymond as his hand tightens around his massive blade. He prepares to step in personally, his cape snapping behind him in the wind, stirred up by the sudden surge of holy power. He reminds Rex that protecting the clients comes before anything else. But if the beast cannot be calmed immediately, then Raymond gives the cold order to bring it down before it causes even more damage. Rex drives his horse straight toward the thrashing Tarrasque, his eyes locking onto the golden bug emblem marked on the cabin. In the middle of this sudden crisis, he clearly sees a chance to prove his worth. Before he can get much closer, dark pointed protrusions rip through the wooden cabin from the inside. Splinters explode outward in every direction as the entire structure is torn apart piece by piece. Broken debris rains down around the beast as something enormous and grotesque shoves itself out from the wreckage. The air fills with snapping wood, crashing fragments, and the sickening wet sound of flesh dragging forward. From the ruins of the carriage emerges a nightmare of writhing tentacles and pale, swollen skin. The creature releases a deafening, inhuman shriek, and the sound is enough to make everyone nearby freeze in terror. Claire hurries to Jin's side, her face drained of color as she recognizes the horror in front of them. Her voice trembles as she asks whether the thing breaking free from the wreckage is a fiend. She explains that it was once human, but has now been completely devoured by the karma of the demon realm. Once that transformation reaches this point, there is no turning back, leaving only a mindless engine of destruction behind. Jin watches the creature with a grim expression, realizing that the clients they were hired to protect have turned into the very monsters threatening the caravan. A red glow reflects in his eyes as his focus locks fully onto the new enemy. Raymond draws in a deep breath and gathers his holy mana, preparing everything for one decisive blow. From the look in his eyes, he already knows there is nothing left inside that monster that can be saved. And he launches himself from his horse, closing the distance in a blur with his glowing sword raised high above him. His aim is fixed straight on the center of the shifting, undulating mass. Holy flame strike! A towering pillar of golden light crashes down from above, cutting straight through the monster's dense flesh. The force of Raymond's attack tears into the creature's main body and splits it apart in one devastating blow. The blade keeps driving downward, carving a scorching path through the air before tearing straight into the ground below. In the next instant, blood and thick black essence explode outward in every direction, as if the fiend's body has been ripped apart from the inside. But even after landing such a brutal hit, the knight doesn't relax for a second. His face stays tight with alarm, his eyes still locked on the ruined monster, and he shouts Rex's name once more, already sensing that this fight is nowhere near finished. The red-haired apprentice charges in right after him, letting out a fierce shout as he rushes toward the shattered creature. His sword is already raised, and every step makes it clear he's trying to end the battle with his own hands. Without slowing down, he springs toward one of the severed chunks of flesh. His whole body leans into the attack, eager to be the one who delivers the final blow and takes the glory for the kill. He swings with all the strength he can pour into his arms, sending a sharp shockwave ripping through the air around him. The blow crashes down so hard that the ground beneath his feet splits apart, but the thing he struck refuses to stay still for long. The huge pieces of the monster's flesh don't lie dead on the grass the way they should. They begin to float and twitch unnaturally, dark slime leaking from the torn edges as each severed chunk trembles, vibrates, and starts pulling itself back together. Then, right in the center of that writhing mass, a gigantic maw splits open, packed with jagged teeth. Beyond the teeth is nothing but a dark, churning emptiness, radiating hunger, hatred, and something ancient that should never have been awakened. Raymond's eyes widen the moment he understands what he's seeing. The creature's regeneration is far beyond anything he had prepared for, and he immediately screams at the apprentice to retreat before that mistake costs him his life. But the monster has already reformed behind the boy, its many eyes flaring with hateful red light. Its huge body rises over him like a living wall of flesh, while its enormous mouth hangs open, ready to snap down at any moment. The young fighter clenches his teeth as the horrible truth hits him. He has walked straight into a trap, and when he turns his head, the beast's shadow is already spreading across his face. A massive tentacle suddenly whips through the air with terrifying speed, moving too fast for the apprentice to react. The heavy strike slams into his arm, and a burst of blood sprays upward before he can even process the pain. His limb is cut away in a single instant, his sword clattering down beside the mangled remains. A scream tears out of him as the force of the blow sends his body flying helplessly through the air. As a huge fanged mouth hangs over Rex, Raymond throws himself forward with everything he has. The knight shouts for his apprentice again, desperate to reach him before the monster can finish closing in. Fresh blood bursts across the battlefield. In the aftermath, the only things left of the apprentice knight are a severed arm and the sword that slipped from his grasp. Jin stands frozen for a moment, watching the nightmare unfold with a tense expression as he struggles to take in what just happened. Behind him, Claire and the other mercenaries stare in stunned silence, unable to look away from the horrifying sight. Raymond is completely motionless, His eyes stretch wide as he stares upward at the mangled remains of his student, hanging high above like proof that he had failed to protect him. Raw frustration finally boils over inside Raymond. He grits his teeth, cursing the monster's unbelievable resilience, while the whole situation slips further and further beyond anything he thought he could control. With a violent swing, Raymond unleashes another attack, driving his blade deep into the monster's writhing gray body. Mana sparks scatter from the impact as steel grinds against dense, unnatural flesh that refuses to cut like any normal creature. Raymond releases his sacred fire slash, and a surge of holy energy tears forward in a blazing wave. The attack carves a huge gash through the creature's body, sending ripples across its bloated mass as if the whole monster is shuddering from the blow. The monster shrieks so loudly that the sound seems to tear through the battlefield itself. Its many mouths twist in agony, yet even after taking that heavy damage, the wound begins to bubble, shift, and close as though it refuses to remain open. Raymond finally loses all composure and rushes straight toward the writhing remains. Even with horror right in front of him, he clings desperately to one fragile hope that somewhere inside that monster, his student might still be alive. He charges directly at the mangled maw and starts tearing into it with frantic hands, screaming Rex's name again and again. Even with despair closing in around him, he begs the young man not to give up. Thin black tentacles burst from the ground like a twisted cage of thorns, surrounding the area and threatening to swallow the dark hollow before him. The monster is no longer just fighting, it is reshaping the battlefield itself with its own rotting flesh. Jin watches the Holy Knight struggle, his eyes narrowing as the truth becomes impossible to ignore. Ordinary holy magic is not enough to put this thing down, and as his jaw tightens, he realizes he can't stay back and watch much longer. And now the Holy Knight has completely lost his focus, doing nothing but clawing and digging in desperation. While he remains trapped in that panic, the monster's tentacles shoot toward him, ready to strike. Jin suddenly bursts into motion, grabbing the dazed Raymond and yanking him away from the incoming attack. He moves like a blur, fast enough that even the knight is caught completely off guard. The two of them skid across the dirt, barely slipping out of reach as the monster's limbs smash and thrash behind them. Jin keeps his gaze fixed on the beast the entire time, then tosses Raymond aside so he can move from rescuing him straight into battle. In Jin's eyes, the proud image of a majestic holy knight is gone. All he sees now is a broken man sprawled helplessly on the ground, crushed by grief, and unable to stand on his own. Panic begins spreading through the group as everyone realizes their strongest fighter is falling apart. The mercenaries glance at one another in fear, silently wondering whether anyone could truly survive against a beast like this. The fiend keeps swelling, twisting, and wriggling, its surface covered in pulsing lumps and glowing red eyes. Whatever traces of the two men it came from are gone now, buried beneath a grotesque mass that no longer looks human at all. A terrifying roar rips through the air as the monstrosity finally settles into its new form. The sight feels like a cold warning of what human greed becomes when it is fed by demonic corruption. Jin stares straight into the monster's eyes and a dark thought creeps into his mind. Since he survives by eating demon cores, for one brief moment, he wonders if this hideous fate could one day be waiting for him too. He forces that fear down and draws his massive blade as the monster's tongue lashes toward him. Right now, survival comes before everything else, and that means ending this abomination's suffering before it can devour anyone else. Jin dives into the chaos, weaving through a barrage of spear-like tentacles that stab into the ground exactly where he had been a heartbeat earlier. As he moves, his eyes track the beast's wild motions, searching for even the smallest opening. He brings his sword down in a heavy, brutal arc, slicing through a thick layer of gray flesh. But the creature's body is so massive and dense that every strike feels less like cutting meat and more like hacking through solid rubber. Even after his blade tears clean through, the severed flesh starts knitting itself back together almost immediately. Jin understands right away that he cannot win this fight through simple physical attacks alone. He slips through the narrow gaps in the monster's defenses, scanning every pulsing fold and swollen lump for a core or some kind of vital point. The constant movement is exhausting, but stopping for even one breath could get him killed. Another enormous mouth opens wide, its teeth spreading as if it wants to swallow anything foolish enough to come near. The monster's hunger looks endless, reflecting the same gluttony of the sons who gave birth to it. Jin swings horizontally, and the slash bites deep into the creature's side, spraying dark fluid into the air. He isn't just attacking blindly now, he's testing how much damage this monster can take before its regeneration finally reaches a limit. He slides back across the dirt with his blade dragging a line behind him, already preparing his next move. But the wounds he just opened are closing before his eyes, and the monster's regeneration still shows no sign of slowing down. Jin curses quietly under his breath, his stare fixed on the pulsing center of the monster's body. If he wants to land a killing blow, he needs a way to stop those severed limbs from reconnecting again and again. At that moment, a harpoon cuts through the air, its metal tip flashing with a cold gleam. Someone else has finally stepped into the fight. The mercenaries launch their attack together, sending harpoons and ropes deep into the beast's soft flesh. Using the pull and weight of each line, they start pinning the monster's limbs down against the ground. Jonathan roars out to Jin, making it clear that they're backing him up. Even with fear still gripping them, the mercenaries find enough courage to stand beside their hunter. Claire steps forward next, her magical tome shining with a vivid blue glow. She begins her chant, her fingers hovering over the ancient writing as mana gathers and swirls around her. A wave of binding magic bursts from Claire as her spell. "Thy sword shall thwart evil," spreads across the battlefield. The blue energy washes over the severed pieces of the monster, clinging to them like a holy seal. Severed limbs start struggling against the spell, twitching and jerking as if trying to crawl back to the main body. But the magical residue holds them down like a spiritual anchor, finally interfering with the beast's regeneration. The mercenaries throw their full weight into the ropes, muscles straining as they fight to keep the monster pinned in place. They roar together, pouring every bit of strength they have into holding the line. Jin watches their teamwork with grim satisfaction, noticing that even the ordinary soldiers are finally doing their part. This is the opening he has been waiting for, and now he has a chance to finish the monster. A faint smile pulls at the corner of Jin's mouth as he realizes they haven't lost their nerve after all. Their courage, even in the face of that nightmare, earns them a rare moment of respect from him. Thick, dark fluid keeps dripping from the monster's open wounds, splashing onto the dry earth and spreading into ugly black pools beneath it. For the first time since this mutation began, the beast is losing blood faster than its twisted body can repair itself. Then the monster's aura suddenly changes, and a violent crackle of purple energy bursts out from somewhere deep inside its core, as if it can feel death closing in. All of its red eyes flare with a desperate, hateful glow. Jin immediately feels the pressure in the air shift around him, and every instinct in his body warns him that the creature is about to make a reckless move. He lowers his stance, tightens his grip on his weapon, and focuses completely on the unstable mana surging through the beast. From within the warped flesh, the faces of Derek and Cedric begin to push through, their features twisted into silent screams of endless pain. The mutation is no longer holding together properly, collapsing under the weight of its own corrupted power. The monstrosity releases a gut-wrenching roar that shakes the clearing, its enormous body throbbing with violent red energy. Towering over everyone in that grotesque shape, it looks less like a living creature and more like a nightmare built entirely out of flesh. And when they look closer, the horror becomes even harder to stomach. The warped, screaming faces of the golden bug sons are fused directly into the creature's shoulders, their eyes burning with unnatural fire as they become part of the very monster they once feared. The beast begins thrashing in every direction, and dozens of thick, whip-like tentacles burst from its body at once. They lash out wildly at everything around it, making it clear this thing is no longer just a monster. It has become a walking disaster. A blur of black appendages sweeps across the battlefield, slicing through the air with terrifying speed and force. Every single strike carries enough weight to crush bone, tear armor apart, or snap a tree in half like a dry branch. The mercenaries scattered desperately, throwing themselves out of the way as tentacles slam down around them and smash the ground apart. Even Raymond struggles to keep his balance as the chaotic assault grows faster, heavier, and harder to predict. The abomination grows even more hideous, its main mouth stretching wider and wider until it becomes a tooth-filled abyss. It looks ready to swallow the entire caravan whole, feeding on the panic around it as its body swells larger with every passing second. Jin doesn't waste even a breath hesitating. With his blade already drawn, he launches himself straight into the middle of the chaos, moving like a shadow, while everyone else can only stare in shock at the monster's overwhelming rampage. The creature's skin is a thick, pulsing mess of gray muscle, swollen veins, and shifting layers of flesh. Its body constantly twists to protect whatever lies inside, making it a defensive nightmare that shrugs off ordinary attacks. Jin swings hard from the side, driving a heavy horizontal slash deep into the monster's flank. Black fluid sprays into the air from the wound, but his real goal is deeper than that. He is searching for the hidden core buried beneath all that disgusting bulk. The monster lets out a sharp, high-pitched screech the moment Jin's attack lands, its massive head jerking and lolling to one side. It tries to swipe back at him in retaliation, but Jin has already slipped away and is moving into position for the next strike. Before the creature can properly recover, Jin follows up with a brutal kick straight into the center of its face. The impact lands with crushing force, snapping the beast's head backward and giving him a brief opening to press the attack. His boot slams into the monster with a sickening thud, pinning its head back against its own bloated body for just a split second. Jin throws his full body weight into the move, using the impact to keep the creature unstable and off balance. Jin slides back and regroups with the mercenaries, his breathing still calm despite the brutal exchange. His eyes quickly check Jonathan and the others, who are barely staying upright after being battered by the monster's attacks. Behind them, the fiend shows no sign of stopping. Its many limbs continue to twist and writhe as it gathers itself for another charge, looking as if its regenerative strength has no real limit at all. Jin keeps his head clear and tells them that the only thing they can do is keep cutting away at the outer layers. If they continue hacking through the flesh piece by piece, they will eventually reach the core, the one part that truly matters. Jonathan nods, tightening both hands around his weapon as determination returns to his face. He tells the others not to lose heart, because even if the monster is getting stronger, they are also starting to understand the pattern of its movements. A cold, confident smile slowly spreads across Jin's face. The look in his eyes changes completely, as if he has finally decided to stop holding back and bring this fight to an end. At last, Jin unleashes the mana arts he has only recently learned, and his sword erupts in a sinister swirl of purple aura. The dark energy crackles around the blade with a power completely unlike the clean holy force a holy knight would wield. "Here I go," he mutters under his breath, then charges back toward the towering monstrosity without hesitation. Purple mana trails behind his blade like a ghostly flame, leaving a dark streak through the air as he closes the distance. Jin attacks with blinding speed, and the purple aura around his sword cuts through the creature's flesh, as if it were nothing more than paper. Every swing leaves behind a trail of dark energy that seems to burn directly into the monster's cells. He raises his sword high and brings it down in a crushing overhead strike, the force of his mana arts ripping a massive vertical canyon through the beast's torso. The blow is so overwhelming that the creature's flesh has no chance to smoothly regenerate. The creature screams in pure agony as its regeneration finally begins to break down under the relentless purple mana. The dark energy clings to the damaged flesh, stopping it from reconnecting the way it had before. Jin refuses to slow down, carving through the monster's shoulder and cutting past the distorted faces of the golden bug sons until their screams are swallowed by the attack. His focus never wavers, because all that matters now is reaching the center of that writhing mass. Finally, after the brutal struggle, the blue core is exposed within the monster's body. Jin lunges straight toward it, raising his blade high as the sword seethes with the raw, violent power of his mana arts. Jin's eyes shine with a piercing red glow as he stares down at the dying beast before him. With no hesitation and no mercy left in his voice, he simply mutters, "It's over." With one clean slash, Jin's blade cuts through the monster's core and splits it in two. A massive torrent of blood and dark essence erupts from the wound, marking the final end of that grotesque abomination. The mercenaries collapse to their knees, one after another, gasping for air as the adrenaline finally begins to drain from their bodies. They are covered in soot, blood, and grime, but for the first time in what feels like forever, they are safe. Near the trees, Claire is doing everything she can to treat Raymond's severe wounds. The Holy Knight sits there exhausted, his armor battered and stained, while the weight of the battle has clearly shaken him down to his spirit. As the monster's body begins to dissolve, the two broken pieces of the blue core fall onto the grass with a soft, heavy thud. Those fragments are all that remain of the nightmare they have just survived. The core pieces roll slowly across the dirt, while the dark fluids nearby continue to twitch and wriggle unnaturally. Even after the battle is over, the sight is still horrifying enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The remaining soldiers suddenly break into loud cheers, raising their fists as they celebrate a victory they never truly believed they would see. Some are already talking excitedly about how their reputations will soar after taking down a creature this monstrous. In the middle of all that celebration, Jin stands apart from everyone else, staring at the carnage with a distant, detached expression. He did most of the heavy work in the fight, but he looks completely uninterested in praise or glory. His face is streaked with grime and blood from the battle, yet his eyes remain sharp and alert. Instead of lingering on the victory, he already looks like someone thinking about the next danger waiting ahead. One of the internal cores rests quietly on the ground, giving off a faint blue light that reflects across the damp soil. It looks small compared to the monster's body, but it holds a dense concentration of demonic essence. One of the younger mercenaries laughs in relief and runs back toward his friends, still buzzing with the joy of surviving the impossible. He even throws a joking comment toward Jin, calling him a rascal for making it through such a ridiculous mess. Behind the ancient trees, hidden deep in the shadows, a mysterious woman with long red hair and a black veil watches everything in silence. She has been observing the caravan from the darkness the entire time, and no one has noticed her presence. Her gaze drops to the remains of the monster, and her expression fills with cold disdain. To her, the golden bug sons were nothing more than incompetent failures, no different from their father in the end. She closes her eyes for a brief moment and lets out a soft sigh, calling them poor things without the slightest trace of real pity. Her voice carries only a cold judgment, as if she is simply measuring how worthless they turned out to be. Then her attention shifts when she notices Jin walking away with a core clutched in his hand. She watches him carefully, wondering in silence whether he is the man who truly defeated that abomination. Jin's gloved hand tightens around the glowing blue orb as he carries it away from the battlefield. He has no intention of leaving such a valuable resource behind after risking his life to take it. The veiled woman keeps her eyes fixed on him, her curiosity clearly stirred. She silently questions why he is taking the internal core for himself, now even more intrigued by the identity of this mysterious hunter. Later, beside the dying embers of the campfire, Kim Woojin, Jin, quietly searches through his belongings while the rest of the group sleeps. His movements are careful and deliberate, as if he is looking for one specific thing in the dark. Finally pulls out a glowing internal core, and its blue light spreads across the surrounding woods like a small, eerie lantern. Jin stares at the orb in silence for a moment, clearly weighing the danger against the reward. Then he brings the core close to his mouth, preparing to absorb its power, even though he knows there could be side effects. For Jin, this is still the fastest path to becoming stronger, and hesitation will only slow him down. He bites down on the core and closes his eyes, forcing its energy to pour into his body. The sensation hits him with intense force as he begins processing the essence locked inside it. Suddenly, a vision seizes his mind. A man lies strapped to a cold stone altar, trembling in terror, and Jin's awareness hovers over the scene as he realizes he is witnessing someone else's memory. Jin sees a ghost-like version of himself standing beside the captive man, watching the memory unfold from just a few steps away. In that moment, he understands that the core has forced open a fragment of the monster's past and dragged him straight into it. The unknown, veiled, red-haired woman stands over the bound man, looking down at him as if he is nothing more than a failed experiment. With a cold, mocking voice, she brings up his father's death while the captive twists and struggles helplessly against his restraints. She tells him that if he truly wants to stay alive, then he needs to prove his worth through results. Around them, the grim laboratory is filled with sharp medical tools, cold equipment, and even another body lying motionless in the background. The woman leans in closer, her shadow falling over the captive as she holds up a small bottle filled with blue liquid. The man tries to beg for his life through muffled cries, but his pleas barely escape past his restraints. Her red eyes remain completely still as she looks down at him. There is no warmth in them, no hesitation, and not even the faintest trace of empathy. She lifts the bottle slightly, studying the glowing blue substance inside, as if weighing whether this man is even worthy of joining her cause. The liquid shines with an unstable, dangerous light, making the entire room feel even more ominous. Then, without showing even a sliver of mercy, she pours the liquid straight into the man's eye. He thrashes violently against the altar, his body convulsing in agony as dark, corrupted veins begin spreading across his skin. The transformation becomes horrifying almost instantly, with dark energy bursting out from the man's eye like a curse taking root. Right in front of Jin, a human being is being twisted and remade into an abomination. Jin snaps back into the real world, with his heart pounding violently in his chest. Sweat runs down his face, but the terror of that vision still clings to his mind like it never fully ended. The psychic backlash slams into his stomach like a brutal punch, making his whole body lurch forward. He starts gagging uncontrollably, and white froth spills from his mouth as his body struggles to reject the foreign memory. He scrambles away from the campsite as quickly as his shaking legs can carry him, before anyone else notices the state he is in. Jin knows he has to get away from the group before he completely loses control. A short distance away, he collapses onto his hands and knees and vomits violently onto the ground. The strain of absorbing that memory tears through him, leaving his body almost unable to endure the aftershock. Jin gasps hard for air, his shoulders trembling as the side effects continue to roll through him. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, forcing himself to slow his breathing and regain control. As he steadies himself, he thinks back to what can happen when someone consumes an internal core. Sometimes the memories of the monster can flood into the person who eats it, but even knowing that, he was not fully prepared for how violent the experience would be. He realizes the memory must have belonged to one of the golden bug's sons. Piece by piece, he connects what he saw and understands that they were turned into monsters after that strange substance was poured directly into their eyes. Jin comes to one chilling conclusion. The blue liquid had to be karma. That discovery confirms the suspicion gnawing at him, revealing how these horrifying abominations are being created. Even after catching his breath, he can't stop thinking about the mysterious woman hidden behind that veil. From the way she spoke and moved, she was clearly the one controlling the entire process. A troubling thought crosses his mind as he wonders whether she could be a dark priest. The idea of someone that dangerous moving unseen in the shadows leaves a heavy, unsettling feeling in his chest. Claire, the young blonde woman in a white blouse and corset, eventually finds him out in the woods. She approaches with urgency and tells him the group has to leave immediately. But then Claire stops, her worried gaze settling on his face. She notices the sweat dripping from him, and the way his body still looks strained, making it obvious that something is very wrong. Claire quickly guesses that he has been eating cores again and asks him what happened. Her expression carries genuine concern, but there is also a clear hint of frustration, as if she expected him to do something reckless like this. Jin hesitates, wondering for a moment if he should tell her the truth about the memory he just saw. But he knows explaining that vision would be difficult, and it might only make her worry even more. So he tells her it is nothing, and chooses to keep the revelation to himself for now. Then he turns back toward the camp, walking with caution while keeping his guard firmly raised. Behind the trees, someone is watching them from the darkness. The hidden observer remains perfectly still, blending into the shadows without making the slightest sound. It is the unknown, veiled, red-haired woman herself, standing at a distance with her face hidden behind the black veil. She watches Jin silently, her expression impossible to read. She stays concealed among the trees as Jin and Claire make their way back to the others. Every movement they make seems to draw her attention, as if she is carefully tracking where they go next. Her sharp red eyes narrow beneath the veil as they lock onto Jin. It is clear that out of everyone in the group, he has become the one she finds most interesting. From the safety of the trees, she continues observing the group in silence, Hidden beyond their sight, she studies them without revealing even a trace of her presence. She finds it fascinating that someone who eats raw internal cores is traveling together with the Order Alliance. That strange contradiction makes her wonder whether Jin is hiding some scheme of his own. Under the veil, a small, curious smile begins to form on her lips. Rather than feeling threatened, she seems amused by the mystery surrounding him. She wonders whether, when they meet again, they will stand on the same side or face each other as enemies. With that thought lingering, she adjusts her attire and prepares to leave the shadows behind. The scene moves to the next morning, where sunlight spreads across a solemn cliffside. The group has gathered there quietly, united by a single purpose. They are holding a funeral for their fallen comrade, with the silver-haired knight Raymond standing at the front to lead the ceremony. Claire lowers her head in prayer, while Jin remains off to the side, watching in silence. Raymond offers a prayer to E, the god of harmony, over the simple makeshift grave before them. At the head of the burial site, a sword has been planted in the ground as a marker for the fallen knight. He speaks about Rex with a heavy voice, saying the young man was braver than anyone and had dedicated his life to peace. Every word carries the pain of a master mourning the student he could not save. Raymond asks the god to watch over Rex so that his death will not be meaningless. Around him, the rest of the group stands quietly at the edge of the cliff, paying their respects in silence. Jin watches from a distance, thinking about just how young Rex had been. He remembers the one duel they shared, and a quiet sense of pity settles over him for the young man who died too soon. Suddenly, Raymond's eyes shift as he senses something watching them from above. His mourning is interrupted, and he slowly looks up toward the rocks where a new presence has appeared. Raymond stares at the rocky outcrop with wide, shocked eyes. Behind him, Kim Woojin, Jin, and the others look on in confusion, trying to understand what has caught the knight's attention so suddenly. At the top of the high cliff, the silhouette of a massive creature stands against the bright sky. Raymond recognizes it instantly, gasping out the name of a red wolf, as sunlight blazes behind the figure. The red wolf, Mutt, stands tall beneath the open sky, its blue eyes glowing with a supernatural light. Two long ribbon-like appendages drift from its back, swaying slowly in the wind as a low growl rumbles from its throat. Raymond suddenly drops to his knees and plants his massive sword into the ground before him. He shouts his gratitude with such intense devotion that Jin and the rest of the group are startled by the sudden burst of religious fervor. Jin looks down at the kneeling knight in complete confusion, unable to understand why Raymond is reacting this dramatically. Raymond then explains that he is giving thanks for the divine comfort sent by E, the god of harmony. According to the beliefs of the order, the red wolf is considered the closest companion of their god. Yet while Raymond is lost in prayer, the so-called sacred beast simply sits on its perch and lets out a wide, lazy yawn. With a peaceful expression, Raymond continues explaining the meaning behind the wolf's appearance. To him, the creature standing above them is proof that their god is watching over them during their grief. Then Jin completely breaks the solemn mood by casually calling the creature his pet mutt. Raymond nearly leaps out of his skin, shouting that such a claim is blasphemy because a sacred beast like that supposedly cannot be tamed. Raymond is convinced Jin must be joking, but the hunter's face remains completely serious. Ignoring the knight's frantic protests, Jin decides to call the creature down with nothing more than a simple command. Jin raises his gaze straight toward the wolf on the cliff, his eyes sharp and commanding. He tells Mutt to stop showing off and come down immediately, as if he is scolding an unruly companion. The red wolf's ears perk up the moment it hears Jin's voice, and it looks down at him with an expression that shifts from majestic to startled. Recognizing the authority in the hunter's tone, the beast prepares to move. To the absolute shock of the knights, the so-called divine messenger leaps down from the high rock without hesitation. It bounds along the cliffside with effortless grace, heading straight toward the group waiting below. The red wolf drops down right in front of Jin and lowers itself submissively, panting with its tongue out like some ordinary loyal dog. Raymond can only stand there frozen, his mouth hanging open as the supposedly untamable sacred beast behaves as if Jin is its master. Raymond looks completely shaken, as though the foundation of everything he believes has cracked right in front of him. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot understand how one man could casually tame a creature that his entire order treats as sacred and impossible to control. Jin explains it as if it is nothing special, saying he killed a werewolf some time ago, and that this creature has been following him ever since. His tone is so casual that it sounds less like a miracle and more like he picked up a stray dog on the road. Raymond stares at Jin with a strange mixture of awe, confusion, and disbelief. The more he watches him, the more he starts to understand that the hunter traveling with them is anything but an ordinary man. After a long moment, the knight slowly turns his eyes back toward the simple funeral site. The wolf's sudden appearance has completely changed the mood of the morning, mixing grief with something that feels almost sacred to him. The red wolf settles quietly beside the grave of the fallen knight, its large tail brushing through the grass in slow, calm motions. For a creature Raymond sees as a divine symbol, it looks surprisingly relaxed and almost gentle. Raymond turns back toward Jin, and this time his voice carries far more humility than before. He seems ready to ask for something personal, while Jin simply raises an eyebrow and waits to hear what the knight wants. Raymond carefully suggests that if the wolf still has no real name, Jin should call it Rex. His expression is hopeful and heavy with grief, as if giving the creature that name would let him honor his fallen friend in some small way. He admits that calling a creature regarded as sacred by his order a mere mutt feels more than a little inappropriate. To Raymond, giving the wolf a proper name would at least return some dignity to the beast in the eyes of his faith. Raymond explains that Rex was a man of unwavering resolve, someone who dedicated himself completely to purifying the demonic realm. He hopes that same fierce will can somehow live on through the Red Wolf. In Raymond's mind, the memory of Rex's final moments rises painfully again. He sees his fallen friend's hand still locked around his sword, even as he collapsed, a sight that clearly cuts deep into the silver-haired knight's heart. With his eyes closed and both hands clasped over the hilt of his sword, Raymond pleads for the wolf to carry Rex's legacy forward. The request sounds less like a simple naming and more like a desperate prayer for meaning after loss. Jin falls silent for a moment and looks down at the ground, taking in the weight behind Raymond's request. Passing a dead knight's legacy onto a wolf is a strange idea, but even Jin can tell it matters deeply to him. Then Jin glances over at the red wolf, which is staring back at him with those glowing blue eyes. He asks the creature directly whether it is actually fine with taking on the name Rex. The wolf gives a firm, deliberate nod, its expression turning strangely serious. Somehow it seems to understand the meaning behind the name and accepts the weight that comes with it. Jin turns back to Raymond and agrees to call the wolf Rex from now on. If giving it that name can help the knight find even a little peace, then Jin has no reason to refuse. Relief spreads across Raymond's face, softening the grief that had been weighing him down. A small, grateful smile appears as he thanks Jin sincerely for accepting his request. The quiet moment does not last long. The sound of approaching footsteps reaches the cliffside, and both Jin and Raymond turn their attention toward the newcomer arriving at the funeral site. An old man walks into view with a wooden staff in hand, moving slowly but with undeniable presence. Jin and Raymond both turn toward him at once, their expressions sharpening with surprise and caution. Raymond is instantly stunned, and the word elder slips from his mouth in a stutter as recognition hits him. The old man is not alone either, with another man in similar gray and orange robes following close behind. Jin studies the old man carefully, sensing an overwhelming aura of authority wrapped around his frail-looking body. He realizes right away that this is not some wandering traveler who happened to pass by the cliffs. The man is Elder Bo of the 3rd Pioneer City, a blindfolded elder, dressed in orange monk-like robes with large wooden prayer beads hanging around him. In this region, he is known as one of the highest authorities anyone could encounter. The blind old man in monk robes approaches the camp while leaning on his wooden cane. The mercenaries recognize him almost immediately, and their voices drop into tense whispers the moment they realize who has arrived. Kim Woo-jin watches Elder Bo from beneath his hood, noticing how the entire atmosphere shifts the instant the man appears. He silently wonders just how much power and influence this elder holds over everyone here. This is Elder Bo from the 3rd Pioneer City, one of the most powerful and influential figures in the area. Despite his age and calm appearance, he carries himself with an aura that makes everyone around him instinctively straighten up. Behind him, a line of disciples follows in disciplined silence. Their footsteps strike the dirt path in a steady rhythm, making their arrival feel even more formal and imposing. The mercenaries quickly move out of the way, parting before him as if none of them dare block his path. Some even lower their heads respectfully, while the distinguished guest passes through their ranks. Raymond steps forward and gives Elder Bo a deep, formal bow, greeting him with clear respect. From the tension in Raymond's posture, it is obvious he never expected someone of this rank to come here personally. Elder Bo acknowledges Raymond with a small nod, then offers a brief apology for arriving during the mourning of the fallen knight. Rex, his words are polite, but there is a sharp purpose behind his visit. He quickly moves to the reason he came. Elder Bo is here to investigate the deaths of the Golden Bug's sons, Derek and Cedric, and he clearly has no intention of treating the matter lightly. Raymond's expression tightens as surprise flashes across his face. He suddenly understands that, even after everything they survived, the investigation into this incident is nowhere near finished. The elder asks whether Raymond truly believes the mercenaries' account of how their clients died. His tone makes it clear he is considering the possibility that something far more sinister may have been involved. Jin immediately realizes that they are all still serious suspects in the elder's eyes. It makes sense, after all. The clients died while the mercenaries were transporting a mountain of gold, which would be a perfect motive for betrayal. Raymond asks whether the evidence he already provided was not enough to satisfy the authorities, but the old monk's expression remains unreadable, and he does not seem convinced in the slightest. Bo turns his blindfolded gaze toward the group, and even without visible eyes, it feels as if he is looking straight through them. His senses seem to be catching details that an ordinary person would never notice. He points out that the most important question still has not been answered. How did 2 perfectly healthy men suddenly transform into abominations without warning? Then the elder's attention lands directly on Jin, and the air around them turns heavier. He claims he can smell the unmistakable stench of a dark priest all over the boy. Bo steps closer, looming over Jin with calm pressure, as he asks what he thinks about the matter. The way he speaks makes it sound less like a question and more like a verdict waiting to be confirmed. Jin is genuinely shaken for a moment. This old man not only knows who he is, but his intuition is striking far too close to secrets. Jin would rather keep buried. Still, Jin refuses to back down and meets the elder's gaze head-on. He asks plainly whether Bo is openly accusing him of being one of those heretical priests. The elder does not flinch or blink behind the blindfold. His calm expression stays perfectly still, as though he is simply waiting for Jin to provide an answer that will satisfy him. Before long, they arrive at the Vritra Arena in the third pioneer city, a massive stone battleground built for strength tests and settling disputes. The place feels heavy with the history of countless warriors who have fought there. The arena stretches wide and imposing around them, surrounded by high stone walls that make escape feel impossible. Its battle-worn floor looks strong enough to withstand the attacks of powerful warriors without breaking apart. Bo leads Jin into the very center of the ring while speaking in a calm, lecturing tone. He explains that true talent usually reveals itself early, long before a warrior suddenly steps into the spotlight. To Bo, it is suspicious that someone as strong as Jin could simply appear one day without a known history, teacher, family background, or any record to explain where his power came from. And as if that mystery were not enough, Jin just happened to be present during an extremely rare and catastrophic abomination outbreak. The timing is far too convenient for the elder to ignore. Elder Bo asks Jin whether he does not find his own story a little too neat to be believed. His words are calm, but they carry the sting of someone who thinks any sensible person would doubt him. Jin realizes he has been under far closer observation than he first thought. In this world, being powerful without a background is not an advantage. It is the same as walking around with a target painted on your back. Of course, he cannot tell them the truth and explain that he is an outsider from another world. With no way to reveal his real origins, Jin keeps that part buried and says nothing. Instead, he changes the focus and asks what any of this has to do with dragging him into a mandatory spar. From his point of view, being forced to fight an old man in the middle of an arena is a strange way to prove anything. Raymond immediately tries to step in, his voice rising with concern as he argues that Jin has only just survived a brutal battle. In his eyes, forcing him into a duel right now is unreasonable when his body should barely be holding together. But Elder Bo only lets out a low chuckle, as if Raymond's protest barely reaches him at all. His attention remains fixed on Jin, and the old man's calm stare makes it clear he has no intention of backing down. Then Bo's tone sharpens, cutting through the arena like a warning. He asks whether they truly intend to refuse an official investigation carried out by a high-ranking elder, making the pressure behind his authority impossible to ignore. Raymond falls silent, stunned by just how stubborn the elder is being. He quickly realizes that no amount of reasonable explanation is going to move this man once he has already made up his mind. Jin finds himself trapped in an ugly situation. If he wins too easily, everyone might see him as a dangerous, dark priest, but if he loses, there's a very real chance this old man could end up killing him. And on top of all that, the idea of fighting an old man already feels like trouble from the start. No matter how Jin looks at it, this duel is turning into a massive headache before it has even properly begun. Bo seems to sense that hesitation right away. With a faint, playful smirk tugging at his face, he lets his cane drop from his hand and shifts his body into a ready stance. He warns Jin not to look down on him just because he is old, because his rank was not handed to him out of pity. It was earned through pure, overwhelming strength, and in the next instant, a golden aura erupts from his body. Bo slams one foot down onto the arena floor, and the stone cracks beneath the impact. A shockwave rolls outward through the ground, announcing that the old monk is about to strike. In a blink, the frail-looking old man disappears from where he stood. Before Jin can even follow the movement, Bo reappears right in front of him, closing the distance with speed that seems to defy common sense. Jin barely has time to blink before his eyes widen in alarm. That single movement is enough for him to understand that the opponent in front of him is far more dangerous than he first assumed. A palm strike wrapped in intense golden energy shoots straight toward Jin's chest. The power around Bo's hand hums violently, shaking the air itself as it rushes forward. Bo unleashes his great bell strike, a palm technique that crashes forward with the force of a battering ram. The moment it lands, a massive golden explosion bursts through the arena. Jin groans as the impact tears into him and blasts him backward. His body barely manages to endure the overwhelming force, but the sheer power behind the strike still rattles him to the bone. He slams into the stone wall hard enough to carve a huge crater into it. Dust, broken rock, and debris explode around him as the strength of the monk's palm strike sends shock through the entire arena. Raymond shouts Jin's name, his face turning pale with worry. He hurriedly explains that the Vritra monks are elite martial artists, warriors feared for their terrifying combat skills and relentless physical power. Jin hangs slumped against the wall, looking for a moment as if that one hit has completely broken him. Raymond adds that even among those powerful monks, Elder Bo stands on an entirely different level. Bo simply laughs at Raymond's warning, teasing him for sounding a little too protective of his friend. Then, without giving Jin even a second to recover, the elder immediately launches into his next move. The old man becomes a blur of golden motion, moving so fast that his figure seems to appear in several places at once. As he attacks, he taunts Raymond for always taking the newcomer's side. Jin lifts his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes struggle to keep up with Bo's movement, and by the time he tracks him again, the elder has already appeared directly above him. Another storm of blows comes crashing down on Jin, each strike landing with the crushing weight of a sledgehammer. The stone floor breaks beneath the force as the old man's relentless assault continues. Then Bo suddenly pulls back, and a curious look crosses his face. Something about the way Jin is enduring the hits feels strange to him, almost as if the damage is not taking hold the way it should. Jin slowly pushes himself back to his feet and wipes the blood from his face. As he steadies himself, he realizes Bo struck the very same area where the abomination had injured him earlier. But something about his body feels wrong, or maybe, strangely enough, very right. Jin looks down at himself with pure confusion, trying to understand why the pain is not what it should be. His torso is completely smooth, with no trace of the deep, jagged wounds left from the fight against the abomination. Injuries that should have kept him bedridden for weeks have somehow vanished without a mark. He remembers the sensation of that monster's core dissolving down his throat. That thing did far more than satisfy his hunger. It changed something inside his body. Even the fresh bruises and cuts from Bo's attacks begin closing before his eyes. It is almost like Jin's body is rejecting the damage, patching itself together in real time. Jin reaches a chilling conclusion. By eating that monster's core, he has gained the same supernatural regeneration that made the abomination so difficult to kill. A sharp, dangerous grin spreads across Jin's face as the realization settles in. He is not just fighting like a hunter anymore, whether he likes it or not. Part of him is starting to resemble a monster. He lunges forward, and his sword crashes against Bo's palm in a burst of sparks. Now that he knows he will not go down easily, Jin begins to enjoy the thrill of the fight instead of simply trying to survive it. Bo looks genuinely impressed, nodding as he observes Jin's renewed energy. For someone who was supposed to be exhausted, the boy is moving with astonishing vigor, and the old man can feel his own fighting spirit rising. He stares at Jin with a wide, toothy grin, openly admitting that he would gladly keep this spar going for several more hours if he had the chance. The excitement in his face makes him look far less like a frail elder and more like a battle-hungry warrior. But Bo quickly catches himself before that hunger for combat takes over completely. He lands one more solid strike, forcing Jin backward and creating enough distance to reset the pace of the duel. Then he announces that Jin's physical strength has been confirmed. Now that the rumors about his body have proven true, it is time to move on to the real test. Bo raises one hand to his forehead and activates his mind's eye. A golden symbol begins to glow across his orange blindfold, releasing a heavy spiritual pressure into the arena. Jin suddenly freezes as a massive glowing eye symbol forms in the air before him. He can feel an invisible force pressing against his mind, trying to peel back the layers of his consciousness. The elder explains that he gave up his physical sight in order to open this third eye. In exchange, he gained a spiritual vision capable of seeing beyond the body and reaching into the soul itself. The golden light grows brighter and sharper, focusing entirely on Jin. Bo prepares to look past the boy's flesh and mana, straight into the hidden world inside his mind. What Bo wants is the truth. He intends to see for himself whether this boy is truly a dark priest hiding in plain sight, or something far stranger than that. Bo's consciousness plunges into Jin's mind, but instead of a normal inner world, he finds himself surrounded by a pitch-black abyss. Darkness drips around him like thick ink, swallowing every trace of light. From that darkness, a gigantic mantis-like beast rises into view, its shape terrifying and unnatural. Its eyes glow with a predatory light, watching Bo like prey that has wandered too far into its territory. Then, all at once, a massive cluster of red, lidless eyes opens in the dark. Every eye turns toward the intruder, staring at him with raw, unfiltered malice. Bo's spiritual voice commands the beasts to stay back, but even his tone carries a tremor of shock. The sheer amount of darkness inside Jin's mind is far beyond what he expected to encounter. As he moves deeper, Bo finds himself standing in a literal river of blood. The crimson liquid splashes around his sandals with every step, pulling him further into the horror buried inside the boy's psyche. He looks around in disbelief at the nightmarish landscape stretching before him. This is not simply a memory or a passing fear. It is a living hell carved directly into Jin's soul. Back in the arena, sweat pours down Elder Bo's face as his physical body reacts to what his spirit is witnessing. Even outside the mind, the trauma of that inner world begins to shake him. Inside Jin's mental world, the darkness reveals itself as a graveyard of monsters. Thousands of demonic silhouettes haunt the black forest of his past, lingering like the shadows of everything he has survived. Bo suddenly flinches, his hand flying to his shoulder as if something unseen has struck him. The intensity of Jin's nightmare repels him so violently that even his spiritual presence can barely hold steady. Jin walks over with concern in his eyes and asks whether the old man is all right. He notices that Bo's overwhelming mana, which had filled the arena just moments ago, has completely flickered out. The elder gasps for air, his face drained pale from what he has just witnessed. Looking at Jin with shaken disbelief, he tells him that his mental world is not merely unpleasant, it is terrifying beyond words. But by this point, Elder Bo has already gotten the answer he needed. Jin's inner world never collapsed into that foul corruption. And that alone proves one thing clearly: Jin is not a dark priest. Then, in a move no one expects, the high-ranking elder suddenly lowers his head. He brings his hands together with surprising humility, showing Jin a gesture of respect that completely overturns the murderous pressure from moments ago. Elder Bo sincerely apologizes to Jin, asking the young man to forgive the suspicion and extreme rudeness of an old man. He explains that confirming Jin's true nature was something he had no choice but to do, especially because the mission he needs help with is far too important to treat lightly. Off to the side, Raymond silently watches everything unfold, while the arena's enormous stone doors groan open. Beyond the doorway, Cindy appears in the light, and Bo finally reveals that he has a quest meant for Jin. Jin can only stare at Elder Bo in complete confusion. Just a moment ago, this old man had been pushing him to the edge of death, and now he is suddenly bowing his head and asking for help. Into the heavy silence, a small, polished shoe steps onto the arena floor. The quiet tap of that single footstep echoes clearly, drawing everyone's attention toward the open doors. A young girl with a neat lavender bob and a formal uniform stands before them with calm composure. She introduces herself as Cindy, the youngest daughter of the Golden Bug family. As the massive doors continue to creak open behind her, Elder Bo finally explains the real purpose behind his harsh test. He needed someone strong and trustworthy for a dangerous quest connected to the Dark Priests. Jin studies the girl with guarded eyes, his body still tense from the mental pressure he just endured. The elder's spiritual intrusion has only just faded, and he is clearly not ready to lower his guard yet. Cindy steps forward with slow, measured grace. Her back remains perfectly straight, her movements controlled and elegant as she approaches the group without the slightest sign of hesitation. She gives her introduction once again, this time looking straight at Jin with those lavender eyes. Every word carries the weight of the family name she represents. Soon, the scene moves away from the arena and into the thick forests surrounding the pioneer settlements. Beneath the overcast sky, the trees stand close together, and the air feels heavy with a tension no one can ignore. Jin, Elder Bo, and Cindy make their way through the woods as an unlikely trio. While they walk between the darkened trees, the elder explains that abominations have begun appearing again and again, turning the region into a recurring nightmare. Cindy adds more detail to the grim situation, explaining that the area around the third pioneer city has become the center of a terrifying outbreak. More and more people are transforming into monsters, and the problem is spreading fast. Jin stays quiet as he listens, letting every piece of information sink in. The more he hears, the more he begins to wonder what could be causing such rapid and unnatural corruption. Then, as they reach the crest of a hill, Jin's eyes suddenly widen. Below them, the horrifying truth of the corruption finally comes into view with brutal clarity. Spread out before them is a huge, pulsing purple mass, a rift core. Thick, vein-like roots twist around it and crawl through the ground, looking as if they are slowly strangling the life out of the earth itself. A rift core is a vile object born from the demonic realm. It acts like a conduit, gradually poisoning the surrounding land and reshaping it into a twisted, hellish environment. All around the corrupted growth, groups of priests in spotless white robes kneel on the ground. With their heads bowed low, they chant prayers for mercy, protection, and salvation from the darkness. Their hands are clasped tightly in front of them, knuckles pressed together as their voices rise in a steady rhythm. Each prayer sounds desperate, as though they are trying to hold back the dark influence with faith alone. Nearby, purifiers wrapped in heavy robes and wearing bird-like plague masks move with practiced urgency. They spray the rift core with a glowing liquid, desperately trying to suppress its unnatural growth. Pressurized liquid strikes the outer shell of the core again and again, filling the forest with a constant low hiss. That sharp, eerie sound cuts through the still air like a warning. Jin watches the exhausting work in silence, then gives a small nod as he realizes the truth. Even with prayers and chemical suppression, the core barely seems to be shrinking at all. He turns towards Cindy and asks whether the protective power of karma really grows weaker the farther someone travels from the safety of the Northern Empire. His expression becomes serious as the weight of that question settles in. For the first time, he clearly understands how exposed these distant settlements are to the spreading darkness. Cindy nods with a solemn look, her face tightening as she confirms his suspicion. Because they are so far from the Imperial center, this region has become an ideal target. She lifts her gaze toward Jin, her eyes sharp and unwavering, and reaches a grim conclusion. Someone must be planting these rift cores on purpose, and that someone is almost certainly a dark priest. For a moment, her words hang heavily between them. The forest already feels dim and suffocating, but that realization makes the path ahead seem even darker. Cindy explains that if the infection keeps spreading at this pace, the third pioneer city will not be able to withstand it. The place they fought so hard to build could be completely swallowed by corruption. Elder Bo cuts in with a grave voice, his face turned toward the distant horizon. It is as if he can already picture the destruction of everything they have struggled to protect. He warns that the worst outcome would not simply be losing their homes. If things continue like this, the entire city and everyone living inside it could be erased from the map. Standing in a small clearing surrounded by dark trees, Elder Bo reveals that their long search has finally produced a lead. They have discovered what may be the heretic's base of operations. He turns his blind gaze toward Jin, and despite his clouded eyes, his expression is completely focused. This is no longer a test or a warning. It is the real offer. Elder Bo asks Jin point-blank to join their extermination operation, which is scheduled to begin in just 2 weeks. And to make the danger worth his while, he promises that the reward for this high-risk mission will be set at the highest possible level. Jin takes a moment to absorb the proposal. Only then does he realize that the brutal test, the sparring, and all that suspicion were really meant to determine whether he was worth paying such an enormous fee. He looks at the people standing before him. Elder Bo, a legendary figure of the third pioneer city, and Cindy, the last living descendant of the powerful Golden Bug family. A small, satisfied smirk gradually forms on Jin's lips. Being personally hired by people with this much influence is not something an ordinary hunter could ever expect. Deep down, Jin wonders if this means he has finally been recognized. Maybe now, in the eyes of people at the top, he is being treated as a truly top-tier hunter worthy of respect. Later, the sun begins to sink behind the rugged landscape. The sky darkens into a deep, bruised purple as the group's journey continues across the vast terrain. Far off in the valley, enormous four-legged creatures move slowly across the land. Whole buildings sit on their backs, making them look like wandering fortresses carrying entire settlements from place to place. As they walk with the caravan, Claire warns Jin in a serious tone that even a slight connection to dark priests is enough to bring disaster. In most cases, anyone suspected of involvement is tortured horribly before being executed on the spot. Cold sweat immediately breaks across Jin's face. The image of an Iron Maiden flashes through his mind, and he suddenly realizes just how dangerous this new alliance could become. Claire then clasps her hands together with cheerful excitement, her mood shifting as she points toward the horizon. Through the mist ahead, the outline of a massive structure begins to emerge. Jin stares forward in absolute amazement, his mouth falling open before he can stop himself. What he sees ahead is nothing like the pioneer camps he has encountered before. Across the wide plain stands Wall City Yuges, a vast metropolis enclosed by enormous stone ramparts. Those towering walls rise like an impenetrable barrier against the hostile world outside. The sheer scale of the city is overwhelming compared to the scattered pioneer settlements. This place feels like humanity's safest and most heavily fortified stronghold. Jin looks toward the distant skyline of Yuges, his eyes lingering on the walls and rooftops. For a brief moment, he wonders whether a day will ever come when he can call a place like this home. He quickly pushes that thought away, forcing himself back to the present. As the group continues toward the massive gates, Jin calls out to Raymond. Raymond turns his head slightly in response, his sharp blue eyes still focused on the road ahead. Without breaking his stride, he listens to what Jin has to say. Then Raymond raises his voice so the rest of the caravan can hear him clearly. He calls for everyone to take a short rest before they make the final push toward the city. The weary travelers begin settling down in the shadow of the giant beast. Some lean against wooden crates, while others stretch their tired limbs across the grass, finally taking a brief moment to breathe. The red-haired mercenary freezes for a second, clearly caught off guard when Jin says he has no intention of staying with them, and that his next destination is back toward the third pioneer city. That surprised look slowly fades from his face, replaced by something quieter and heavier as he admits that people splitting up is just part of mercenary work, even if saying goodbye never really feels easy. Jin then turns his eyes back to the others, calmly asking what they plan to do from here, now that the job they had all taken on together has finally come to an end. The red-haired warrior immediately raises a thumb with a grin, saying his plan is simple: drink all night, keep drinking after that, and drag his companion along for the whole ridiculous celebration. Jin lets out a faint, almost amused smile, as if he expected nothing less from them, before shifting his attention toward Claire and asking what she intends to do next. Claire lowers her gaze with a small, modest smile, then admits that before anything else, she needs to find another job so she can keep supporting herself. She explains that even though this mission paid fairly, the money still falls far short of what she would need if she truly wants to enter the Magic Tower. The moment Jin hears that name, his eyes sharpen slightly, and he looks at her with fresh interest, clearly recognizing the weight behind such a prestigious place. Claire keeps her expression humble, almost embarrassed, as she confesses that her own magic is still only barely beyond the level of a beginner. Even so, there is a quiet strength in her voice as she admits that she wants to learn more to reach higher-class magic, and to gain the kind of knowledge and power she can't obtain where she is now. As Claire speaks, the image of a magnificent library seems to unfold before them, sunlight spilling through towering windows onto endless shelves, the very kind of place she dreams of studying inside one day. Jin watches her in silence, taking in the sincerity in her face, and he can't help thinking that someone willing to work so hard, simply for the sake of learning, is genuinely worthy of respect. For a moment, he says nothing at all, his expression settling into an unreadable calm while some quiet decision turns over in his mind. Claire tilts her head, confused by the sudden pause, just as Jin reaches into his worn travel bag and begins searching for something inside. A moment later, Jin draws out a decorated pouch and holds it toward her, the bag giving off a heavy, unmistakable jingle from everything packed inside. The pouch droops under its own weight, bright gold coins visible at the opening, and Jin offers it to Claire as support for the education she wants to pursue at the Magic Tower. Claire jerks back in shock, both hands lifting in a flustered refusal, her eyes wide as she struggles to understand how Jin could casually offer her something so enormous. But Jin does not back down, calmly explaining that this gold is not some simple act of charity, but his way of repaying the debt he feels he owes her for the help she gave him. Behind them, the red-haired mercenary and his companion stare in complete disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths hanging open as they watch that much wealth being handed away like it is nothing. Claire looks down at the bag in front of her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as the reality of it begins to hit, and the sheer fortune being offered leaves her mind almost unable to keep up. Jin pushes the sack of gold into her hands before she can properly argue, making it clear through his actions that this is more than a simple thank you. It is enough to finally open the door to the Magic Tower for her. Then he gives her a small parting smile and tells her that they will meet again someday, showing a rare flicker of warmth from someone who usually keeps others at a careful distance. Claire remains completely stunned, her cheeks faintly flushed as she looks at him, the scale of his generosity leaving her frozen in place without a single word ready to come out. Her lips tremble just a little as she tries to find something, anything, to say in response, but the shock of the moment holds her voice back. She grips her cloak tightly, her fingers clenching until her knuckles turn pale, as if she needs something physical to hold on to, while all those emotions rush through her at once. Beneath the gentle light filtering through the trees, Jin turns away and begins walking off, leaving Claire behind with a heavy bag in her arms and an entirely new future resting in her hands. Claire's stunned expression slowly changes into something firm and determined, and in the quiet of her heart she promises herself that no matter what it takes, she will find a way to repay this favor. Jin keeps his eyes facing forward, already pulling his thoughts back to the lonely road he has chosen and the dangerous challenges waiting somewhere ahead. Without making the farewell too drawn out, he tosses a casual goodbye over his shoulder to the mercenaries, keeping his departure clean and almost effortless. Raymond and Claire stand there watching him leave, the red-haired mercenary crossing his arms, while Claire still holds the heavy bag of gold tightly against her chest. With one final respectful nod, the hunter officially separates from the group that had been his temporary home over the past few days. He continues walking into the distance, his figure gradually shrinking while the remaining squad stays behind, silently seeing him off. Rex pauses for a brief moment, and one of its heads turns back toward Raymond and the others, almost as if the beast is offering its own quiet farewell. Raymond watches the creature with a thoughtful look, silently acknowledging the unusual bond that has formed between Jin and the powerful beast traveling at his side. A faint smile appears on the knight's face as he watches them go, as though he understands that the two of them are headed toward something far greater than this small camp. As the sun sinks toward the horizon, Jin and Rex keep moving together, heading in the direction of the third pioneer city to prepare for the war that is drawing closer. Jin later joins the march, stepping out through the enormous gates of the fortress city alongside the expeditionary force. He carries his gear without a word as the entire group moves away from the safety of the massive, seemingly unbreakable fortress wall behind them. Far above them on the ramparts, Cindy stands beside Elder Bo, watching the departing troops with a cold and calculating gaze. She addresses the elder directly, pointing out that the fact he came all the way here proves he is more concerned about this mission than he is willing to admit. Then her attention shifts back to the mercenary they have been discussing, and her expression grows sharper, more focused, and far less casual. Cindy states it plainly, without softening her words at all. Kim Woo-jin, Jin, seems to have consumed a monster core. Elder Bo listens in silence, his face calm and impossible to read, with the red blindfold wrapped around his head hiding whatever thoughts may be behind it. He answers her suspicion evenly, arguing that consuming a core alone is not enough reason to label someone as a dark priest. Cindy scoffs at that response, warning that anyone with common sense knows consuming a core will eventually eat away at a person until they lose themselves. Her tone then grows more direct as she asks the elder to stop dodging the matter and be completely honest with her about what he is truly thinking. She questions whether he is protecting Jin simply because he still wants to believe that some part of the man's humanity remains intact. For an instant, a dark memory surfaces, the image of someone placing a mask over their face, a grim reminder of the very danger they are trying to guard against. Elder Bo lowers his head in silence, the weight of Cindy's words hanging heavily between them, as neither of them speaks right away. At last, he admits in a restrained voice that this is not a topic he truly wants to dig into right now. Cindy's lips curl into a cold, cutting smile as she leans over the stone railing, letting out an irritated tisk that makes her annoyance perfectly clear. She says she will keep the matter hidden for the time being, but her warning is sharp. If Jin makes even one wrong move, she will brand him as a dark priest without hesitation. And if things really reach that point, she adds that Elder Bo will not escape untouched either, because the one who recommended Jin will have his own name and safety dragged into the fire. After saying everything she came to say, Cindy turns away from the railing and walks off, leaving Elder Bo standing alone on the high ramparts. Elder Bo remains calm and unmoved, as if her threat barely reaches him, firmly believing that the disastrous future she warned about will never come to pass. His thoughts drift back to what he once saw inside Jin's mind, a terrifying inner world crowded with monsters, and yet Jin's will stood firm, untouched and unbroken despite the cores he had consumed. To Elder Bo, Jin is not a walking disaster, but living evidence that a person's humanity can still endure even after being exposed to the corruption of demonic power. He looks out over the marching troops in the distance, silently deciding that this truth must remain hidden for now, at least until the world is ready to accept it. Even as the wind moves across the ramparts, the elder stands with unwavering conviction, certain that the potential he sensed in Jin was not a mistake. In his eyes, the strange power carried by that young man may one day shine brightly enough to become a symbol of hope for everyone. Meanwhile, far from the fortress walls, the first expeditionary force keeps pushing forward, advancing steadily into the untamed wilderness ahead. Rows of soldiers march in tight, disciplined formation, their armor clinking in a steady rhythm across the open road, while banners rise above them and spearheads flash beneath the pale sky. Among them, one soldier reflects on the creed they all carry in their hearts, knowing that just as there is a time for peace, there is also a time when they must raise their weapons and fight. The march goes on without disorder, each line of troops moving with trained precision as their discipline shows in every synchronized step forward. They carry the burden of their duty on their shoulders, remembering the command to hold their swords with conviction and never waver before the enemy. With every step they draw closer to whatever waits beyond the road, driven onward by the mission entrusted to them. The call to destroy evil with unshaken faith seems to echo through their ranks, strengthening their resolve as the expedition continues deeper into danger. Then, without warning, Jin grabs a jagged rock and violently smashes it into his own forehead, the impact cracking through the air. Blood bursts across his face in an instant, leaving the soldiers around him staring in stunned horror, unable to understand what they just witnessed. Jin simply lets the blood-stained stone drop from his hand and fall to the ground, then keeps walking forward as casually as if nothing strange happened at all. While the others whisper in shock and wonder whether he has completely lost his mind, Jin quietly counts the passing seconds under his breath. He watches the wound closely, his eyes fixed on the gruesome sight as worm-like tendrils begin wriggling inside the torn flesh. Right before his eyes, the split skin and fractured flesh start pulling themselves back together at an unnatural pace, sealing the injury far faster than any human body should. Jin thinks over the limits of his regeneration, noting that even something as simple as a bruise normally takes around 10 minutes to disappear. The deep fracture he just caused is already closing at a speed that goes far beyond any ordinary wound. A dark, satisfied smirk spreads across his face as he studies the results, clearly pleased with what this reckless little test has revealed. He even wonders whether losing an entire arm might only take a month to recover from, and that thought strengthens his resolve to keep consuming monster cores. Kim Woojin Jin is already looking forward to seeing just how far this new regeneration ability can go when he tests it in the middle of real combat. One nearby soldier, still completely baffled by what he just saw, asks if Jin's nickname, Head Crusher, actually comes from crushing his own skull. Jin only touches the bloody mess on his forehead with an oddly calm expression, then casually apologizes if his little act happened to scare anyone. His strange behavior does not go unnoticed, especially by Roland, the flamboyant supreme commander leading the first expeditionary force. But instead of looking disgusted or disturbed, Roland bursts into laughter, saying he rather likes geniuses who are a little broken in the head. He then adds that since Elder Bo was the one who recommended Jin, there must be an extraordinary talent hiding beneath all that madness. Jin does not feel especially honored by the praise. In fact, he quietly decides that this commander is probably someone better kept at a distance, then cuts straight to business and asks for the mission details. Roland chuckles at Jin's impatience, seeming even more amused, and calls that kind of directness another sign of a true genius. He explains that their destination lies north of the third pioneer city, where they must eliminate the rift cores and strike directly at the center of the threat. As he looks over the rough, uneven terrain stretching ahead of them, Roland sets a clear goal for the operation: finish the battle within 10 days. Jin glances toward the dark forest in the distance, skeptical that clearing such a limited area could really take more than a full week. Roland merely points a finger at him with a broad grin, clearly entertained by the fact that Jin thinks the timeline sounds too long. But before the conversation can go any further, the ground beneath the soldiers suddenly twists, churns, and erupts under their feet. A massive, multi-eyed monster known as a leech rat bursts up from the soil, launching itself straight at Roland's throat. A nearby soldier immediately screams a warning, desperately shouting for the commander to watch out. Roland does not flinch in the slightest. In one smooth, almost effortless motion, his sword flashes from its sheath. With a single clean vertical slash, he splits the monster in two while it is still flying through the air. He explains that creatures like this usually stay deep within the demonic realm, but now they are beginning to crawl up to the surface and appear even under the sunlight. All along the road, the ground suddenly bursts open again and again as dozens of leech rats spring out, throwing themselves at the unsuspecting troops. Roland's voice thunders across the chaos as he orders everyone to prepare for battle, while the sudden ambush begins turning the march into a bloody nightmare. The leech rats shriek from every direction, swarming the expedition force in a vicious wave that crashes into their lines from all sides. Caught off guard, the soldiers are torn into before they can fully react, blood spraying as the monster's sharp claws rip through the ranks. Jin watches the burrowing monsters with narrowed eyes, surprised to realize that these creatures have evolved enough to move and attack from underground. Roland's voice cuts through the chaos as he orders his men to cover each other's backs, warning them that the instant they leave an opening, these monsters will tear them apart. At the front line, the soldiers grit their teeth and brace their weapons, desperately struggling to hold back the surging wave of fur, claws, and snapping teeth crashing toward them. Roland glances over his shoulder in the middle of the battle, only to notice Jin standing strangely still while the swarm closes in around him. He immediately shouts toward the so-called genius, telling him to watch his back before the monsters reach him. But Roland's eyes widen in disbelief the next second, because Jin is not stepping away, raising a guard, or even making the slightest attempt to dodge. In a blink, an entire pack of leech rats crashes into Jin at once, piling over him until his body disappears beneath a writhing mountain of monsters. The swarm tears into his cloak and drags him down into the dirt, their bodies thrashing over him as if they are trying to bury him alive. Yet Jin does not look frightened at all. With blood sliding down from his mouth to his chin, his expression looks less like panic and more like hunger. Roland yells out in shock, convinced that the mercenary has finally gone completely insane by allowing the monsters to catch him on purpose. But beneath that squirming pile of bodies, Jin drives his dagger deep into one of the leech rats' heads with brutal precision. He tears out a glowing blue monster core from the creature, his gaze locking onto it like he has just found exactly what he came for. The monsters shriek in pain all around him, but in truth, they are the ones who should be terrified now. Because to Jin, these creatures are not merely enemies trying to kill him, they are a fresh buffet of power waiting to be devoured. He wonders whether consuming the whole swarm might let him inherit the leech rat's ability to burrow through the ground. For a brief moment, the battlefield around him seems to fade from his attention, and all Jin sees in those monsters is fuel for his next evolution. He snatches up another glowing core, the cold blue light shining against his blood-stained face and reflecting sharply in his eyes. Then, with a sickening crunch, he starts forcing the cores into his mouth right there in the middle of the battle. Jin knows the odds are painfully low, but if he wants to inherit a monster's power, consuming its core is the only path available to him. Kim Woo-jin, Jin thinks back to the secret that allowed him to survive 12 long years inside the demonic realm, eating monster cores to steal the unique skills hidden within them. He wipes fresh blood away from his face, never taking his eyes off the pulsing blue core resting in his palm. After devouring around 40 leech rats, his body feels uncomfortably stuffed, yet his frustration only grows because their digging ability still has not appeared. Before he can continue, the pile of monster corpses suddenly bursts apart in a flash of blue light, as someone rushes in to rescue him. A holy knight reaches down toward the blood-covered mercenary in a panic, hurriedly checking whether Jin is still alive and in one piece. Jin instantly slips back into a professional attitude, telling the knight to maintain formation while inwardly mourning the meal that was just interrupted. With this many eyes around him, secretly eating monster cores is going to be almost impossible. The knight pulls him back toward safety, completely unaware that Jin had not been suffering under the swarm at all, but enjoying the chance to feed. Then the flow of battle changes completely, as the holy choir steps into position, preparing to perform right in the heart of the fighting. Soldiers wearing ceremonial hats raise massive cellos and violins, and as they begin to play, the deep sound rolls through the air with a heavy magical force. At the center of the ensemble, Roland stands with his eyes closed, drawing his bow across his violin as a golden aura begins to radiate from him. The music surges through the battlefield like a powerful blessing, and the soldiers' spears shine with white light as they begin cutting down the remaining rats in an organized sweep. Jin watches the front line closely and nods to himself, noticing that the ordinary troops' stamina and defensive strength have risen dramatically. His attention returns to the Supreme Commander, and he struggles to connect the elegant musician before him with the man leading an entire army. Roland is completely absorbed in the music, his movements graceful and controlled, while golden notes swirl around his ornate armor. A commanding officer roars at the troops to hold their formation and press the advantage while the music continues to empower them. The counterattack comes fast and mercilessly, with the strengthened knights crushing the leech rats that had thrown the expedition into chaos only moments earlier. By the time the sun finally sinks below the horizon, the forest grows quiet again beneath the pale glow of the full moon. A soldier holding a megaphone calls out to the surviving fighters, ordering everyone who took part in the skirmish to gather and report their kills. With a ledger in one hand and a pen ready in the other, he explains that the mission rewards will be calculated strictly according to the recorded results. Near a crackling campfire, Two mercenaries quietly gossip about Jin, calling him a complete lunatic for charging straight into the heart of the monster horde. They also mention seeing him digging around in the dirt afterward, unable to understand what kind of strategy could possibly explain that bizarre behavior. Inside a dimly lit tent, Jin sits with a sour look on his face, quietly stewing over the fact that his little feast still failed to grant him a new ability. Of course, gaining an inheritance from a monster core is never guaranteed. It is an incredibly rare event that depends on a ridiculous amount of pure luck. Roland steps into the tent and asks Jin how his body is holding up after such an unusual and reckless display of courage on the battlefield. Jin remains seated but lifts his head politely, apologizing in case his head-crushing method caused the commander or the troops any unnecessary concern. Roland gives him a warm, knowing smile and admits that when Jin vanished beneath the swarm, he honestly thought the mercenary was finished. Then he reveals the official number. Jin hunted down 267 leech rats entirely by himself. Outside the tent, exhausted soldiers rest beside their gear, each one having barely managed to kill only a small handful of beasts. Roland leans closer with genuine curiosity in his eyes, remarking that prodigies like Jin really do seem to exist on a completely different level. Jin looks away, thinking that the number would have been much higher if he had not been so distracted by eating the cores, then decides to shift the conversation back toward the commander by addressing Roland directly. He asks Roland outright whether he was originally trained as a support, considering the incredible musical talent he displayed during the battle. Roland looks slightly wounded by the question, then asks if Jin thinks less of the people who play supporting roles within the Order Alliance. Jin quickly clarifies that he did not mean it that way, explaining that he simply expected someone with Roland's rank and reputation to be the kind of commander who relied on brute strength and a sword in hand. Roland lets out a soft sigh, and for just a moment, the bright, charismatic front he usually wears slips away as he admits that Jin has seen right through him. He confesses that deep down he really is the sort of man who would rather grip a blade, charge to the front line, and fight enemies directly with his own hands. But Roland explains that the Order Alliance exists to fight for peace, and that greater purpose must always come before whatever personal desire he may have. For a moment, the image of a quiet graveyard under the moonlight comes to mind, a grim reminder of all the lives that have been lost, and all the homes destroyed by the demonic realm. Roland then gestures lightly with a smile, saying that since his musical talent happens to be first-rate, he chose the position where that ability could help the most people. Jin listens without interrupting, slowly realizing that he may have judged Roland too quickly, dismissing him at first as nothing more than another noisy, irritating noble. But when Jin looks at the commander's sincere and almost cheerful expression, he begins to understand that Roland is far more decent than his first impression suggested. Beneath the glow of the full moon, Roland casually agrees to show Jin his musical performance another time, while the camp around them gradually settles into the silence of night. All around the sleeping camp, the flags of the Order Alliance flutter gently in the cool night breeze above the neat rows of quiet tents. 1 week later, the expeditionary force has already pushed far into the dangerous overgrown territory connected to the demonic realm. Their march has continued as a string of victories, with the troops destroying multiple rift cores and fighting off all kinds of monsters, including fierce packs of kobolds. Inside the command tent, high-ranking officers gather around a table crowded with maps and scrolls, discussing how the monsters they face are becoming stronger the deeper they advance. A helmeted holy knight delivers his report to the commanders, noting that despite the increasing danger, the soldiers' morale is actually higher than it was when the journey began. Out on the front lines, a pack of kobolds shrieks with bloodlust, rushing forward while clutching jagged daggers and crude explosive weapons. Kim Woojin, Jin, slips through the pack like a shadow, his blade flashing through their bodies before the monsters can even understand he is there. Then a massive rabbit-like monster with red eyes bursts from the brush, its muscular body and sharp teeth looming over the mercenary as it lunges at him. Jin answers with cold, precise movement, his sword cutting cleanly through the beast's neck and sending dark blood spraying across his cloak. Once the monster drops, Jin digs through its remains, pulls out a cluster of glowing blue cores, and stuffs them into his mouth with the ease of someone who has done it countless times. He chews with visible irritation, realizing that this one is another useless dud and that no new skill has awakened from eating it. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the command tent, one of Roland's subordinates reports that the mercenary is clearing out every monster by himself the moment they show their faces. A small pleased smile appears on Roland's lips as he listens to the report and quietly considers just how efficient Jin has been on the battlefield. Then Roland suddenly bursts into loud laughter, clearly amused that the pride of the entire Order Alliance is being overshadowed by a single mercenary. Another commanding officer stands nearby with his arms tightly crossed, his face stern as he snaps that this is not something to laugh about, especially when Jin is taking most of the performance rewards. Roland brushes off the old knight's complaint with a confident smirk, pointing out that Jin's work has kept their casualties almost non-existent. Then his gaze sharpens as he notes that stronger monsters appearing means they are getting close to the final destination. The wind begins to rise outside the camp. Roland gives the order for everyone to rest while they still have the chance. The path eventually leads to Pillar Canyon, a desolate pass where jagged rock walls rise high on both sides like broken teeth. High above the canyon floor, 4 figures stand on top of ancient stone pillars, watching the surrounding terrain from their elevated perches. One of them, a man wearing a heavy iron mask with a single eye, wonders aloud if the Order Alliance is finally approaching. He stands at the very edge of his pillar, his blue cape snapping hard in the wind as he questions how the army managed to discover this hidden place. Beside him, a woman with long red hair and a veil trimmed in gold calmly points out that their rift cores were bound to attract attention sooner or later. She closes her eyes with quiet confidence, certain that their youngest sibling already expected the enemy to respond this way when she made her move. A small smile appears on her lips as she thinks about her sister, convinced that someone as important as their chosen youngest could never be incompetent. Below them, on a lower stone pillar, a man in a wide-brimmed hat and a white ruffled shirt gazes out toward the distant horizon. He crouches down casually and tells the others not to worry, saying that in his experience, the side defending a position like this always holds the advantage. A sharp, smug grin spreads across his face as he admits the enemy reacted a little faster than expected, though not fast enough to change anything. He rises back to his feet and adjusts his hat with calm confidence, certain that nothing will interfere with what he proudly calls the great plan of darkness. Far below, the expedition continues forward, with Commander Roland, his vivid red-orange hair and ornate gold armor standing out clearly, leading the march while Kim Woojin, Jin, follows close behind. As the army rounds a bend in the canyon path, their way is suddenly blocked by massive layers of thick white webbing hanging from the cliffs like heavy curtains. The entire force grinds to a stop, staring at the canyon floor buried under sticky silk, while Roland struggles to process the sheer madness of the place they have just entered. Then, from the shadows between the rocks and webbing, dozens of red-eyed predators begin crawling into view, revealing that the expedition has walked straight into the heart of a massive spider nest. Roland looks down over the ledge and asks if this is really the correct location, and the priest standing beside him confirms that the demonic realm's corrupt energy is unusually concentrated here. Roland admits he has never heard of a place like this before, his playful expression fading as he studies the terrain with growing seriousness. Below them stretches a huge, jagged canyon packed with layer upon layer of thick white webbing, a strange and unsettling sight that drops deep into the earth. In the dark spaces of the ravine, giant spiders crawl through the silk with quick, predatory movements, their bodies blending into the shadows between the webs. Kim Woojin steps up beside Roland and gives a small nod, saying that something about this entire layout feels wrong from the start. He explains that while holding the high ground is normally a powerful tactical advantage, digging such a deep hole for a hideout makes no sense for ordinary creatures. Roland suggests that perhaps they built it that way to avoid being exposed, but Kim Woojin immediately rejects the idea, pointing out that a tunnel would have worked far better for that purpose. The young hunter keeps staring down into the valley, his expression sharpening as he becomes convinced that the canyon's design serves a far more deliberate reason. Then he gives Roland the blunt warning. This whole place looks less like a nest and more like one enormous trap. Roland turns toward him in disbelief, his eyes widening as the weight of Jin's words finally begins to sink in. All of a sudden, a thunderous crash explodes from behind them, so loud that the sound rolls through the canyon and makes the ground beneath their boots tremble. Before anyone can properly react, massive white beasts burst out from the tree line in a blur of fur and muscle, charging straight into the expedition's startled ranks. A whole pack of those giant creatures floods the cliffside at once, swarming the soldiers from the rear and catching the entire force completely unprepared. The attackers are Bigfoots, towering monsters known for overwhelming strength, mixed with salmosis, venomous snakes, whose tough scales are hard enough to turn aside ordinary weapons. One of the Bigfoots plants its feet, pulls back a huge fist covered in thick white fur, and prepares to smash everything in front of it. The punch lands with brutal force, striking a soldier so hard that his body is launched like a ragdoll toward the edge of the pit. The beast's raw strength is terrifying, powerful enough that one single strike cracks and shatters the rocky lip of the cliff. Without even pausing, it seizes another helpless knight in its massive grip and throws him straight into the dark depths of the canyon. Men scream as they fall, their bodies dropping into the abyss until the shadows and thick fog below swallow them from sight. As they plunge downward, the falling soldiers desperately reach for the thick strands of webbing stretched across the canyon, trying to stop themselves from disappearing into the pit. One man manages to catch hold of a web and feels a brief rush of relief, only for that hope to collapse when he realizes the sticky silk has trapped him completely. A giant spider slowly looms over its freshly caught prey, its many red eyes glowing in the darkness as it closes in to finish the kill. Back on the cliff, Roland tries to rally his scattered troops, shouting for them to deal with the Bigfoots before the entire force gets shoved off the edge. Seeing how quickly they are being pushed back, Roland realizes they are losing ground fast and orders the Holy Choir to begin casting their buffs immediately. Kim Woojin watches the slaughter unfold with a predatory smirk, his eyes shining a sharp, intense red as the chaos spreads around him. One of the Bigfoots lifts its enormous leg and brings its heel crashing down in a thunderous stomp, crushing the ground beneath it. Then, in the middle of the battlefield, the leader finally appears, the strongest Bigfoot of the pack, with a giant snake fused directly into one of its arms. Kim Woo-jin does not hesitate for even a second. He launches himself off the cliff and begins a dangerous descent straight into the heart of the pit. A nearby soldier stares in complete disbelief, unable to understand why the young hunter would willingly dive into a hole crawling with monsters. Roland shouts after him in shock, calling out as he watches Kim Woo-jin's figure vanish into the darkness of the ravine below. Kim Woo-jin's attention is fixed entirely on the massive symbiotic beast, and more specifically on the salmosa wrapped around its powerful limb. He knows he has found the strongest monster in the pack, and that means the best core should be waiting inside that creature. The strongest Bigfoot roars up at him as the hunter drops toward it, ready to protect its territory from the intruder falling from above. Kim Woo-jin slams one hand against the vertical rock face, using the impact to control his descent without losing any of his momentum. Then he starts running down the sheer cliffside at high speed, blade already drawn as he accelerates straight toward his target. His boots dig hard into the jagged stone with every step, kicking loose gravel into the air as he charges downward along the wall. Even with the wind whipping past him and the canyon dropping beneath his feet, his face stays perfectly calm and cold throughout the vertical duel. The giant ape swings at him with a huge arm, but Kim Woo-jin uses the surrounding rock and open space to move through the vertical battlefield with ease. He closes the distance in a flash, his sword cutting a bright white arc through the gloom as he prepares to strike the beast head-on. The monster bares its teeth, clearly sensing that this human is no ordinary prey and possesses frightening strength in close combat. The salmosa, fused to the Bigfoot's arms, suddenly lunges forward, spraying a stream of deadly venom across the battlefield. But Jin knocks it all aside with one clean slash. Kim Woo-jin only grins at the attack. Looking ready to face every advantage, the fused creature tries to throw at him. Kim Woo-jin stares down at his prey, a dark and hungry grin spreading across his face as he prepares to claim the harvest. To him, this symbiotic monster is not just dangerous, it is a rare source of power he truly wants. The vertical battlefield turns into a blur as the hunter descends, spinning through the air, while his blade trails silver light against the dark, jagged canyon walls. The giant ape and the snake attack him at the same time, their movements wild and desperate, but Kim Woo-jin stays light and controlled with every step. He uses both the sheer cliff face and the thick layers of webbing as footholds, pivoting off them smoothly to slip out of the monster's reach. He notices that although the two monsters have fused together, they cannot properly coordinate their combined strength. A fusion like this should normally be terrifying, but here, it is just two clashing instincts trapped in one body. Kim Woo-jin understands that when two monsters combine, their power should not merely add together, it should multiply. So he keeps his distance, patiently waiting for the perfect opening in their broken teamwork. Every creature has a weakness, and for symbiotic monsters, that weakness is the conflict between two separate minds. Kim Woo-jin watches closely as the Bigfoot's arm twitches, with the snake trying to pull it in another direction. Facing two sets of teeth and claws at once is not easy, but Kim Woo-jin can tell the monsters are struggling even more, because the salmosa and the Bigfoot are both fighting for control of the same body. The beast roars in frustration, its yellow eyes widening as it fails to align its movements. If they want to survive, they need to move like one creature, but their instincts refuse to cooperate. No matter how well they may have worked together before, real teamwork breaks apart under the pressure of a life-or-death fight, and Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes as he prepares to end it. That brief hesitation gives him exactly what he needs. Under the pressure of his relentless assault, the monster finally breaks down and falls back into raw, uncoordinated animal instinct. Kim Woo-jin uses the terrain to trap them. When the Bigfoot throws a wild punch, he slips out of the way, redirects the blow into the cliff, and forces the giant salmosa to take the full impact from its own symbiotic partner. Blood splashes across the rock wall as the beast crumples, releasing one final agonized shriek. The hunt is finished, and the prize is finally within reach. Kim Woo-jin flicks his wrist to clean his blade, his purple aura pulsing with satisfaction, proving that even a gatekeeper like this is only another stepping stone in his path. He looks down at the severed heads with an unimpressed expression, finding the fight exactly as expected. A clumsy monster that could not handle the evolution forced onto its own body. The hunter stands over the huge carcass, his shadow stretching across the blood-stained stone as his thoughts already turn to the power sealed inside the core he is about to extract. The battle site is left as a gruesome scene of white fur, torn flesh, and dark blood, with the beast's remains slumped at the base of the cliff as proof of how quickly it was killed. Jin admits that, for a gatekeeper, the monster managed to put up a halfway decent fight, and a slight smirk appears on his lips as he prepares to move toward the next stage of his journey. Kim Woo-jin's sharp gaze suddenly locks onto something inside the mangled remains of the snake. Buried beneath the torn flesh, a faint glow pulses softly, and the energy leaking from it feels nothing like the ordinary cores he has devoured before. He tilts his head slightly, drawn in by the strange vibration trembling through the air around him. A haze of purple mist coils near his body, while the lingering power from the monster's death slowly scatters into the ravine. Then the light grows brighter, cutting through the gore until a rare blue monster core reveals itself from within the corpse. It is an unexpected prize, especially this early, and even at a glance it gives off the scent of hidden, untouched potential. Kim Woojin fixes his eyes on the core, silently wondering whether this might finally be the one to give him the offensive power he has been chasing. For a brief moment, a strange uneasiness flickers in the back of his mind, but he quickly pushes that feeling away. Instead of dwelling on that warning, he chooses to focus on the gain right in front of him. In his world, a hunter who hesitates over superstition risks losing the chance to seize power when it is sitting in his hand. Kim Woojin reaches down and lifts the glowing blue core from the remains, feeling its energy beat against his palm like a living pulse. Then, without giving himself time to reconsider, he crushes it and lets the raw power pour straight into his system. Without even pausing to think twice, he forces the Salmosa core into his mouth and swallows it down whole. His body goes rigid on the spot as that terrifying energy floods through his veins, violently pushing every part of him to adapt. His eyes snap wide open, now burning with an intense red glow as the absorption reaches its most dangerous point. Blood slips from the corner of his mouth, proof of the brutal transformation ripping through him from the inside. A fresh ability begins to take shape, and a notification flickers at the edge of his vision. The monster's essence has successfully merged into his body, and even before he tests it, Kim Woojin can already feel that something inside him has changed. He lowers his gaze to his own hands, wondering if he has finally reached the stage where he can sense which cores carry a true inheritance. After swallowing so many monster cores, his collection of abilities is starting to look frighteningly powerful. Even Kim Woojin can't help feeling impressed by the ridiculous amount of power he has gathered in such a short span of time. For someone as ambitious as him, this is still a haul massive enough to exceed expectations. He wipes the blood from his chin, already eager to see what kind of ability he has gained this time. Maybe it is a new offensive strike, or maybe the core has granted him some kind of poison attribute, worth adding to his arsenal. But before he can even take a proper step, a blinding burst of light erupts directly in front of him. Kim Woojin's eyes widen as a massive explosion suddenly rips through the silence of the ravine. The ground violently shakes as the blast swallows the area, hurling rocks and shattered debris in every direction. It is an ambush he never sensed coming, and the force is strong enough to tear across the canyon floor. From within the smoke and flames, a high-pitched, manic laugh cuts through the chaos, almost sounding delighted by the destruction. Someone has clearly been watching him from the shadows, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. At the edge of the inferno, a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat steps forward and moves toward the heart of the blast. The raging heat does not seem to bother him at all, and his attention remains fixed on the spot where Kim Woojin had been standing. The hat hunter sneers at him from beyond the flames, mocking how carelessly Kim Woojin had let his guard down in enemy territory. With crazed excitement blazing in his wide eyes, he spits out another insult, calling Kim Woojin nothing more than a pathetic human. Kim Woojin grimaces as waves of heat press against him from every side. His body is battered and scorched, but he is nowhere near finished, even if this is far from the kind of encounter he expected. The hat hunter peers through the flames and gives a small nod when he realizes his target is still on his feet. Rather than being impressed, he looks almost disappointed, muttering as if the explosion had failed because it did not end Kim Woojin instantly. Inside the roaring wall of fire, Kim Woojin notices his skin changing, hardening into a cracked and unfamiliar texture. He had been hoping the blue core would give him poison, but instead, it seems to have awakened something far more defensive. A layer of gray stone-like armor now spreads across his body, absorbing the worst of the explosion that should have torn him apart. He stares down at his hands and realizes that even though this was not what he wanted, it is the exact reason he is still alive. The hat hunter remains at a distance, watching the flames flicker around the newly armored hunter. His grin stretches wider as he reassesses Kim Woojin, clearly entertained now that the situation has become more interesting. Kim Woojin stands upright in the middle of the fire, gray scales covering his skin as they glow faintly from the lingering heat. Bit by bit, he starts to understand the real value hidden inside the stone skin he just inherited. He admits to himself that it may not be the offensive upgrade he was hoping for, but it is definitely a useful tool to keep. Now his thoughts shift toward just how much punishment this armor can actually endure. The notification confirms that this new ability deserves further testing. Kim Woojin has survived the opening strike, but the hat hunter is not finished toying with him, and the real battle is only starting to unfold. A massive wall of fire surges upward, transforming the floor of the ravine into something like a burning hellscape. Even with the attack coming so suddenly, Kim Woojin's concentration does not waver. Kim Woojin tightens his grip around the hilt of his blade, his hands now wrapped in the rough gray scales of his stone skin. As the heat closes in, his body prepares to counter the ambush before the flames can swallow him. With one powerful swing, he cuts through the smoke, driving the force of his blade forward and pushing back the flames pressing toward him. The impact rolls outward like a shockwave, making the surrounding cliffs tremble. Through the thick haze, Kim Woojin glares straight at his opponent, his expression turning cold and firm. He understands now that this was only the opening move, and the real test has just begun. The hat hunter stares at him in disbelief, eyes stretched wide as the truth sinks in. His first attack failed, and somehow this human had blocked not just one, but two of his most lethal strikes. The enemy begins connecting the pieces, suspecting that the prey in front of him is that same insane bastard rumored to consume monster cores. As he watches Kim Woo-jin leap through the air with predatory grace, his suspicion only grows stronger. Dark energy begins to coil around the Hat Hunter as he decides there is no point in holding back anymore. He bends forward, and the shape of his body starts to twist into something unnatural. 6 long, spindly spider legs suddenly burst from the Hat Hunter's back, ripping through his clothing as they unfold. He spreads his arms wide, completely surrendering himself to the monstrous inheritance inside him. The next instant, the two hunters collide in a blur, Kim Woo-jin's blade crashing against a hardened chitinous leg, with sparks bursting between them. The sheer power of their clash vibrates through the ground beneath their feet. The force knocks them apart, and both leap backward to open space between them again. The ground separating them is now scorched, cracked, and shattered from that brief but brutal exchange. Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes at the grotesque transformation, immediately recognizing the mark of a spider monster's core. That tells him everything he needs to know. His opponent has also been devouring the essence of beasts. The Hat Hunter breaks into laughter, his voice twisted with joy at finally finding an opponent worth his excitement. He says he has been waiting for this encounter, thrilled that Kim Woo-jin appeared right before his eyes. He mocks the irony of it all, while his spider legs twitch restlessly behind him. In his warped mind, this is no ordinary hunt anymore. It feels like a reunion he has been waiting for far too long. The enemy's red eye burns with manic intensity as his excitement slips deeper into madness. He is so thrilled by the thought of killing Kim Woo-jin that he claims he could almost cry from joy. Then, without warning, dozens of smaller spiders begin dropping from the cavern ceiling, crawling down the rocky walls and closing in around Kim Woo-jin. The Hat Hunter has not come alone. He has brought an entire swarm with him. Kim Woo-jin lifts his gaze and quickly realizes just how large this ambush really is as more creatures spill out from the darkness. From every side, the space around him begins to shrink. The spiders attack in coordination, spitting streams of fire alongside corrosive green venom. In seconds, the air around Kim Woo-jin turns into a lethal storm of burning heat and acid. Kim Woo-jin spins his sword in a sharp defensive arc, knocking away the incoming projectiles while searching for any opening to escape the kill zone. His movements are quick and precise, but the sheer number of attacks keeps piling on. He grits his teeth as the flames lick across his stone skin, pushing his new defense closer to its limit. Even beneath the protective gray scales, the scorching heat is still intense enough for him to feel. A huge explosion of orange and yellow fire erupts from the center of the ravine, sending a towering column of smoke into the sky. The blast is so massive that its force can be seen from miles away. High above the ravine, Roland stands with his violin in hand, his eyes widening as he sees smoke rising from the abyss below. The destruction is far too large to be dismissed as a simple monster hunt. Roland calls out Kim Woo-jin's name, worry tightening across his face as he stares down into the chaos. From where he stands, he can only imagine what kind of brutal fight is unfolding below. As the smoke and fire slowly begin to clear, Kim Woo-jin is revealed crouching in a defensive stance at the center of the ravine. Both hands grip his sword across his chest while roaring rings of flame curl around his smoke-covered body. The Hat Hunter watches him with morbid fascination, clearly impressed that anyone could survive a hit that direct. As he studies Kim Woo-jin through the remaining flames, he begins to wonder whether calling him human is even accurate anymore. The Hat Hunter can tell at a glance that Kim Woo-jin has stepped beyond a boundary most hunters never even come close to touching. After devouring monster essence over and over again, Kim Woo-jin is no longer something that can be called normal. Deep cracks spread across the stone scales covering Kim Woo-jin's arms, and little by little broken chunks of that armor crumble away. Beneath the damaged layer, raw and singed flesh is exposed, making it clear that his defensive ability is starting to fail under the pressure. Kim Woo-jin quickly reads the battlefield and realizes just how dangerous that attack really was. Mixing gas with fire was a brilliant tactical move, and even his stone skin might not be able to protect him if another blast lands the same way. He understands now that the man in front of him is no ordinary enemy, but a high-ranking dark priest who knows exactly how to target an opponent's elemental weaknesses. This battle is no longer just about who can hit harder. Blood runs from the corner of Kim Woo-jin's mouth, but his eyes remain cold, sharp, and deadly. He silently admits that he judged his opponent too lightly, and that mistake has already cost him. The Hat Hunter suddenly launches himself forward at terrifying speed, his spider legs digging into the rocky ground and propelling him in a crooked, jerking rush. Kim Woo-jin barely gets a moment to respond before the attack is already on him. They collide once again, and the harsh sound of steel slamming against hardened chitin rings through the canyon. With those extra limbs, the Hat Hunter attacks from several directions at the same time, forcing Kim Woo-jin to guard every angle. The Hat Hunter keeps taunting him as he presses closer, clearly eager to see how Kim Woo-jin handles such a chaotic close-range fight. He is enjoying every second of the struggle, driving Kim Woo-jin closer and closer to his physical limit. He comes crashing down from above, using his full weight and momentum to force Kim Woo-jin into a defensive crouch. Around them, the air feels heavy with ozone smoke and the sharp scent of burning stone. Kim Woo-jin strains beneath the pressure, his muscles swelling as he holds back the Hat Hunter's relentless assault. Every spider limb sweeping toward him carries the force of a killing blow. Pained grunt escapes his throat as he is shoved backward, his boots scraping and skidding across the uneven canyon floor. Under the endless barrage, even keeping his balance becomes a struggle. Purple energy bursts from Kim Woo-jin's blade as he tries to parry one especially vicious strike from a spider leg. Steel, venom, and killing intent clash together as the two hunters move through a deadly rhythm. A brilliant flash explodes between them during another high-speed exchange, and the force of the collision sends fresh debris flying outward. The fight is becoming so intense that even the cavern walls are starting to crack under the impact. Kim Woo-jin sucks in air in rough, desperate breaths, his face smeared with soot and fresh blood. He realizes that his enemy is not just overpowering him, but slowly and methodically cornering him with far superior tactics. Then the smaller spiders unleash another volley, spitting flames and acid together until the attacks merge into one massive blast. This time, the explosion closes in directly on Kim Woo-jin, leaving him with nowhere safe to run. Kim Woo-jin lowers his stance and crosses his arms over his body, trying to shield his vital organs as the explosion crashes over him. Heat, pressure, and impact bury him all at once like a storm made to crush him. While enduring the damage, he desperately tries to think of a way out. Should he take out the surrounding spiders first, or throw everything he has at the Dark Priest? Either way, he knows his body cannot keep absorbing this much punishment for long. His organs feel like they are being torn apart from the inside, and his stone skin is finally reaching its absolute limit. If he cannot shift the flow of the battle immediately, this ravine will become the place where he dies. Hat Hunter bursts through the smoke, his red eye glowing with a predator's excitement. Laughing wildly, he closes in on his wounded prey, ready to deliver what he believes will be the finishing blow. Kim Woo-jin braces himself and raises his stone-covered arms in front of his face. With no room to dodge and no better option left, all he can do is prepare to endure the impact head-on. A massive spider leg sweeps across the battlefield in a blur, moving so fast that its path is almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The sharpened tip aims straight for Kim Woo-jin's throat, closing in with terrifying precision. The attack lands with sickening force, driving deep into Kim Woo-jin's shoulders and back. Blood splatters across the rocky floor as the monstrous limbs pin him in place and tear through his broken defenses. His heavy sword slips from his grip and clatters onto the ground, landing just out of reach of his trembling hands. Kim Woo-jin is left battered, bleeding, and exposed with his defense finally shattered. The Hat Hunter lets out a sharp, mocking cry of victory as he stands over the fallen Kim Woo-jin. He savors the sight beneath him, his face twisting into a grotesque grin. His laughter spills uncontrollably through the ravine, while his spider legs keep Kim Woo-jin trapped in place. The Hat Hunter is utterly delighted, as if this painful turn of events is exactly what he had been waiting for. Looking down at his captive, the Hat Hunter's expression slowly shifts from mockery to genuine curiosity. At last, he begins to understand why the others had left Kim Woo-jin alone for so long. He acknowledges Kim Woo-jin's skill and talent, admitting that killing someone with so much potential would almost be a waste. In the fallen hunter, he sees a strange reflection of the power he himself carries. Kim Woo-jin coughs up blood, his head drooping as he fights to stay conscious. On his knees beneath the man in the wide-brimmed hat, he is completely at his enemy's mercy. The Hat Hunter then decides to offer him something different, and his voice becomes strangely calm, almost persuasive. He looks down at Kim Woo-jin, who has collapsed in the dirt with his strength nearly drained. He invites Kim Woo-jin to join the Dark Priests, promising that his life will be spared if he uses his special powers for their cause. Framed by the fire behind him, the Hat Hunter towers over him like a shadow. Kim Woo-jin slowly lifts his head, his gaze exhausted and clouded by pain, yet still sharp enough to listen. His body may be spent, but his mind continues working through the trap being placed in front of him. The Hat Hunter leans closer, his glowing eyes carrying a disturbing kind of warmth. He tells Kim Woo-jin that he must already understand what it means to be special after gaining so many rare skills from monster cores. With his spider legs spreading around him, he claims that ordinary humans could never understand or accept someone like Kim Woo-jin. To them, that kind of power would only be something to fear, reject, and forbid. He warns that the very people Kim Woo-jin protects will eventually turn against him. In the Hat Hunter's words, they will label him a dark priest, hunt him down, and try to erase him from the human world. A memory flashes through Kim Woo-jin's mind, bringing back his time with the Order Alliance and the hunters who stood beside him, including Roland. But the Hat Hunter twists that bond, calling it nothing more than a lucky accident that will not last. He insists that once they witness the true nature of Kim Woo-jin's power, they will stop seeing him as one of their own. Using Kim Woo-jin's past against him, he keeps pushing the idea that humans will never truly accept him. Then the Hat Hunter reaches a hand toward him, offering a partnership built on the strange path they both share. He urges Kim Woo-jin to take that hand and join him instead of dying here. He promises that if they work together, they can grow even stronger and enjoy a level of power ordinary men could only dream about. The Hat Hunter smiles with confidence, convinced that Kim Woojin will not be able to resist such an offer. Kim Woojin sinks against the charred earth, his breaths coming out rough and uneven while the fires from the ambush continue burning around him. His stone skin has been pushed through brutal punishment, and the strain is written across his entire body. He spits a mouthful of blood onto the ground, cursing his battered condition through clenched teeth. Even so, a dangerous spark still flickers in his eyes, refusing to die out. Even with his back against the wall, Kim Woojin still finds the strength to mock the man standing over him. He looks up and asks why a clown like him needs to run his mouth so much. The Hat Hunter's face instantly twists with rage at the insult. His patience snaps, and he decides it is time to teach this arrogant brat one final and painful lesson. Kim Woojin closes his eyes, sounding almost disappointed that the fight has forced him into using his last resort. He really did not want to rely on this power, but the Hat Hunter has left him with no other choice. Then his eyes snap open again, transformed into sharp, glowing slits that no longer look human. The crackling flames around him suddenly shrink and die down, as if the heat itself has been smothered. In the depths of the abyss, the temperature drops, and a heavy silence settles over everything. A sudden gust of wind cuts through the pit, sweeping past the rocks with the scent of blood and ozone. That eerie calm disappears in an instant, and the real storm begins to gather. The Hat Hunter freezes for a moment, his arrogant expression giving way to confusion. He can feel something enormous shifting in the mana around them, something far beyond what he expected. Black and red energy erupts violently from Kim Woojin, shooting upward like a pillar and shattering the stone beneath him. The shockwave tears through the abyss with raw power that refuses to be controlled. The Hat Hunter stumbles back, raising his arms to shield his face from the overwhelming pressure and heat. He cannot believe that so much energy is pouring out of Kim Woojin all at once. His eyes bulge with terror as the truth finally hits him. This is not just a simple burst of strength. Kim Woojin has fallen into a full-blown core rampage. The heart of the raging storm, Kim Woojin's body begins to twist and change in a way that no longer looks human. The gray scales from his stone skin sink deeper into his muscles, fusing with his flesh until they become a permanent, monstrous layer of armor. He fixes a cold glare on the Hat Hunter and tells him to stop wasting breath and say something that actually makes sense. That offer to join the Dark Priests had never even been worth considering. The eruption of energy expands across the entire abyss, swallowing the wide cavern view and making everything around it seem insignificant. Against that towering pillar of power, the Hat Hunter's spider-like body looks almost tiny. Now transformed, towering, and armed with clawed hands and glowing crimson eyes, Kim Woojin delivers the coldest answer of the entire fight. He asks the Hat Hunter how a wolf could ever lower itself to serve a dog. Kim Woojin stands tall amid the chaos, his back wrapped in gray, cracked scales while red energy crackles violently through the air around him. The pressure pouring from his body fills the cavern, showing that his transformation has reached its peak. He turns his head just a little, his eyes burning with an intense red glow as he looks back at his enemy. He has heard enough of the Hat Hunter's nonsense and tells him to at least speak words that make sense. A sudden burst of red energy surges outward from him, flooding the chasm with blinding light and jagged streaks of electricity. The force of that discharge rumbles through the entire underground space, shaking the stone around them. Woojin stands fully revealed, his body covered in armored scales and his eyes blazing with the sharp fire of a predator. He scoffs at the very idea of submission, asking how anyone could expect a wolf to serve a dog. The Hat Hunter's eyes stretch wide as he looks up at the terrifying thing Woojin has become. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot hide his shock at the overwhelming power Woojin had been keeping buried until now. Desperate to regain control of the battle, the Hat Hunter orders his spider children to rush in and burn the intruder to ashes. Two of the monsters immediately leap forward, gathering glowing orbs of elemental energy as they charge. Woojin does not move even a single step, his red eye narrowing as he calmly focuses the power building inside him. Then he calls out the name of his ultimate technique, Heavenly Punishment. Massive pillars of crimson and black energy explode up from the ground, shooting toward the cavern ceiling in a violent storm of force. The sheer size of the eruption makes everything else in the cave look small and fragile. Spider minions are swallowed by the blast before they can even complete their attack. Their bodies are ripped apart by the raw energy in an instant, leaving no trace behind after the first impact. Red lightning crashes down from above, turning the cavern into a hellscape of fire, sparks, and electricity. Under the unbearable intensity of the assault, the floor begins to split open, melt, and crack. The Hat Hunter is caught inside the shockwave, his spider legs flailing wildly as red energy threatens to engulf him too. For the first time, he is completely overwhelmed by the destructive power Woojin has unleashed. Bloodied and battered, the Hat Hunter finally understands just how wide the gap between them truly is. All he can do is wonder what kind of monster core Woojin must have consumed to gain power on this terrifying level. As the red haze slowly thins, Woojin's dark silhouette appears through the fading light like an unstoppable force of nature. He is nowhere near finished, and without hesitation, he begins closing the distance. Another shockwave slams into the Hat Hunter and sends him tumbling across the rocky floor. His spider limbs scrape desperately for balance, But the force behind the blast is far too overwhelming. The moment he realizes survival is the only option left, panic finally takes hold of him. He knows he has to escape this cavern immediately, or Woojin will finish him off right here. He turns to run, but Woojin has already vanished from his sight, moving faster than the eye can follow. In the next instant, the scaled hunter is standing directly behind him, ready to strike. Hat Hunter's face twists in horror as he realizes his escape route has been cut off. He did not even see Woojin move, and now the predator is already close enough to reach him. Woojin's clawed hand shoots forward and clamps around the Hat Hunter's neck with crushing force. Red sparks crackle between his fingers as he tightens his grip, ready to settle everything. With terrifying efficiency, Woojin tears one spider leg clean from the man's back. Fresh blood sprays across the ground as the severed limb is ripped away. He keeps his grip locked firmly around the Hat Hunter, forcing him harder into the dirt beneath them. There is not a trace of mercy in Woojin's gaze as he overwhelms him with absolute dominance. Woojin tears the spider legs off one after another, while fresh blood bursts from the Hat Hunter's mouth in a strangled roar. Every brutal movement is ruthless and deliberate, meant to crush not just his body, but his will to keep fighting. Another heavy blow lands, sending more blood splattering across the cave walls. By now, the Hat Hunter is barely conscious, his remaining spider legs twitching weakly and uselessly in the air. A final slam sends him skidding across the cavern floor, dragging a dark trail behind his broken body. He screams in agony, his pride shattered just as completely as his flesh. Bleeding and desperate, the Hat Hunter raises a trembling hand and begs for just a moment to speak. His confidence is gone now, replaced by frantic pleading as he asks Woojin to wait. He tries to appeal to the one thing he thinks they share, pointing out that both of them gained strength by consuming monster cores, according to him. Talking things out would benefit them both far more than continuing this fight. Woojin stands over him in silence, completely unmoved by the desperate attempt at cooperation. When he finally speaks, his meaning is clear. The only thing the Hat Hunter can offer him now is information. He demands to know everything about the other dark priests, his glowing eyes fixed on the broken man at his feet. That information is the only bargaining chip the Hat Hunter has left if he wants to stay alive. The Hat Hunter shouts in disbelief, unable to understand why Woojin would side with humans while wielding the same dark power as the priests. To him, it makes no sense for a monster to protect sheep, and he warns Woojin that humans will eventually abandon him once they see his true form. No matter how he looks at it, he cannot comprehend why someone with this much power would choose to stand beside the weak. Woojin gives no reaction to the warning, his cold reptilian eye staring down with absolute focus. The Hat Hunter's words mean nothing compared to the information Woojin intends to drag out of him. With no other path left, the Hat Hunter finally breaks and agrees to tell Woojin everything he wants to know. He starts talking quickly, searching for any way to stop the next strike from coming down. But the time for talking has already passed. Woojin delivers another punishing blow that sends the Hat Hunter flying backward, making it clear he is done listening to desperate excuses. Woojin's face remains cold and unreadable as he looks down at his defeated enemy. He reminds him that he only gave him one chance to speak, and that chance has already slipped away. Then he releases one final devastating discharge of red energy straight at the Hat Hunter. The cavern flashes with blinding light as the force of heavenly punishment gathers into one lethal point. The Hat Hunter manages to spit out one last curse before the energy swallows him completely. In the next instant, his body is vaporized, leaving behind only drifting ash and smoke. When the light finally fades, Woojin is left standing alone at the center of the crater, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. The fight is over, but the strain on his body is beginning to crash down on him all at once. The cost of the transformation takes hold, and the scales across Woojin's body start to crack and peel away. They break loose from his skin like shards of shattered stone, revealing raw flesh underneath. A thick stream of blood drips from his mouth as the damage inside his body catches up with him. After being pushed far beyond its limit, his body is starting to give out. Back in his human form, Woojin looks completely wrecked, with blood running from both his eyes and his mouth. As the adrenaline drains away, even staying on his feet becomes almost impossible. He turns his blurred gaze toward the light, breathing in rough, broken gasps. In the quiet aftermath, the full scale of the destruction he caused finally becomes clear around him. With every last bit of strength gone, Woojin collapses into the center of the massive crater he created. His body hits the ground with a dull thud, finally giving out after the brutal ordeal. Lying on the cold stone, he stares weakly up at the cavern ceiling, each breath shallow and heavy. He mutters to himself about how exhausting the battle was, and then his eyes slowly begin to close. Kim Woojin's eyelids grow heavy as blood continues flowing down his face, and he struggles to remain conscious. He can feel that using this ability, even for a short moment, has taken a massive toll on his body. His vision blurs until all he can focus on is the cracked stone beneath him. He knows he cannot afford to fall asleep in a place like this, but his strength is fading, and his eyes are already closing. Roland and a knight arrive at the edge of the pit, leaning forward as they peer into the darkness below. When they spot a motionless figure lying at the bottom, they immediately get ready to descend. Roland stares down with concern written across his face, his mouth opening as he calls out to the man below. There is relief in his expression, too, as if he is grateful they found him before it was too late. Roland and the knights gather around Woojin's battered body on the crater floor. Seeing how badly injured he is, Roland urgently orders his men to bring over a stretcher so they can move him safely. Roland leans over Woojin, his face tight with worry as beads of sweat gather along his forehead. In a lowered voice, he whispers Woojin's name, searching his friend's battered body for even the smallest sign that he is still alive. Then Roland slowly lifts his gaze toward the cave wall, where a massive monster-shaped indentation has been carved into the stone. Green blood still drips from the crushed mark, sliding down the rock like a reminder of the violent battle that happened there. Staring at the destruction around him, Roland can only wonder what kind of brutal fight unfolded in this place while they were separated. Whatever happened here, it was clearly far beyond an ordinary clash with monsters. The view then shifts to the third pioneer city, a vast fortress city protected by towering stone walls and sharp-pointed spires. Under the cloudy sky, the entire stronghold stands firm and imposing. Inside one of its rooms, bright sunlight pours through a large window and spreads across a quiet, well-furnished bedroom. At the center sits a single bed, and beneath the covers a figure lies still in deep sleep. Kim Woojin rests under the blankets, and as the morning light touches his face, his eyelids slowly begin to flutter open. He looks worn down and drained, but at the very least, the immediate danger is finally behind him. With slow, careful movements, he forces himself upright until he is sitting on the bed, his figure framed by the bright window behind him. A quiet groan slips from his lips as every part of his injured body protests. Woojin lowers his eyes to his bandaged torso and scarred hands, taking in the marks left behind by that desperate fight. Seeing the damage across his body, he can hardly believe he managed to survive such an ordeal. Just then, a maid steps into the room carrying a tray, only to freeze the moment she sees the patient sitting upright. Her eyes widen in shock, and she almost loses her grip on what she is holding as she realizes Woojin is finally awake. She immediately spins around and rushes back out into the hallway, shouting at the top of her lungs that the mercenary has woken up. Her hurried footsteps echo against the stone walls as the news spreads through the building. Only moments later, Roland bursts through the door with pure excitement written across his face. He calls out Woojin's name and reaches a hand forward as he hurries straight toward the bed. Standing beside him, Roland quickly explains that Woojin has been unconscious for 3 full days. Woojin looks back at him in silence, still trying to process the fact that so much time has already passed. Woojin's expression grows serious as he realizes the backlash from his transformation was even worse than he expected. Even with his new regenerative ability, his body still needed days to recover. So he looks up at Roland and asks the first thing on his mind, whether the expedition is finally over. Roland nods and tells him that they succeeded in clearing out most of the nearby rift cores. He also adds that the number of casualties was surprisingly low, which is almost unheard of for a dangerous mission like this. Warm smile spreads across Roland's face as he closes his eyes in relief. Without hesitation, he gives Woojin the credit, saying the mission only ended so well because of what Woojin did. Woojin answers with a small, confident smirk and suggests that Roland should repay him with a generous reward. Deep down, he savors the feeling of being recognized by someone else, a feeling he never seems to get tired of no matter how many times it happens. The door opens once more, and an Order Alliance representative steps into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Roland turns toward the entrance, immediately noticing that their conversation has been interrupted. The representative introduces himself in a cold and formal voice, adjusting his glasses while his eyes settle on Woojin. He states plainly that he has come to take Woojin's testimony regarding the expedition. 2 stern guards stand at his side as he presses for answers, demanding to know exactly what kind of opponent Woojin faced. He wants every detail of the fight recorded properly and without distortion. Woojin leans back against his pillows, his face giving away almost nothing as he listens to the man speak. Even in his weakened state, he can feel the weight of an interrogation beginning to settle over the room. The representative adjusts his glasses again and says they need proper records of everything that occurred. According to him, the reports from the battlefield were so chaotic that they were nearly useless. He leans a little closer, his gaze sharpening with clear suspicion. He admits that they found it hard to believe reports claiming that one human fought a monster of such enormous scale alone. Woojin stares back at him, wondering whether he is still being suspected because of what happened inside the cave. The room suddenly feels much colder, and he lets out a small, tired sigh, thinking that there is never such a thing as a clean, happy ending. To him, this whole situation is already becoming incredibly annoying. A close view catches Woojin's lower face as his teeth grind together slightly. He understands that this could become a serious problem, and his mind starts racing over what kind of lie he should use to cover his tracks. Before the pressure can build any further, another man suddenly appears at the doorway, making the representative turn back in shock. The newcomer is an old man wearing a blindfold marked with a bizarre smiling face. The representative gasps and immediately recognizes him as Elder Bo. With a calm but unmistakably authoritative presence, the old man steps into the room as if he belongs there more than anyone else. Elder Bo declares that he will handle this matter himself, his firm voice leaving no space for argument. Confused, The representative looks at him and asks what exactly he means by that. Elder Bo's face comes into focus, the strange smile on his blindfold clashing with the seriousness in his voice. This time, his command lands even heavier as he makes it clear that he told them to get out. The representative flinches, his face turning pale once he realizes there is no way he can win against the elder's authority. He quickly stammers out that he understands and prepares to leave the room. Outside, clouds drift lazily across the sky above the city walls. Back inside the infirmary, the tight tension begins to loosen as the unwanted guests finally retreat. Through the large window, Elder Bo can now be seen seated on a chair beside Woojin's bed. With everyone else gone, the two of them are finally alone, and the atmosphere in the room changes completely. Woojin speaks first, thanking the elder for stepping in when he did. He admits that since he had only just woken up, he was worried the situation might be misunderstood before he could properly explain anything. At the same time, Woojin studies the old man carefully, remembering how unusually interested Elder Bo has been in him since their first meeting. That interest still bothers him, and he cannot help wondering what the elder truly wants. Elder Bo tells him not to worry, and his expression seems to soften as he speaks, even with the blindfold covering his eyes. It feels as though he is looking directly at Woojin. He tells Woojin that he has already decided to trust him, no matter what form he might take. As those words settle in the quiet room, Elder Bo reaches into his robe to retrieve something hidden inside. Elder Bo draws out an object from his robe, and the moment it appears, a vivid blue glow begins to spread through the room. From the hospital bed, Kim Woojin leans forward slightly, his silhouette framed by the window as curiosity pulls his attention toward it. Blue light washes over Woojin's face as he looks down in stunned silence. The strange energy coming from the object feels familiar enough that he seems to recognize what kind of power it contains. In Elder Bo's hand rests a large spherical monster core, its surface covered with countless glowing blue eyes. Thin wisps of energy drift around it, filling the room with a cold, eerie light. The elder calmly explains that he took the core from the body of the dark priest Woojin killed inside the cave. His blindfold hides any trace of emotion, but his voice remains steady and composed. An extreme close view of Woojin's blue eye captures the core's many eyes reflected clearly within his iris. For a moment, he is speechless, realizing Elder Bo has just placed a powerful and dangerous secret directly in his hands. Woojin accepts the core with both hands, staring down at it with intense focus as the blue light glows between his fingers. Elder Bo tells him that he secretly slipped it away because he had a feeling Woojin might want it for some reason.